Obama.
Cock.
Obama.
Obama.
Well, 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 my children. How's life? Milkers. Did you boost your bitrate by 40 to 50%? No. I boosted my bitrate like a month ago, I think, by like 100%. I recently changed a couple of quality settings around though.
Had love. Sign up.
Do you really feel the exact things that Noah Smith guy does on his Twitter thread on coastal liberals? I mean, it's harder for me to speak on like coastal liberals because I don't have very much real life political interaction, but I do get that feeling in general of like, I guess just based on what I'd see in media. Create. Does this have to be a multi-action? Oh my god. Where it would feel like, this is so much more annoying than I thought it'd be. Sorry. It felt like the radical things that liberals were pushing for like 10 or 20 years ago were like really good things. I think the examples I gave, like radical liberals would be saying shit like we need a path to legalization for illegal immigrants, and we need like gay people should be allowed to get married. Like that was like the radical stuff like liberals were pushing for. And now it's like all white people are colonizers, all cops are bastards, billionaires need to die, landlords are evil. Like it's just like a different, feels different now.
You have the exact time and place.
Is that liberals or socialists? Well, the problem is that socialists were very crypto
Landlord.
in the beginning.
Or like slumlord.
I think Hassan is a really good example of that. Like, how often did Hassan market himself as like a social democrat? Like, I think a lot of I think a lot of these guys initially acted like they were just liberals, like far left liberals, but Nice. Okay. Do 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 do.
That
Do I have a skin filter? No, fuck that shit. I don't believe in filters or any of that bullshit, okay?
whenever you talk about America being a first world country and comparing it to first world countries, I find that to be disingenuous because America has such a massive discrepancy and disparity between different cultures and like different places in the country. Like the way it is in Detroit is a lot different than the way it is in San Francisco, which is different than Portland, which is different than Miami, which is different than like Mississippi. And some of these places, yeah, it's highly stratified. And I think that a lot of the gun violence occurs in those lower stratospheres. Absolutely. And what first and third world countries realized how we allied during Cold War. It's on a star rating. That's nice. Is that a very good technical argument that nobody cares about? Yeah, it makes no difference. I don't care about your technical argument. I care about what the general understanding of the meaning is.
That is kind of true. First world used to mean Western powers. No, that's not true. First world used to mean America and the good guys. Yeah. Second world was like the USSR. And third world were like non-affiliated countries, but nobody uses it that way anymore. Now people say third world is like shithole countries. First world is a good country. In common parlance, I think it's acceptable not to use it that way because that's how everybody uses it basically.
Does that make sense? It's that whenever you talk about America being a...
I mean, America's clearly a first world country, but Jesus Christ. Thought you were humming this song. I'm humming the Baby Shark song.
That's me.
Definitely not this one. How long until we treat at least most socialists as commies like fascists or alt-rightists are treated like friendly? Oh, I do. I treat them like I don't like them. Commies and socialists are not allies of mine. We share no similar goals. We don't have similar societal diagnoses or prescriptions. I don't consider socialists or commies to be friends of mine. I would regard them the same as like fascists or Nazis or whatever. We have nothing in common. Absolutely not. Sure.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers pretextual stops, reasonable suspicion, and canine units, and is brought to us by Real World Police's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. On October...
Don't you both want social equality? Not in the way socialists and commies want it. Probably the same way that fascists or hardcore conservatives want it. I think the average conservative, it's going to be different than like with fasci actually. I don't know. Socialists and commies want, I guess if you ignore the class part maybe, but
October 3rd, 2018, officers Goodling and Glatthorn of the Orlando Police Department pulled over graphic designer Kareem Spalding while driving in Orlando, Florida for allegedly speeding and changing lanes in an intersection. Mr. Spalding stopped his vehicle, and Officer Goodling approached on the driver's side, while Officer Glatthorn approached on the passenger side.
cool.
What's up, man? Roll your window up, down. Roll your window down. All the way down. All the way down. Roll all your windows down. Thank you, sir. You got your driver's license, registration, insurance for me? Hey, before you go reaching around, you have any guns in the car? Hey, turn the car off. Turn the car off. Turn the car off. No. Turn the car off. Undo your seatbelt. Why are you reaching around so crazy like that? I asked you to do one thing, you start getting all fidgety, man. Step out of the car for me, bud.
Go ahead and step out, bud.
Yo, guys, listen, I don't consent to this.
Listen, step out, man. You're not in trouble right now. You're just acting. You're acting all funny. That's all.
You're starting to reach for things. You're looking at me. You're nervous. You're starting to roll your window back up when I ask you to roll it down.
Oh, y'all got guns and everything.
Did you see guns in my hand, sir?
Guys, I'm recording.
That's fine. We're recording you too. Go ahead and step out, okay? He asked you to step out. You're shaking. Step out.
Step out of the car, sir. Step out of the car for me. Step out of the car for me, sir. Step out of the car.
Man, y'all can't be
Step
serious.
out of the car for me. Step out of the car.
What is
Step
wrong
out of
with
the
y'all?
car.
You need to. Yo, all you have to do is follow instructions.
You're not in trouble, okay? Just relax. Turn around. Do you have anything on you?
Guys, I don't consent.
Do you have anything? Stop reaching. Do you have anything on
I
you?
don't consent to searches, man.
Okay.
What is this?
We're just patting you down.
You're not in trouble right now, okay?
Relax.
Y'all can't be serious. Y'all see this?
You're acting funny, man. There's no reason for you to act like this.
I think in some states, somebody can tell me which states it is, but I think in some states you have to tell police officers if you have a firearm on you. I do it because I heard it in some states. I don't know where you're supposed to and where you're not, but I'm trying to think if that means you have to tell an officer if you don't have a firearm on you. I remember hearing in our CCW class that there are certain states where if a cop pulls you over, you're supposed to declare ahead of time, like, yeah, I've got a firearm on my arm. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm not just making this up. In which states must you notify an officer you're carrying things? Oh, Nebraska is one. That's why I learned it. Okay. Must notify when asked. Okay, gotcha. Is the I do not consent to be searched defense actually viable? No, there's literally no reason to ever say that whatsoever. That's the equivalent of being like no copyright infringement intended. So the guy getting pulled over is acting a bit sus, and you can tell he like wants to be really like civil disobedience combative. But I mean, technically he's not doing anything wrong except I guess being a little fidgety. Cops are kind of like very antsy. The cops are always like, when I see police officers in this interaction, I was like driving it up and forward. I wish they would just like chill for a sec, but.
Is there anything illegal in the car, sir?
Guys, I don't consent to search.
Okay, listen. I'm not asking you to search the car right now. I'm asking if there's anything illegal in the vehicle.
And it's weird too because if the guy getting pulled over was trying to be like a whatever, you don't have to say shit like that. You don't have to say like I don't consent to that. I don't just say like if the guy's like, is there anything illegal in the car? Like I don't need to talk to you. Like I don't want to talk to you. Am I being pulled over? It's am I being detained? Oh yeah, okay. I don't need to answer this, whatever. And then you just like that's it. I guess you could say I don't consent, but like if the cop doesn't have probable cause to search your car, then you don't have to answer shit generally. But why are you bootlicking? The black guy's minding his own business and the cops are harassing him. Well, first of all, he's getting pulled over, so I'm assuming he already broke at least one law if he's getting pulled over. I can't tell if this is a troll comment or not. My understanding watching debates, yours included on police shootings, is that it doesn't actually disproportionately affect black people, but police brutality generally does. If so, should movements like BLM change affects police? I don't know what disproportionately affects black people. I don't know if it's shootings and police brutality or what. I've seen like so many different numbers, like per capita, per crime, per age group. It's hard to tell. I don't know what the right answer is there, but I don't think I've made like any super absolute statements regarding it because it's really confusing, but. Do you agree cops are being unreasonable here? They're being incredibly pushy and nervous for no reason. The guys haven't really made any sudden movements or anything like that. Yeah, I don't like the trend of a cop coming up to your window. Like, even I get really nervous around cops. Although my registration is expired by 4 years, so that might explain it. But, yeah, when, like, a cop comes up to your car, you're always going to be, like, a little bit nervous. Like, I know how to act with cops because I've read it and I make a deliberate effort to. But, you're like, when a cop pulls you over, you're supposed to, like, here's what you're supposed to do, okay? You turn on your lights in your interior, and then you put your hands on your wheel, and you roll your window down preemptively, and then you sit there and you wait. That's what you're supposed to do because that gives you the least chance of the cop fucking fidgeting and, you know, popping a one right in the dome, taking you out. Fucking 360 no-scoping your head, as our good friend Vosh would say. But yeah, you sit there, hands on the wheel so that they can see, 10 and 2 so they can see your hands, dome light on, especially if it's night outside, because then they can see the interior, they don't feel nervous. Roll the window down preemptively so they don't have to ask, and then you just sit there and you wait, they come up to you, you talk to you, blah, 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 blah. But like, a lot of people get nervous when cops, you know, show up and like, hey, do you have your shit? And you're like, oh, you're like reaching around and stuff. Like, cops will ask things or do things that are like making both people more nervous. It's just kind of, It's just, it seems a little strange. I don't know why they do that. Like, you just stop. It's weird because, like, if you do, I've talked about this a few times, if you do concealed carry stuff, I would hope in every class, like, the things that they do is they'll tell you constantly, like, hey, make sure you're not making people, this is why I like concealed carry over open carry. Make sure you're not making people nervous around you. If you have a concealed carry, your goal is to be, like, chill. You don't want people to be freaking out. You don't want people to be, like, fidgety or, like, nervous, or you don't want to start fights or whatever. You want to be chill, because if things escalate, somebody's going to die. If you have a gun and things escalate, somebody's dying in that exchange, or somebody's at least getting shot. I feel like it should be the same for cops. Like, like, chill. Just be a little chill, you know? I don't know.
I don't answer the question.
Where's your license, bud? Listen, you're not in any kind of trouble right now. We're trying to find out who you are. You're just shaking. You're acting funny.
I want names and badge numbers.
Yeah, we're going to get that.
Why, I don't know why people do this shit. Like, am I being pulled over? Why am I being pulled over? Do you expect me to commit a crime? Nope. Am I free to go? Okay, bye. Like, that's all you have to say. I don't. If you're gonna learn all this LARPy shit about, like, oh, well, I want your name and badge, I'm like, at least learn, like, the proper things to say, right? Am I being detained? Nope. See ya. Oh, I am being detained. You know, what for? Okay, well, I invoke the Fifth. I don't want to say shit. If you have a subpoena, or if you have probable cause search, do it. Otherwise, I'm not going to say shit. And then, boom. Are you done with your investigation? Find anything? Nope. Cool. Leaving. Bye. That's all you have to say. That's it. You don't have to do any of the, I need your name and badge number so I can make a TikTok video. Like, fuck all that shit. Who cares, bro? No one gives a fuck. 90% of the time, they'll give you the badge. They don't give a fuck, okay? Who cares about that shit? Just... I don't think it's necessarily being LARPy, dude. The guy's clearly antsy and nervous. No, there is antsy and nervous. This guy is LARPy. When you're getting into the Karen shit of, like, I need your name and badge number and I want to call a supervisor. You've watched videos on, like, how to do, like, this is how you resist the cops and blah, 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 blah. It's clearly at that level, right? If you don't have shit to say, then all you have to do is be like, hey, am I being detained? No? Thank you. Bye. That's it. And then you leave. You can't leave. Or you can leave. You can't leave. Yeah, you can just leave. If you are being detained, you say, okay, well, do your investigation. I'm not going to say shit because I'm not here to incriminate myself. I plead the Fifth. They do their shit. If they don't find anything, they go, okay, cool. Are you done? Can I go? Yes. Am I not free to go? Am I being arrested? Am I being ticketed? Okay, write your shit. That's it. That's all you have to do.
For you. Hey, what's your name?
You don't have to answer shit if
Would
you
you
don't
like to
want
know why I stopped you so you understand why we're stopping you?
Don't you think you should have did that when you...
You didn't give me a chance to because you started reaching around. You're making me nervous. I want to make sure that you go home safely and we go home safely. That's the key to this whole thing, okay?
Oh, come on now.
No,
man.
listen. The reason I stopped you is back on John Young in Washington, or old John Young in Old Winter Garden. You switched lanes in the middle of the intersection. You cannot do that, number one. Number two, my vehicle...
Oh, he's a grocery shopper. Oh, no. Dude, I don't know if other cops do this shit. I used to live near this city called Papillion in Nebraska, near Omaha. These motherfucking cops, they're grocery shoppers, okay? This is what they do. This is what these motherfuckers do. If they see you breaking the law, they will fucking follow your ass for 5 miles with a fucking list to see if you do anything else. I hate it when fucking cops do that shit. They will, they'll follow you, and you'll see the fucking cop behind you, but they won't pull you over for, like, 2 miles because they're waiting to see if you do anything else wrong. The first time I got pulled over, I remember a cop did this. Like, you were going 39 and a 35, and you switched lanes in a whatever, and you didn't come to a complete stop at, like, a right turn at a stuff. And I was like, okay, well, hold on. If you saw me, like, switch lanes legally, like, 2 miles ago, why the fuck didn't you just pull me over then, you motherfucker? It's because you're grocery shop. You got, like, a little list of shit you want to check off and see how much shit I can do wrong before you pull me. Fuck you, you fuck piece of shit. I hate cops that do that. Motherfuckers. Sorry, it sounds like that's what he's doing. I saw you switch lanes legally, and then you... Fuck you.
You switched lanes in the middle of the intersection. You cannot do that, number one. Number two, my vehicle's properly calibrated. I had you going 51 in a 35-mile-an-hour zone, all right? I don't want to stroke your tickets, bud. I really don't. All right, but if you're gonna force me to do it, I have no problem doing it. All right, we're looking for narcotics, we're looking for firearms. All right, I'm not sitting here looking to stroke you for a speeding ticket and the illegal lane change. I'm not looking to do that.
You pulled me over because you're looking for narcotics.
No.
What's your first name?
I pulled you over for your 2 traffic infractions. Okay, that's it.
What's your first name?
Also, super subjective coming up here. Okay. Listen, I've been pulled over a lot of times in my life, okay? I might be a speeder, all right? Let me put it this way. I make the most money streaming from home because I don't have to drive to work. Because when I drive to work, I get fucked, okay? I'll be honest with you. I've been pulled over at least 30 times in my life, okay? This is a general piece of advice. General. Don't tell your lawyer I told you this, because if you get fucked, that's on you, okay? If you get pulled over from a speeding trap, you're always getting a ticket. Nothing else, nothing you say or do will ever get you out of that, okay? They are there explicitly to fuck you. It is the only reason why they are there at that speeding trap, is to fuck you, okay? If you get pulled over by a cop that's just driving around, if it's like a sheriff or a state trooper, they're just like driving around or some shit, and they're not there running a speeding trap, as long as you are not a dick, sometimes you can talk your way out of the ticket. If you're polite, if you're chill, whatever. I've gotten out of tons of tickets of like state troopers or cops driving around because they'll see me driving like 75 and a 60 or some shit. And they'll pull me over and be like, oh, hello, officer, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, sorry, you know. Be chill, comply as much as you feel comfortable complying. If I don't have anything, my car, I'll let a cop search my car if it makes them feel better. Is that what you want? You want me to rub your belly? You want to look at my back seat, officer? Go ahead, dude. Go, yeah, check the trunk. Knock yourself out, my dude. Whatever makes you happy, my friend. And then usually like, okay, well, you're good to go, as long as you're chill. Assuming you haven't done anything wrong, okay? Assuming you don't have actual drugs back there, any crazy shit like that. If these guys are being honest, like we're out here looking for like narcotics and drugs, if it wasn't like a fucking speed trap, just shut the fuck up, be chill, rub their belly, let them do whatever the fuck they want to go on their fucking power trip, and usually you'll get off because they don't give a fuck. They're not there to write speeding tickets. They just don't care about that shit. Now, but if you're at a speeding trap, you're fucked, okay? You're always fucked. Don't just sit there, whatever, so give me the ticket, fuck you, and then you're done, okay? Yeah, I'm giving you cop exploits, okay?
No.
What's your first name?
I pulled you over for your 2 traffic infractions, okay? That's it.
What's your first name?
But when you start acting weird, now I'm sitting there going, well, what's he have on him? Because that's consistent with me.
Officer Goodling informs Mr. Spaulding that although they pulled him over for 2 minor traffic offenses, what they are actually interested in is finding narcotics and firearms. In the 1973 case of United States versus Robinson, the Supreme Court concluded that a traffic violation arrest based on probable cause would not be invalidated by the fact that it was a pretext for a narcotics search. Building on that decision, the court clarified in the 1996 case of Wren versus United States that an officer's subjective motive does not invalidate objectively justifiable behavior under the Fourth Amendment, and that the constitutional reasonableness of traffic stops does not depend on the actual motivations of the individual officers involved. Because the officers had probable cause to believe that the traffic code had been violated, the court held that the stop was reasonable under the Fourth Amendment, despite any potential ulterior motive the officers had in making the stop, because, quote, subjective intentions play no role in ordinary probable cause Fourth Amendment analysis. It is important to note that the Wren decision also mentioned that, quote, the Constitution prohibits selective enforcement of the law based on considerations such as race, but the constitutional basis for objecting to intentionally discriminatory application of laws is the Equal Protection Clause, not the Fourth Amendment. However, discriminatory application or selective enforcement claims under the Equal Protection Clause are...
Can't you argue what he meant was that the goal of the police being out is to find drugs and firearms, not that he specifically pulled him over for that? Well, no, it sounds like these guys aren't like running speed traps or whatever, but like, where's Matt Tibbs at? I don't know if I have any cops in chat. My guess is that if you've got somebody driving a little dumb or whatever, you pull them over, you do a search, you could probably find drugs that way too. So there might be a little bit of racial profiling going on as well. Maybe for these guys, it's hard to say. I can't know, but but yeah, I mean, like, if you break the law, if you're breaking the law, you're going to get pulled over, depending on it's at the cop's discretion.
Exceptionally challenging to win due to the high standard of proof that is required. The essence of this type of claim, as the Supreme Court explained in the 1886 case of aTsnBEzq1OU versus Hopkins, is that, quote, though the law itself be fair on its face and impartial in appearance, if it is applied and administered by public authority with an evil eye and an unequal hand, so as practically to make unjust and illegal discriminations between persons in similar circumstances, the denial of equal justice is still within the prohibition of the Constitution. While
Destiny, I got pulled over for speeding as a minor in my dad's car and did the belly rub technique of politeness, let them look around in the back seat, truck, etc. Cop found an empty shotgun shell in the seat and tried to fuck me. Had to get a lawyer and everything to fight it. Wait, how does an empty shotgun shell? Is that illegal to have? I don't understand how they're trying to fuck you.
all on its face, this statement seems to perfectly describe racial profiling and pretextual traffic stops. To succeed in a discriminatory application claim, an individual must show evidence that the challenged police action was both motivated by a discriminatory purpose and actually had a discriminatory effect. This means
a lot of cops in Texas drive around 80 to 90 miles per hour and don't pull over anyone who cruises with them, but it's a risk. A lot of the time, I find that if you maintain speed and not slow down fast when you see the cop, they won't pull you over. Oh, yeah, you have to do the... Catching up to an officer that's speeding like a motherfucker, it's kind of like getting caught looking at a woman's boobs. If you're looking at a woman's boobs and they catch you looking at her boobs, you kind of got to be like, you're looking, and then they look, and they catch you, and you're like that, you know? But if they catch you, and you're like that, they'll fuck you. I think if you're approaching a cop and you don't know it's a cop, and you're going like 90, he's going 90, and then you see him, and you like slam the brakes, like, oh shit, you might get fucked. Just chill, be chill. If he's speeding, he obviously doesn't give a fuck. I remember the worst thing I ever saw in my entire life, driving from, oh man, what state was this? When I was, it might have been driving Omaha to, it might have been going Omaha to, it might have been one of my Omaha to LA drives. There was a long stretch of road. Long stretch of road. And I just remember on this highway, it was so many cars in the right lane. And everybody's going like 85. This was back in my younger days, so I wanted to go like 120, okay? I don't have time to waste on these highways, okay? And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what's going on here. There's no lane closures. So what do? Pop in the left lane, give it some gas. Gas. No offense, I'm not taking driving advice from a motherfucker who got pulled over 30 times. I think it's speed. You don't take driving advice from me, okay? Never been in an accident in my life, and I've driven more miles than every motherfucker in this chat, including people that are 10 years older than me. You don't have to trust anything I say. I don't give a fuck, okay? Go back to your shitty driving, make up excuses, get into car accidents, and then blame the person in front of you because you were too close to him. You do what you want, motherfucker. But anyway, driving. And then when I get all the way up, and I'm like, look at all these losers in the right lane for no fucking reason. How stupid. At the very front of this line of cars is a cop going 85. And I'm like, oh, well, the speed limit is 70. Everybody here is going 85. I see the cop at the front of the line. I'm like, fuck me. So you sure not throw on the right signal, merge, and then you just watch as one at a time, people will like pull up, and then they see at the front, it's a fucking state trooper, and they're like, oh shit. And then they turn to the signal and they get in line. And we play that game for like 80 miles until finally the cop exits and then everybody gets to go. It's so fucking weird. In some ways, people are like, it's kind of cool that you can go 10 to 15 over and it's not a big deal. But the problem is that you, if you do get pulled over, you're ultra fucked. Like, if you're going, if you're going 85 and a 70, it's fine. But if you're going 90 and a 70, all of a sudden you're like going 20 miles and over, and it's like a fucking like willful reckless driving shit or whatever. Like, shit, I just closed this out.
Is there anything illegal in the car, sir?
Guys, I don't consent to search.
Okay, listen.
I think a lot of cops taking effect if you're going with the flow of traffic. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that, like, flow of traffic. If you buck the flow of traffic, you're fucked. Because, like, again, flow of traffic might be 85 and a 70. Okay, well, if I go 95, what, am I going 10 over? No, that's a ticket for 25 over. Which in a lot of states, I don't even think I don't know if 25 over even counts as speeding anymore. I think it gets bumped up to, I think it's willful reckless driving, doesn't it? It's like automatically like a fucking, like a 3 or 4 point infraction, or like an auto license forfeiture. Like, it can get fucked depending on the state you're in. So yeah. There's willful reckless driving, and then there's negligent driving, I think. Both are really bad. I think willful is worse, but...
I'm not asking you to search the car right now. I'm asking if there's anything illegal in the vehicle.
I think the biggest tip is to just slow down near towns, especially if you're out of state. Cops from small out-of-state towns to write to... Yeah, it's so dumb. Dude, if you're ever going near small towns, always be careful, especially if you're coming up to a hill. Because there's going to be, like... There's going to be the fucking sheriff with badge number 1, because they have, like, 3 cops in the whole fucking town, okay? This has happened to me. That will be waiting right at the other side of that hill to pop you as soon as you come over. Fucked, and they will ticket you. They will arrest you. They'll drive you to their fucking little courthouse and write all the fucking shit they need to, because that's literally all they're doing with their day, okay? They're generating, like, 32% of their city's budget writing fucking tickets for people that are driving between small towns. It's fucking dumb as fuck.
That's the question.
Where's your license, bud? Listen, you're not in any kind of trouble right now. We're trying to find out who you are. You're just shaking. You're acting funny.
I want names and badge numbers.
Yeah, we're going to get that for you, bud.
We'll get that for you. Illegal lane change. I'm not looking to do that.
You pulled me over because you're looking for narcotics.
We're not.
No.
What's your first name?
I pulled you over for your 2 traffic infractions, okay? That's it.
What's your first name?
But when you start acting weird, now I'm sitting there going, well, what's he have on him?
Also, I feel like cops need to exercise what they're legally allowed to do more. Why are you asking the guy's first name? You've pulled him over for, you have probable cause, you pulled him over, he committed a crime. Just ask him for his ID, license and registration. What is this like, what's your name, what's your name? Who fucking, you don't have to ask him. Ask for his license. You have the right to do it. Why are we doing this like weird, like, especially when the other cop is talking, like, what's your name, what's your name? Like, just, dude.
That's consistent with me.
Officer Goodling informs Mr. Spaulding that although they pulled him over for 2 minor, held that the stop was reasonable. To note that the Wren decision also mentioned that, quote, the Constitution prohibits selective enforcement of the law based on considerations such as race. Selective enforcement claims under the Equal Protection Clause are exceptionally challenging to win due to the high standard of proof that is required. The essence of this type of claim, as the Supreme Court explained in the 1886 case of aTsnBEzq1OU versus Hopkins, is that, quote, though the law itself be fair on its face and impartial in appearance, if it is applied and administered by public authority with an evil eye and an unequal hand, so as practically to make unjust and illegal discriminations between persons in similar circumstances, the denial of equal justice is still within the prohibition of the Constitution. While on its face, this statement seems to perfectly describe racial profiling and pretextual traffic stops, to succeed in a discriminatory application claim, an individual must show evidence that the challenged police action was both motivated by a discriminatory purpose and actually had a discriminatory effect. This means that an individual cannot just show evidence of unequal treatment, but they must also show evidence that the officers intended to discriminate. As the Supreme Court stated in the 1979 case of Personnel Administrator of Massachusetts versus Feeney, quote, discriminatory purpose implies more than awareness of consequences. It implies that the decision...
Maybe the idea that getting someone to talk about trivial stuff makes them more comfortable and more talkative. Yeah, that would work in a one-on-one setting maybe, but not when you've got 2 people barking at you, right?
Decision makers selected a particular course of action at least in part because of, not merely in spite of, its adverse effects upon an identifiable group. Given this high evidentiary bar, challenges to pretextual stops based on the Equal Protection Clause are rarely successful. And here, a court would almost certainly conclude that the officers were well within their authority to stop Mr. Spaulding, despite the fact that Officer Goodling actually admitted that the stop was pretextual.
My registration is flying somewhere.
Okay, what's your first name?
Got him. I'll get his registration.
Go get it.
What's your first name?
Listen, you see my bag right there?
You're about to be placed under arrest. Okay, what is your first name?
Yeah, you want to know my name is Kareem.
That's all. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Okay, and what's your last name, Kareem?
Spaulding.
I don't know why they're asking his name. Did I miss a part of this traffic stop? Why not just ask for his license if you've already pulled him over? I don't understand.
Huh?
Spaulding.
Where's your wallet?
It's in the car right there in the bag.
Are you okay if I grab it real quick?
Might as well, I can't.
Is there there's nothing illegal in the car, sir?
I can't, I'm not answering questions.
All right. Now you see where that makes us nervous? Because if somebody pulled me over and says there's anything illegal in the car, if there's, I'm going to say...
Don't ever let cops do this bullshit to you, okay? If you don't have to answer the question, well, if somebody pulled me over, I get on my knees and I just suck the cop off immediately. I just swallow his whole fucking load just to show how great... yeah, that's great for you, bro. You're not the one getting pulled over, motherfucker. If you don't have a reason to search my car, then write me a ticket and get the fuck out. This shit is cringe.
Say no, or I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say I'm not going to answer any questions. All right, no worries.
Do we have a 95 dog available?
I'm Being straight up with you, okay? I'm not gonna sit here and try to pull fast ones on you. I got a canine coming. All right? I got a narcotics canine coming. So if there's anything illegal in the car and you want to be honest about it, we can go be honest about it. If not, it's not a big deal. You don't have to answer the questions. I'm not forcing you to answer the questions. All right? But in the meantime, till he gets here, now I gotta start writing tickets.
While continuing to detain Mr. Spaulding in handcuffs, Officer Goodling informs him that they have called a canine unit and they're waiting for it to arrive. In the 2005 case of Illinois versus Caballes, the Supreme Court held that officers did not violate the Fourth Amendment when a dog sniff was performed on the exterior of a citizen's vehicle while he was lawfully seized for a traffic violation because, quote, the use of a well-trained narcotics detection dog during a lawful traffic stop generally does not implicate legitimate privacy interests. Nonetheless, the court clarified in the 2015 case of Rodriguez versus United States that officers cannot prolong or add time to a traffic stop to have a canine sniff the vehicle, quote, absent the reasonable suspicion ordinarily demanded to justify detaining an individual. Rejecting an argument that an officer may, quote, incrementally prolong a stop to conduct a dog sniff so long as the officer is reasonably diligent in pursuing the traffic-related purpose of the stop, the court explained that because a dog sniff is a measure...
What would you answer the question? Is there anything illegal in my car? You just say, I don't have to answer. Like, I don't feel like talking to you. Like, if you can search my car, search my car. I don't know. The FBI did that when they came to my house because they'll ask shit like, oh, like, do you mind if we search this shit? Or can we go through this or whatever? And I'd be like, not really, no. I can get a lawyer if you want, or you can come back with a subpoena. That's what I said. It's like, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. I can get a lawyer if you want, or you can come back with a subpoena, I think is what I said. But yeah, I'm not going to let you go through my shit. Like, just because you're fucking bored. Like, sorry. You need to do better than that.
Aimed at detecting evidence of ordinary criminal wrongdoing, it is not fairly characterized as part of the officer's traffic mission, and therefore, independent reasonable suspicion was required to extend the stop. When it comes to deciding whether a traffic stop may be extended for a dog sniff, an individual's...
Oh, not a subpoena, a warrant, sorry. A warrant or a subpoena? I think it's a warrant, never mind.
Refusal to answer questions generally cannot be used as the basis for an officer's determination that reasonable suspicion exists.
Do you think a person could build a case against a cop if they gross rate someone and that person they are leaving on the road hits someone's car? In the sense that they had a clear opportunity to remove the risk from the road, but failed to do so.
That's always what I wondered. I always wondered that because the Papillion shops, they were grocery shoppers so hardcore, dude. They would do so much. And I always wondered, I would always joke about that, like that if I ever saw a cop following me for a fucking mile while I was on Highway 370, like it's tempting to just throw my fucking car into another driver and like kill them and be like, oh, well, you saw me breaking the law, 1,000 yards ago, cop, maybe you should have pulled me over. And now this motherfucker died because of you. It's your fault that you killed them. I was a reckless driver and I was dangerous and you should have pulled me over when you had 1 infraction instead of waiting for 4. You reckless piece of shit. But I never did have the balls to do that.
Michigan versus DiFilippo, the Supreme Court concluded that, quote, while a person may be briefly detained against his will on the basis of reasonable suspicion while pertinent questions are directed to him, the person stopped is not obliged to answer. Answers may not be compelled, and refusal to answer furnishes no basis for an arrest. It should be noted that the court recognized in a footnote to the 1983 case of Collender versus Lawson that, quote, in some circumstances, it is even conceivable that the mere fact that a suspect refuses to answer questions once detained, viewed in the context of the facts that gave rise to reasonable suspicion in the first place, would be enough to provide probable cause. However, the court immediately cautioned that, quote, a court confronted with such a claim would have to evaluate it carefully to make certain that the person arrested was not being penalized for the exercise of his...
Yeah, okay, I think that reading above this is important too. Of course, some reactions by individuals to a properly limited Terry encounter, for example, violence towards a police officer, in and of themselves furnish valid grounds for arrest. Other reactions, such as flight, may often provide the necessary information in addition to that which the officers already possess to constitute probable cause. So maybe you get a call and you think that like a suspect matches a description, you pull up to somebody like, hey, what's up? And the guy just like runs immediately. Maybe that could elevate it to like, okay, well, hold on, now we need to like arrest somebody or detain somebody at least. In some circumstances, it is even conceivable that the mere fact that a suspect refuses to answer questions once detained, viewed in the context of the facts that gave rise to reasonable suspicion in the first place, would be enough to provide probable cause. So maybe you get, I'm making up examples here, I don't know, hopefully these are okay, but like maybe you get a call that like there's a burglar at a house, you go to a house and you see a guy who's inside the house and you're like, hey, what's up, what's going on, who are you, what are you doing here? And the guy's like, and the guy doesn't answer or say anything. It's like, okay, well, that in combination with everything else makes us feel pretty nervous about you. Like, we're gonna come in and see what's going on, you know. However, this isn't like a cop pulls you over and it's like, do you have any drugs in your car? And it's like, I don't want to answer. Oh, well, now you're guilty. I know you do. It doesn't work that way, right?
Right to refuse to answer. Here, the officers claim that Mr. Spaulding was making suspicious movements while still in the vehicle, despite the fact that their body camera footage shows no such movements. And Officer Goodling explicitly stated that Mr. Spaulding's invocation of his right to refuse to answer questions made him
getting
nervous,
in trouble.
as there was no other basis on which the officers could make a claim of reasonable suspicion. A court would likely conclude that they could not prolong Mr. Spaulding's traffic stop for a dog sniff in this situation.
Yeah, I feel like all you can do is ask for license and registrations and write the tickets. I don't know how you can just have the guy sitting here waiting for a dog to show up when you have no reason to think there are drugs in the car. Especially when you're just doing a canine sniff, right? Because you're doing that because you can't get into the car, right?
Here, I'll stay with him. You can head back there and do it.
There it is. See ya. All right, buddy, thank you. Kareem, listen. Before I have to go ripping the car apart to find what the dog's sitting on, all right? You want to tell me where it's at?
I'll answer your question.
Okay. Huh?
Find nothing after your canine hit? Looks pretty bad, dude.
Shake or anything down there?
No, but it's like he's got all these like weird conversations, like city bus conversation. He's got a picture of the. It's like, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna read them. So I'm thinking sovereign citizen. Man.
You know,
Or, like, beginning.
Did he say sovereign citizen? What are you looking for, dude? His fucking marijuana medical card? Like, what?
you don't have to read him for that.
Huh?
Read him.
No, we don't have to read him for that, but
I would. He ain't gonna talk to.
It wouldn't be bad, huh?
He ain't gonna say anything.
This is kind of gross. Why are you going through his shit? You don't need to fucking look at this dude's all of his cards. What, are you trying to see if he's a fucking Amex or Visa holder? Like, what are we going through here? What are you looking for? A membership to the local brony club? Like,
I would just finish the ticket and call it a day.
Despite the fact that the narcotics detective
even his partner knows he fucked up, dude. Yeah, write him a ticket, get the fuck out. Like, you've already, like...
dog alerted, the officers thoroughly searched the vehicle, including multiple bags and compartments as well as the engine and the trunk, without finding any illicit substances. In general, a police officer has probable cause to search a vehicle when the facts available would cause a reasonably cautious individual to believe that contraband or evidence of a crime is present in the vehicle. In the 2013 case of Florida versus Harris, the Supreme Court held that a drug-sniffing dog's alert can constitute probable cause to search based on, quote, evidence of a dog's satisfactory performance in a certification or training program. The court reasoned that, quote, if a bona fide organization has certified a dog after testing his reliability in a controlled setting, a court
hold
can
on.
presume
This guy
that
is
the dog's...
typed this like 30 times. If we are charitable to Vosh and grant that his take is really about retaliatory violence, then wouldn't he have to concede that if his side wins the war, that would ensue, there would then be a complete restriction of the government as well as passing of laws to prevent the oppression of the groups the war was started for? If so, I'm super curious if he would educate / mass incarcerate / deport or genocide a bunch of minorities who we know are typically conservative. I don't know. Maybe he did. Okay.
alert provides probable cause to search. The same is true, even in the absence of formal certification, if the dog has recently and successfully completed a training program that evaluated his proficiency in locating drugs. The court also stated that a criminal defendant must be provided with the opportunity to challenge the dog's reliability by contesting the adequacy of a certification or training program, offering evidence of the dog or handler's history in the field, or that the circumstances surrounding the particular alert rendered it untrustworthy, such as if the officer cued the dog, or if the team was working under unfamiliar conditions. Ultimately, the Harris court determined that, quote, the question, similar to every inquiry into probable cause, is whether all the facts surrounding a dog's alert, viewed through the lens of common sense, would make a reasonably prudent person think that a search would reveal contraband or evidence of a crime.
Which there's no reason to think that, right?
A sniff is up to snuff when it meets that test. In reaching this conclusion, the court expressly discounted the importance of a dog's field performance and instead recognized controlled testing environments as offering a better measure of a dog's reliability. While a 2014 study of Polish police dogs found that in 1,219 experimental searching tests conducted in controlled testing environments, 87.7% of indications were correct and 5.3% were false, the accuracy rate drastically fell when searching outside and inside cars, dropping to 63.5% and 57.9% respectively. False positives can also be intentionally caused by the dog's handler. For instance, a handler might cue the dog to alert, or the dog may falsely alert out of a desire to please its handler, or receive the positive reinforcement it has come to associate with alerting. And so it is certainly possible that the dog's alert here was a false positive. However, given the legal framework surrounding drug-sniffing dogs and vehicle searches, absent any evidence that this particular dog was unreliable, the court would almost certainly conclude that probable cause existed to search the vehicle, even though no narcotics were discovered.
Which one are you writing it for?
The lane change.
You're really gonna write this? You're gonna waste this much fucking time and then write him a ticket for an illegal lane change because you're so fucking ass mad that you couldn't find any weed? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Let the dude go. What a fucking loser.
Listen, I'm explaining this traffic ticket to you, okay? You're being issued a uniform traffic citation.
The officers issued Mr. Spaulding a ticket for changing lanes in the intersection, as well as a warning for speeding, and allowed him to leave. Mr. Spaulding ultimately pled no contest to the traffic offense and paid a $197 fine. Overall, officers Goodling and
no way. It's probably like a $20 fine. It's probably like a $20 fine and then like a $160 court fee or some stupid shit. All of your tickets, I've got a lot of tickets in my life, will always have like the fine itself will be whatever, but for small speeding tickets or small infractions, the majority of your fucking fine sometimes will just be like the court cost, some bullshit.
Traffic offense and paid a $197 fine. Overall, officers Goodling and Glathorn get an F for conducting a pretextual stop of Mr. Spaulding's vehicle, blatantly lying about Mr. Spaulding's behavior in order to fabricate...
Not in Florida, there's no court fee unless you contest it? Oh, that's based.
...suspicion, and extending the traffic stop to bring in a narcotics detection dog without reasonable suspicion to do so.
I think I'd give him a D. Nobody got shot, they never pulled their guns out. You know what? You had a black dude on the ground for like fucking 20 minutes and you didn't shoot at anybody or threaten to, you get at least a D in my book, okay? You're passing.
Extending the traffic stop to bring in a narcotics detection dog without reasonable suspicion to do so. From the moment Officer Goodling approached the vehicle, he repeatedly made statements about Mr. Spaulding's allegedly suspicious behavior, when all he did was reach for a piece of paper when asked for his license and registration and start to roll up his window before rolling it down when Officer Goodling told him to roll his window up-down. Once Mr. Spaulding was removed from his vehicle, the officers extended the traffic stop to call a canine unit.
Oh, he's going to give this guy an A. I know he is. I'd give the dude a C. He doesn't necessarily do anything wrong, but maybe I'd give him a B. C or B. He's kind of combative for no reason. And he doesn't seem to know the proper answers again, but he's going to give him an A. I know he is.
Based on his suspicious behavior and the fact that he invoked his right to refuse to answer their questions. It also seems that in order to justify waiting for the canine unit, the officers decided to write Mr. Spaulding a ticket so that the canine unit would arrive before they completed the traffic-related purpose of the stop. It is clear that these officers had a basic understanding of the constitutional law surrounding traffic stops, but instead of following it, they manipulated it to violate Mr. Spaulding's rights. This sort of behavior is not only an appalling abuse of power, but it also serves to further alienate police officers from the communities they are meant to serve and whose rights they are meant to protect. That being said, the blame...
If you don't know anything about the law, can you ask the officer, do I legally have to do this? Can they lie to you? I think usually officers will tell you, but some might not know the law, so I'd be careful on that. Like if you say, like, do I need to do this? Do I have to do this? I think an officer usually say you don't have to. I think they'll tell you, but they also might not know because some officers are dumb as fuck. I don't think they'd lie to you, but I bet I don't know. It would depend.
Claim cannot be...
So everybody in chat right now is spamming the shit that they see on YouTube videos. Cops can lie to you. Cops can lie to you. Cops can lie to you. In an interrogation room, a police officer can give you, can tell you that they found evidence that they haven't and stuff like that. But during a traffic stop, if you ask up, like, do I legally have to get out of my car and do this? I don't think usually a cop will be like, yes, you're legally compelled to. I don't think they can do that. I'm guessing that would probably be challenged. It's not the same as lying in an interrogation room. I know that you guys like hear that all the time, so you think a cop will lie to you at every single fucking thing, but I don't think that. I think generally like a cop will tell you like you don't legally have to, you don't have to, you can blah blah blah, whatever. But
be solely placed on these officers, as the current legal framework surrounding traffic stops allows for and often legitimizes conduct such as this. As long as an officer's subjective intentions cannot be considered when determining if an individual's rights were violated, encounters like this one will continue to occur. As for Mr. Spaulding, I cannot rightly assign a grade to someone who is simply a victim of a pretextual stop by officers looking for any reason to search his vehicle. Mr. Spaulding attempted to comply with the officer's orders, communicated that he did not consent to searches, and repeatedly invoked his right to remain silent. But taking these steps could not protect him from the officer's clear and openly stated agenda of searching for firearms and narcotics. It is obvious from his demeanor that this interaction was deeply distressing to Mr. Spaulding, and I have no doubt that it has forever tainted his view of police officers. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic you would like us to discuss in the...
Okay. All right, I need to do like an hour of news every day, guys. I just don't know what news I should cover, or where we should get our shit from. R. Vosh saying our destiny holds the same position on Civil War. If somebody legitimately stole an election, what level of unrest? I'll still say this. This is my. I don't know how to make people understand this. I think Rose understood this yesterday when I talked to him about it. My issue is not with the tactics. There's nothing wrong with arming yourself to fight against the police. There's nothing wrong with protesting or rioting the government if you think the election was stolen. The issue is not the strategy. The issue are the facts leading up to the strategy. The election in the United States was not stolen. Trans people are not being genocided. That's my issue. Why? RTBA says this guy's supposed to be perma banned. Is he supposed to be? Why did we ban him again? Does anybody remember? He's gonna get mad that I didn't ask him. What the fuck is... You know what time it is when a wave of smug self-righteousness is washing over us. Bro, you're a Vosh fan. Are you okay? Are you sure that's the one you want to go with? Yeah, like, I'm sure you'd agree that if trans people were being genocided, that'd be reasonable to fight back, but people don't seem to think you'd be okay with that for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, it's like they're misinterpreting on purpose. Yeah, I don't know. People have no idea what I feel like I'm pretty clear on most of what I believe, especially when it comes to, like, self-defense and shit. If there were Republicans, or, like, Republican presidents saying, like, I'm signing an EO to, like, deport LGBT people from the country or some shit, and then Vosh was on stream saying, like, if you're an LGBT person, you need to start buying guns and shit. Fuck yeah. Amen, brother. Hell yeah. That's fucking wild. We're going to start deporting trans people from the country? We're going to start to make their identities illegal? Yeah, that sounds hella fucked. Yeah, arm up! Phase up. I would agree with that. But we're not at that point. And there's no reason to make people think we're at that point. Like, trans rights have moved an unimaginable amount. Fucking 10 years ago, like nobody knew anything about trans people, like main society. 10 years ago, trans people were relegated to Jerry Springer and Maury. Right? And now in like 10 years, we've got like the idea of like puberty blockers for children is like a worldwide concept. Like, we've moved an incredible amount. To move that far to the left on these issues and then say the LGBT people are looking at a genocide. Like, I wonder what transsexuals from like the 60s and 70s and 80s are thinking when they're like looking at this shit And they're seeing like people today being like trans people being genocide. It's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Wait, what? Like, that's unreal. Like, holy shit. Just calm down. What the fuck? We've like made an unbelievable amount of movement to the left. Fucking 6 years ago, half the people in my community probably didn't know the difference between like a transgender person, cross-dresser, a transvestite, an intersex person. Like, even, yeah, like, Jesus, like... let me get some more water, one sec. This is why he's still banned. Hi, right to bear arms lol. Since I'm clearly never getting unbanned from anywhere you fucking mod, I just want to tell you the biggest fucking pussy I've ever had the displeasure for interacting with. You like to self-aggrandize yourself and pretend you're anything more than a no-life loser who gets paid to hang out in chat room all day. Make sure no one types slurs. A job so easy that it beggars belief. How you manage to fuck it up as hard as you have with your little unfunny quips whenever you flex your band commands or your made-up rules that no one asked for, or your petty vendettas against people you don't like for whatever bullshit reason. Jesus. You read the name wrong. Oh, who is it? Hi, retard to bear arms, lol. Oh. Here are Superbad's logs that got him banned last time. Superbad, this is stretching harder than Teresa's pussy. Sorry. Okay, that deserves a ban, but a perma ban? Anyway, I unbanned it from the subreddit to the chagrin of RTBA, who's upset at me for it, but we'll see what we get from it. Initially, I was just going to make a normal long-form post on why I don't like Wannabe Sad Boy. I'd even began writing it. However, I came across some facts that forced me to dramatically change the tone of my post. As someone who has been accused, including by moderators of DGG and Art Destiny, of being deranged / mentally ill / I need to touch grass, etc., I've often questioned myself and if I was letting the online world affect my real life due to spending too much time in Destiny's community. I do post more than the average user here. I do sound somewhat schizophrenic in my rant posts, sometimes intentionally, but I really felt that the time spent arguing with people here was affecting my personal life relationships, because even if I sometimes spend an afternoon arguing with people here, I can also go days and sometimes weeks without posturing much, aside from one phrase comments. To be clear, I spent a lot of time here, probably more than I should, especially the last 2 days, which has even made me consider taking a break from the community in general. Do I really want to read this all? Oh, it's not that much, okay. However, I didn't know what a lot meant until I started looking through, we'll go through this, Wannabe Sad Boy's account. To illustrate, I did an experiment in which I scrolled down through our respective Reddit comment histories to see how long it takes for each of us to get to 1 month back before our most recent comment. Here is me, the renowned schizo, scrolling down through my account. Now let's go through Wannabe Sad Boy's account. Why did he? He's not scrolling evenly, no? You can check it yourself if you doubt anything about these videos. A lot of it is multiple paragraph long comments, and a lot of it is about Lauren. I'm pretty sure he's commented on every single Lauren Southern thread made in the past year. I'm already on the line of healthy time spent in Dexter's community. Want to be sad boy blows me into the water in terms of quantity and length of his posts. I don't think there could be a way he spends this much time here without affecting his personal life. And for that reason, I would not be playing into whatever mental illness he may have by arguing with him further. Have we evolved to the schizo wars? Like Avengers schizophrenic wars on the Destiny subreddit? In terms of quantity and length of his posts. Be a waste. For that reason, I won't be playing. I also have little interest in becoming unironically mentally ill myself. I will nonetheless recommend a lengthy ban for Wannabe Sad Boy for the sake of his mental health, and I recommend that everyone block and not engage with any of his comments or posts other than tell him to seek professional help. I should also preemptively call out that him and his fans, yes, he has fans, will probably ignore the clear evidence Wannabe Sad Boy being mental health victory laps about how this is a cop-out and honest potential critiques of him. To address that, Wannabe Sad Boy does a lot of things I don't like. Like he says, he cares about real-world politics, point 2 of his actual criticism of the sub in his last post. A virtue signal about how we don't spend enough time criticizing right-wing people, my biggest pet peeve. But as I said, I don't think this criticism is worth fleshing out more or litigating, considering that it will just be fodder for him to spend more time arguing here. Suffice to say, I don't think he cares about real-world politics like he claims, because he probably doesn't know what the world outside his bedroom looks like. I don't know what the point of this is. Does he respond in here? Is there a fight in this? Oh, he's here. Oh, he's got 52 updates. Wait, what are these sorting by? Sorted by best. Oh. This is 14, 13. This is 52. I wonder why this is so far down for me. Okay, so your response to me asking for you to substantiate good faith criticism of my arguments and show that it wasn't just characters for you to write 2 different posts. The first one you linked seems to have been a longer, stupider version of what you said before. He's unironically, this Godkiller99 guy posts a lot as well. He's unironically mad as fuck about how hard he got blown the fuck out and must have been seething about it for days. Jesus, what are you guys doing in here? Best equals percentage of votes or upvotes, not high. Yeah, it's probably the opposite of controversial, is my guess. This is just the funniest fucking thing. Why would you? Why? Why would you do this? Why would you think this is a good? Did you read the black hole post on Vosh? The Vosh manifesto we deserve evidentiary consistency in the utilitarian realist black hole. Oh, Jesus. Purge the loser comments if didn't read LOL. True. Stop making comments like this. They're lame as fuck, okay? Don't do this. 3-day ban for you. Wait, make it a rule. Forethought, are you here? You need to make a rule. Don't, no more of this, like, too long, didn't read shit. It shits up every, like, long effort post. It's just annoying as fuck to read. Ah. Fuck, hold on. Stale did a live reading of the Vosh. Oh, thank God. So we can play video games.
The following.
Hold on. I'm leveling my crafting now. You promised news? Yeah, I should read, we should do this one first. Let's just get all the facts for the shooting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Why is this exchange so funny? Okay. 78 long minutes. When families learned that a gunman had entered Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas at 11:33 a.m. on May 24th, a brutal wait began. Police on the scene did not stop the gunman until well over an hour after he walked into the school, raising questions about whether lives could have been saved if they had acted sooner. Parents who rushed to the school were held outside, where many were forced to wait to learn if their children were safe. What follows is an account. Each of those 78 minutes is told by video evidence, statements by witnesses and law enforcement, and accounts of 911 calls. "11:33 a.m. The gunman enters the school. He uses a back door that had been propped open by a teacher 6 minutes earlier. He walks down a hallway, banging and kicking on at least one locked door before moving towards two connected classrooms, 111 and 112. Two teachers, Eva Mireles and Irma Garcia, had been screening the movie Lilo and Stitch for fourth graders in the classrooms. The gunman would fire more than 100 rounds. Wait, wasn't there a shootout with cops before he got into the building? Are we missing that part, or is that going to be accounted for later? Maybe? He shot at some funeral thing. Okay. At 11:35, 3 Uvalde Police Department officers enter the school through the same door. 2 are grazed by shots fired by the gunman. 4 more officers soon enter the building. At 11:37, more gunshots, another 16 rounds are fired. Officers continue to arrive on the scene. The school posts on Facebook that the school is under lockdown and then emails parents. At 11:43 a.m., Robb Elementary is under a lockdown status. Robb Elementary parents, please know, this time Robb Elementary is under a lockdown status due to gunshots in the area. The students and staff are safe in the building. The building is secure in a lockdown status. Your cooperation is needed at this time by not visiting the campus. As soon as the lockdown status is lifted, you will be notified. Thank you for your cooperation. At 11:54 a.m., people are gathering outside the school. Tension is building between parents and police. What happened to the police that initially entered the building? Did they just stay in the building? Did they come back out? Or what? Our kids, that's what we're worried about. One mother can be heard saying in a live streamed video. She adds, our kids are there, man. My son's right there. Police officer pushes a man who's making a phone call outside the school, yelling at the people gathering to move across the street. 6-year-old kids in there. They don't know how to defend themselves from a shooter, yells one person.
Man, y'all can't be like that, man. Y'all can't be like that when there's people.
Yes, I do. Get across the street. Because I'm having to deal with you. Get across the street. Get across the street. We have other stuff to do. We're going to back up or you're going to walk into that gate and get him.
It's 30 minutes since the gunman entered. As many as 19 officers are in the school hallway. A student calls 911 and whispers that she's in room 112. The call lasts 1 minute and 23 seconds. Some students and staff members who have been locked down in the cafeteria on the other side of the school are able to flee. Some students in another classroom escaped through a window. A helicopter is flying above the school and people are gathering on the streets nearby. The same student calls 911 again and says multiple people are dead. Police officer with a megaphone announces to the crowd outside that when the kids get moved, we're going to move them to the back of the funeral home, referring to Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home across the street. That's where we want y'all waiting at, he says. The same student calls 911 for the third time. Members of the Border Patrol Tactical Unit arrive with shields. The same student calls 911 again and says that 8 to 9 students are still alive. The school district posts on Facebook that there is an active shooter at the school and asks people to stay away. There is an active shooter at Robb Elementary. Law enforcement is on site. Your cooperation is needed at this time by not visiting the campus. As soon as more information is gathered, it will be shared. The rest of the district is under a secure status. A different girl in room 111 calls 911. She hangs up when another student tells her to. Okay. Police hear the gunman fire again. They move down the hallway. 3 shots are later heard over a 911 call. Many students are seen walking out of the school on the other side in a live stream video. The man recording recognizes one of the children. Tell your mom hi. Tell her you're okay, he says. 'The school district posts on Facebook that students who made it out of the school are being taken to an auditorium at the high school on the other side of town. Reunification site for Robb students. Robb Elementary students are being transported to the John H. Harrell Auditorium for reunification. The John H. Harrell Auditorium will be under a secure status until all students are accounted for. Parents, please do not pick up students at this time. You will be notified to pick up students once all are accounted for. It's now been 1 hour since police entered the building. The first student calls 911 again. She is told to stay on the line and stay quiet. The student tells 911 that the gunman shot the door. The school district edits its post on Facebook to say that the students are being taken to a civic center downtown instead of the high school to reunite with their guardians. People continue to gather up and down the 2 roads that lead to the school entrances.
You guys several times. Go back. All the way back. All the way back. Please. All the way back. Go back. All the way back to the back of the buses. These buses need to move right now.
I'll stand here.
12:42, an officer carrying a shield is seen running towards the building. As a parent, what do you think about everything being told to the parents? What would you do? I mean, we've entrusted police with solely with the ability to enact force to enforce laws and to protect us, really. So, like, you kind of have to do what they say. You can't take matters into your own hands because things get even worse and worse. But this makes it all the more horrifying when police fuck up, which, based on everything that's come out so far, seems like they did. Seems like there was a huge fuck up somewhere. Somehow. It seems like the police fucked this up. So if we've entrusted them solely with the ability to use violence to enforce laws and to keep us safe, then if they fuck up, it's like, what do you do? That's an incredibly frustrating situation.
Side note, but is this what you as streets look like? No wonder y'all are shit drivers. Bonus meme high August. Cut here.
"12:41, people continue to gather up and down the 2 roads leading to school entrances. An officer carrying a shield is seen running in the building. The student on the line asks 911 to please send the police now. A man is filming the scene from outside of the school. I've seen like 20 parents, maybe more, crying, he says, wanting to know what's happening to their kids, because there's still kids in there. And then parents see that there's ambulances taking the beds in.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
The student on the phone with 911 says she can hear the police next door. The student again asks 911 to please send the police now. Specially trained Border Patrol officers unlock and open a classroom door using a master key given to them by a janitor. They enter the classroom and fire 27 times, killing the gunman. Shots are heard over the 911 call. The girl in room 112 is still on the phone, or 112, is still on the phone with 911. Officers can be heard moving children out of the classroom, and including her. When the call ends, she's outside. The crowd of parents surges forward as kids are carried and escorted out. A man yells out, "That's my daughter," as a police officer runs carrying a girl dressed in pink. The toll, 19 students and 2 teachers dead, and more than a dozen others wounded, would not be released until many hours later. That's the full accounting of events. So I guess, like, it seems to be the case that shit is fucked. But this is the only reason why I'm hesitant to just, like, bring the hammer down and say, like, you know, fuck these guys, they fucked up, blah, blah. So, and I've seen a couple of people in chat type this. So, here's a potential question that I just don't know. Let's say that a gunman enters a school, right? You can't do much about this. You cops get there, they trade shots with him. Let's say that the gunman enters a classroom with students and barricades himself in the classroom. What is the correct officer response at that point? I don't know what they're supposed to do, right? Is it the case that they're supposed to try to knock down a barricaded door? Is it the case that, like, that's what I'm curious about. Like, what was happening in the school? Because if it is the case, like, if it is the case that the gunman was able to get into a classroom and barricade the door, at that point, it seems like you're fucked. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Ever since Columbine, the protocol is engaging with the gunman ASAP. Yeah, like, shooting and overwhelming the gunman seems to be, like, an effective thing. But, like, if he's already inside of a classroom, I don't know. That's why I'm curious what was happening inside the school. That's what I want to know. Because it might be the case that, like, this was always going to be fucked. And that there's nothing the cops could have done. Or it might be the case that the cops did have time to act and do something. But... Oh, chill. The only thing I can imagine is that there were students still alive in the classroom while he was in it, with cops in the hallway. That's what I got. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just don't know. Yeah. They're supposed to be trained to make the right decision under stress generally. Not every situation will be... What I'm saying is that there might not have been, like, a good or right decision, right? So, because sometimes what you guys do is you have to be able to think in terms of what else could have happened. A lot of the... Here's, like, a human thing, okay? Let's say that you're at a restaurant and a guy stands up and he shoots a person and kills him. You see him take out his gun, you see him shoot the person. And what you're thinking is like, okay, well, fuck, that was a bad outcome. Well, what would have been better? What if I would have had a gun and I would have pulled it out and shot the guy before he shot the other dude? Like, cool, now I've stopped the shooting. So people will think in terms of like, well, that's a bad outcome. What's one thing we could have done differently? And then that would have been a good outcome. But what they don't think is there's a whole range of better and worse outcomes, right? Like, maybe it's the case that you go to shoot at a shooter before he shoots, and let's say you miss, and then he turns and shoots you, and that causes somebody else to stutter, and then he shoots another person, and another person, and then he kills. Now he's killed 4 people instead of 1. That would be a worse outcome, right? People don't think in terms of all the potential outcomes. Let's say it's the case that, in this case, let's say there's cops outside of a door where there's an active shooter, and he says stay back, I've got 20 kids in here with me. Do you always want the cops in 100 out of 100 scenarios busting down the door to going in? Because what if in that case, what if the cops break down the door and then the shooter starts shooting kids and he kills 10 kids instead of 20? But now we'd all be talking about how, like, why did the cops bust down the door so quickly? Like, why didn't they wait for a hostage negotiator to get on site? Like, why didn't they chill? He was locked in the room with 20 kids. He hadn't shot anybody yet. Why the fuck would they break down the door immediately and escalate the situation? And now he's, right? That's the issue. And to be clear, because I have to say this a million times, even though you fucking morons will clip chip me anyway, I'm not saying that what they did was the best thing or that there is a best thing. I'm just saying that there's like 100 different potential outcomes for all of these scenarios that would have to be factored in. And these are already like kind of like black swan events. It's not like we have a school shooting every single day to train off of. So, yeah, I don't know what was going on inside the scene from the movie The Siege. I don't know what was going on inside the building. That's the curious thing.
Oh my God, it's the Watley School.
Not kids.
What is this movie? Why are you linking me to this?
I don't know if it's a radio or a timer or what. Whoa, right there. See if you can move it.
Yeah, this is another thing that's hard too. This especially happens when it comes to like relationship advice. Sometimes, if you make all the right decisions and you do all the right things, sometimes shit can still get fucked. Sometimes even if you do everything correct, it's still like there's still going to be a bad outcome, right? You already shot kids. Your point is irrelevant. Okay. There's a reason baseball analogies are used. The best hitters hit .340. Nice. Did the gunman not shoot at the police in the halls? Yeah, apparently when the police initially breached, the gunman traded fire and injured 2 when 4 came in. And then I guess he went to a room or something, so.
Come in, please. Commander, I require your presence on the bridge.
Captain, with all due respect, perhaps it would be better if you choose another to serve as your first officer.
Data, you were my first officer.
I have not been able to isolate the problem, sir. I might make a mistake.
Yes, you might. But that does not alter your duty to me and to this ship. Now, do you know how to formulate a premise?
Yes, sir.
Then formulate this one. How do I deal with Commander Riker and the Hathaway? I will await your answer on the bridge. And Commander, it is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not
the cops should have just went in with explosive vests.
That is life.
That's true.
I believe I understand, sir.
And Data, will you leave your hesitation and self-doubt here in your quarters?
Wow, I bet Bad Bunny's already watched this. She was a big Star Trek fan. Ask in chat for the old Bad Bunny guys. The NPR goes over police protocol. I think if you follow this protocol, the argument will be different, and the protocol needs to be fixed, and not that the cops fucked up. Here's what experts say police should have done in the Uvalde school shooting.
Support for NPR and the follow.
In active shooter situations, police officers are trained to confront the shooter immediately and not to wait. But in this week's elementary school, the spent more than an hour inside the school before attack unit killed him. Despite officer's arrival, this race might have been saved. Maybe, maybe what should have happened, maybe even if he is barricaded in with kids, maybe the protocol is you just break the door down. You just go, maybe, and maybe you don't even negotiate, or maybe you don't do anything. I'm not sure. What happens when multiple levels of police have to all coordinate within a 1 hour time frame? You have county, local, state, and federal agents that could all be taught different things. Well, federal agents aren't going to be involved here. It's going to be a county or local thing. It's not going to be state troop. Like it's going to be like a county. Like policing is very, very, very local.
Welcome to the Crush Life channel. Welcome to You Are Enough. Why the f are you not a jacked CEO, billionaire, professional athlete right now? Think about it. Why the f not? Why are you not on the moon?
You are perfect. And if they can't see that...
Do you think anything will come out of the probe? Well, like... The problem is there's like a lot of things going on here. Because there's so much, like... Everybody like, here, if you're a good faith actor, okay? Here is like here are the questions that you should be asking, okay? This is what any intelligent, okay. One needs to be, was there an effective protocol in place is the first one. Was the way that we deal with school shooters, is that protocol effective and would it have helped here? And then the second thing is, did police like follow the protocol correctly? Was there a breakdown in community, or like was something, right? Those are the only two things that you should be concerned with. So insofar as that goes, like, should there be like a DOJ probe? I don't know if there needs to be a DOJ probe, but like, should there be some sort of like state or local, you know, review of the police officer's actions to make sure things are handled correctly? Yeah, I think that would probably be appropriate because 20 people died, right? It's probably, or 19 or whatever. Like, it's probably an appropriate thing here for there to be some review of the action. But the problem is that what people want to load this with, like, this is like a defund the police, or this is why we need more police, or this is like, everybody just wants to like jump onto the narrative and like throw their own political issues on it. And then there's like all sorts of like dumb shit. Yeah, so I don't know. Everybody like has something else that they want to, everybody else has like some political narrative they want to throw onto this for their own shit, yeah. Oh, geez. This is... Oof. Fuck, I hate doing breaking news. This is with two sources. If this ends up not being true, I'm just wasting my fucking brain power and my fucking oxygen reading this stupid shit and then uninforming all of you guys. Or misinforming. So, according to this article, apparently Border Patrol got a call, and from 40 miles away, they showed up. Border Patrol would be federal agents, right? Which I just said wouldn't normally be involved in this thing, but I guess. So it was federal agents that showed up, and apparently once they got there, local law enforcement was like, "Hey, don't go in. Just help us pull kids out of the windows." And I think eventually, the feds were just like, "No, we're gonna go in and kill this dude. Fuck you guys," and then they did it. So. Local law enforcement asked the two teams to wait and then tasked HSI agents with pulling school children out of classroom windows. BORTAC agents waited about 30 minutes and then decided to ignore local law enforcement's request to remain outside, entering the school and neutralizing the gunman. One of the BORTAC agents sustained a graze wound to the head before killing the shooter. It might all come down to this as well, to where I'm seeing this a lot, that people were saying that the shooter was barricaded inside, but there were no kids. So they didn't actually think it was an active shooter situation. They were thinking that it was just a guy that was barricaded with guns and they just needed to wait it out or something. At Destiny, the Border Patrol team that went in was a guy that took his barber's shotgun and rushed in. He was getting a haircut when his wife texted him. Is that true? I don't know why I'm just reading random comments. I shouldn't be, but... Yeah, when you're hearing shooting inside the school, how do you think it's not an active shooter situation? And then when there's the 911 calls as well, like... Yeah, who knows? The Fed who had his head grazed, not safe for work. Oh, jeez. Holy shit. Talk about... talk about fucking... What a story.
Destiny. Honestly, one thing we need for officers is more equipment if they've had to wait an hour to engage. We either need to fix protocol or funding.
Well, it doesn't sound like there's a problem with protocol, and it doesn't sound like they had a lack of equipment. It sounds like there were bad calls made. That's what it sounds like that the issue was.
It didn't say Simon Says.
Because I'm pretty sure we're seeing cops standing outside. Somebody pointed out, like, you're seeing cops standing outside. At what time? Hold on. Like this, I think this dude had a rifle, didn't he? Oh no, this guy doesn't. The next guy does. I'm pretty sure one of these guys has a rifle. I know we saw somebody with a rifle. Wow, this guy did. I don't know when these guys initially got there, if they were there before 1240, but like these guys are like kitted the fuck out. I wonder if these are the federal agents. Maybe, do you think?
Back. All the way back. All the way back, please. All the way back.
Something special agent? I don't know, I can't tell. Dude, local law enforcement gets such nice guns. Holy fuck. The Barber border guy with the shotgun was Jacob Alvarado in the articles. As far as I know, there were only the border patrol there from the Fed. Sure. Another thing that was talked about is why didn't cops use the windows of the classroom the shooter was in? They weren't big windows, but they might have been able to get him that way, but then every time I have no idea. I don't know. Again, I don't know what was going on site. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see what happens.
Okay.
I'm not talking to you.
Why are you staring at me?
I can look at whatever the fuck I want in my
You're
house.
just melting at me.
Yeah, I am. I'm talking to my stream.
That's okay.
Cool. I guess we'll see what happens after they do like their investigation, and then we'll figure out who fucked up. The guy commanding on the ground was fucking up, or if the police officers are fucking up, or what.
I'm gonna paint.
Who? I'm asking who you're painting.
Who I'm painting.
Who the fuck asked, Mel? Hold on one second.
The protocol for active shooter is to grab a buddy as soon as at least 2 people are there.
Keep
Load up
hating
with
your
ammo
life then,
and go in to
working
kill the
class
shooter.
Andy.
You don't ask or wait for permission. You radio in that you are going in, then you go in. Time is of the essence.
Oh.
It is Fun Sport Friday, and we're going to the Inuit Ear Pulling Championships. Nice victory here. Check out this next guy, Stone Cold Killer. Wax string around.
Protocols find a theory, but are they something that can be executed in real situations when there's a real threat? Protocol that is akin to Russian blindly might seem to work in training, but in real situations becomes similar to asking them go die. I think that, like, it's... So, we have to balance out a couple things, okay? You can't say that, like, in a real situation, things are scary, so anything can happen. That's true for civilians, but police officers aren't civilians. They're supposed to have training for this. Also, like... Okay, let's see how I can trigger the most number of cops and trigger the most number of civilians at the same time. I don't know if I have law enforcement or military in here. Killing somebody with a firearm, in some ways it can be really easy, but in some ways it can be really difficult. When you have a guy in a room and you've got cops busting in, you've got like one dude like running through, you've got other people taking shots at it's pretty hard in that circumstance to like you're going for headshots, like double tap in the heart, like boom, boom, boom. Like to actually drop and kill somebody in that situation can actually be quite difficult. So it's not like you're saying that like, okay, we're going to send 10 cops in here with a shooter. We're probably going to lose 5 of them, right? Like chances are 1 or 2 people might get shot, but like you're in the best possible scenario to get shot. You probably have an ambulance right outside. I'm sure police officers, at least somebody's probably has some kind of like first aid on them, a tourniquet or something. Like it's not like we're asking like 10 people in to like run in. We're going to lose half of you guys. Good luck, right? You're against an untrained shooter who's probably, this is the most stressed he's ever been in his entire life. And you've got like tactics to like breach a room. I don't know if this is fucking video game shit or if I saw this in like police training. I don't remember. But like don't you do like you break down the door? Doesn't it like one guy goes in and then the second guy shoots and the first guy breaching like the shooter will try to shoot the guy running through the room and then miss and then the second guy like takes him. I don't know if that's a video game thing or if that's like a real life law thing. But like I'm just saying like it's hard. The guy in the room is not going to be like an ultimately trained, like elite assassin, a warrior. Like it's like fucking like Tom Cruise and Collateral, like boom, 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 like that. Like he's probably just going to start fucking shooting, and after like 2 shots, he's dead. You know? Yeah, like the average police officer, hopefully, assuming firearm training, everything with a pistol, should be killing like a rifle dude in like a close quarters situation like that, where everybody's like freaking everything. That would be my guess, but. I guess it's like a counterfactual. Has there ever been a time where police rushed a shooter in like a classroom or in a close quarter setting like that, where the shooter was able to kill like 3, 4, 5, 6 cops?
In an empty classroom, charging and puts more people in danger. It makes sense to get kids out of the line of fire first.
Yeah, that is kind of true. That's why I'm curious if there was a breakdown in communication or why they thought nobody was in the building. If they were getting 911 calls and if they were getting, if they heard shots in the building, right? How did Sandy Hook go? I don't remember. I have no idea what happened specifically in Sandy Hook. What did cops charge in Sandy Hook and it got fucked, or what happened there? I don't actually remember.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
The Vosh subreddit put together the evidence transgender. The shooter had a vest too. Okay, listen.
You're thinking of button hook or cross-entry styles, both of which are intended to prevent the shooter from focusing on one target before another target is presented, overloading that animal part of the brain.
Sure.
And causing hesitation.
The shooter ran out of the building in Sandy Hook? Okay. What was I saying? Oh, even if you have a Kevlar vest, bro, getting shot 10 or 20 times is going to knock you the fuck out, okay? Like, there's still all the kinetic energy of the round, okay? Shooting a pistol, like, it's not a ton, but, like, if you get shot 10 times with a fucking vest on, one, assuming every single shot is only hitting the chest and you're not hitting legs, arms, or head, which is probably going to happen if you get a lot of people shooting. But, like, two, that's going to be a lot of force imparted on you to like, no one is going to stand there and be like, oh, shoot me, motherfucker, oh! Like, it's not going to happen. It's not V for Vendetta, okay? You're gonna get knocked the fuck out or knocked over or something is gonna overpenetrate or some shit, okay? Like, you're gonna, like, not to mention it depends on the vest. If there's plates that are breaking, like, yeah. Vests don't stand 10 plus rounds. Yeah, you're gonna get fucked, okay?
Didn't say Simon Says.
The logic is so silly. It's obviously better to have a good guy with a gun than not, assuming he's not so autistic he just shoots at random.
Here's a link to a document that I'm making that documents the attacks on the lives of LGBTQ plus people to show the rhetoric of trans genocide is not made up, and it is in fact a real problem. Trans genocide. In recent years, the Republican Party of the U.S. has become much further right-wing. I don't even know if that's true. This can be evidenced by the fact that on January 6th, neo-Nazi and pro-Confederate Trump supporters stormed the Capitol building in an attempt to overthrow the U.S. government in a coup to install Donald Trump as leader in the U.S. in some form or another. This clearly shows a willingness and eagerness to commit violence as a way to achieve their own goal. It also shows either a complete lack of grounding reality or hatred of democracy, as Joe Biden was a clear winner in those elections. This is neither the end or the beginning. Okay, don't care. You may think the title segment. Okay. You may think the title of this document, Trans Genocide, is overly extreme and alarmist, yet below are multiple examples of either politicians, individuals, or even media organizations either outright or calling for or inciting hatred and violence. Okay. Number one evidence. Tennessee pastor, who is also a detective, calls for LGBT people to be executed. Okay. A Tennessee pastor who's also a detective said in his sermon this month that people who were lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender were freaks and worthy of death. Okay, so we have a pastor in Knoxville who sounds very religious. That's one person. Ex-GOP governor candidate. What? So somebody that ran for governor, who used to be in the GOP, calls for firing squad for trans rights supporters and political foes. Okay. Some of you all still want to try and find political compromise with those who want to groom our school-age children, pretend men or women. I think they need to be lined up against a wall before firing squad to be sent to an early judgment. This is a bad tweet, sure, but I don't know why I would care for this. Okay. Number 3, Florida's governor sends controversial law opponents dubbed "Don't Say Gay." We know this bill. It's not genocide of trans people. It's a shitty bill, I would agree. And then here, Texas is trampling parents' rights in its investigations of trans kids. Oh, I can't read this article. Okay, so this is our trans genocide evidence. Thank you.
That's their problem.
4 a.m. I've been at the gym twice. I'm fucking yoked.
You need to take time for yourself. Read a nice book. Take a bath.
Ice bath. Speed read 12 books. Take what's yours.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with looking like a pear. Pears are delicious. Cellulite is Braille for people who need to see who you really are.
When you're overweight a Miles, I grab you and shake you. I say, stop being chubby. My sister's there crying. Says, stop shaking my baby. That's why I've cut them
You
both
are
off.
laughing
I
now,
don't
chat,
associate with losers.
saying it's just a bunch of people saying shit. But you know who also use words? Hitler. Checkmate liberals. The genocide is happening, copy him.
My sister's there crying. Says, stop shaking my baby. That's why I've cut them both off. I don't associate with losers.
Some days you sleep till 1 and you can't get out of bed, and that's called being human.
I chopped at my bed with an axe to send a message
Keep hating
to the
your
universe
life
that
then,
my dreams
working
happen
class
in real
Andy.
life, bitch. You fucking poor bitch. You fat poor bitch.
Once you've spent the 37 years to heal.
The kid bought the gun a couple days before. Do we really think he's going to John Wick 5 plus? So one of the best things that I've heard is waiting times are really good for gun purchases, because a lot of people, when they're in the heat of the moment, crime of passion, they're like, I'm gonna buy a gun and either fucking kill myself or fucking kill my ex or fucking kill some kids. That's like some shit that people will do. Like, I'm going to the store, boom. Like right now, if I wanted to in Florida, I don't even think I need a license. I don't think you need a license in the United States, right? I can go to the store and buy a rifle and just drive home in like 20 minutes, right? I don't think I need, they have to do the 44, whatever. I always forget this fucking, the form or whatever. It's not FTA, it's ATF. Dyslexia, guys! Ooh, 4473. As long as you pass that, which I think is like pretty quick, right? I'm pretty sure you can same day buy rifles and shit, right? But the yeah, like having the waiting time just like is good. Like a 1 week period to just chill. It's 3 days. Is it? Why did I feel like I bought my Mosin instantly? I thought I walked into Cabela's and walked out with a rifle. Am I crazy? Oh, or maybe it's different in different states. Florida has a 3-day waiting period. I feel like I did the same with my Glock. I feel like I walked in, I filled out the form, and then I thought I walked out the same day with it. Am I making this up? It might be different per state, but maybe it's different states, yeah. $30 days seems like an appropriate time. I don't know, or at least like a week. Like I think like a week. Just give you a week to cool down, you know? Gun policies that may decrease outcomes. Child access prevention laws. Oh, because so many kids kill themselves when guns aren't properly locked up and shit, yeah. Waiting periods. Yeah, cool, these are good. Child access...
Sent you a friend request on this to chat about HRT/CQC if you have any questions. Did it and related for 6 years in special warfare.
Gotcha. Background checks, prohibition associated with domestic violence. Okay. Gun policies that may increase outcomes. Stand your ground laws. Bans on the sale of high assault weapons and capacity. Okay, don't care about either of these two.
Destiny. While SWAT teams should be training extensively for this type of combat known in the military as MOUT is extremely dangerous. Regardless of whatever
hating
training,
your life then, working class
the
Andy.
dude is to point at a door and shoot while the cops have to identify a target.
Okay.
It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Thank you, Vaush. Like, if you're buying a firearm, having to wait a week is fine. You should be okay with that. NATO is no longer bound by commitments to Russia and will beef up Eastern Europe presence, says Deputy Secretary General. Okay.
Make an account and deposit money. We wanted to see how hard it was before I said, you know what? I don't want to call XQC out before I do this myself. So we had Love. Here he is signing up. I'll show you how. So Love, name Lovebot. Okay, that's it. Verification. So the name that you put in is fake info.
Yes.
Last name fake info. Okay, like I would say back when casinos and gambling was legal in America, there were at least like regulations, and they had a whole department dedicated to verifying credit card information.
Wait. Poker Stars and Full Tilt had regulation? I thought they were by definition. I thought they were unregulated. Weren't they normally? Am I crazy on that? Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure they've tried to verify. Anyway, wait, did they try to verify? Hold on, I'm trying to remember. I feel like when I deposited on Poker Stars, didn't the charges usually show up on your bank as something else so that your bank wouldn't block it? Am I making this up? When I was like 19, 20 and I was depositing on Poker Stars, wouldn't the charges show up in your bank as like random shit so that your bank wouldn't like detect it was gambling and block the deposit? I don't want to make a solid statement one way or another. I don't want to, but yeah. In the UK on Poker Stars 12 years ago, I had used my driver's license to make an account. Okay, maybe. I feel like I never submitted ID for my Poker Stars account. But I don't remember.
Verifying that people, like, you had to send in a picture of your ID before you could even play.
I thought all you ever needed on those sites was a valid credit card. But
watch where this goes. Fake info. Residents, fake info. Okay.
That's it.
So now basically you're signed up on the casino, and then
here I'm just proving that it's the same account because it takes a while for the funds to come in.
So you're linking your crypto wallet.
Yeah, and there since I think it's illegal in Sweden, so I just VPN'd out of Sweden. So you see there.
No problem. Everyone has a VPN.
I tried Canada, and that didn't work either. I switched to Romania.
Shout out Cobra Tate.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Romanian authorities are too busy with him right now, so they can't deal with the crypto gambling.
Okay, so wait, now you're connected to Romania on a VPN, right?
Yes.
And then
That's right.
you what you put in $40? How much was that? Ethereum or
14.
Oh, 14.
Like 0.005 Bitcoin ish.
Okay. And then you got right at it with Razor Sharks.
What is that? That's under 60. Dude, that's the 112. That's a speed run. That's it. That's congratulations.
And he's down 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, you didn't win a single spin.
Hey, dude, congratulations.
That's the 112, baby.
That's the 112. He did it.
Awesome.
The Mad Lad.
And I should tell you too, that most of the kids, I'll tell you when they do verify your ID, when you're trying to take money out.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden, they know exactly who you are, how old are you, where you live, because if you're playing with a VPN, which probably a lot of people are.
Wait, do they ever verify that they do hardcore verification for taking money out, or is Ethan literally just like making shit up because it sounds good? Do they do hardcore because if you're cashing out in like crypto, which it seemed like you were able to do, or at least you could deposit in crypto, how are they going to verify an ID for cashing out for crypto? Why not just show that?
To become a millionaire or something, you'll never get that money out.
That's part of their business. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if you can't get that money out if you're playing.
If you are a 17-year-old kid playing in California, you are going to have to I don't think you'll ever get your money out. It's part of their business. It's part of their business.
I actually literally, I can't speak on that part because like people.
You know what they do? I'll tell you exactly what they do. So let's say you win $1 million jackpot.
Mm-hmm.
Then what they'll do is
it's
say,
difficult to cash out from ACR and blah, blah. Oh wait, don't I have a ton of money on ACR? Oh my god, bro, you just reminded me of some shit. Hold on. We're about to find out how hard it is to cash out. Fuck, your shit doesn't expire, does it? How do I see my wallet? Do I click my account? Hold on. I don't know if it's gonna like, oh, here's your address. Oh, it does show. Damn. Hell yeah. Give me the money. Thank you for reminding me. Holy fuck. I have like $12,000 just sitting in this fucking account. What the fuck? Okay. How would you like to withdraw? Bitcoin, cryptos, money transfer, or paper check? What the fuck? I can't just do PayPal. Oh wait, hold on. If I have a Coinbase account, does that mean I have a wallet on Coinbase? Don't use Coinbase. Wait, why not? Don't use Coinbase, your shit will go into void. I thought Coinbase was like one of the more reliable online exchanges. Is it not? Do not go directly to Coinbase. Insane fees. Wait. Wallets on exchanges are iffy. Use MetaMask. I can't do... These are my options. I have Bitcoin, cryptos. I don't know what money transfer means or paper check. Should I just ask for a check? Or is it going to take like 6 months to mail it to me? Coinbase is fine. You can use Coinbase or Binance. Oh god, you guys are making this sound so hard. Okay, Dan said Coinbase is fine. So, I'm going to Coinbase. Fuck you guys. Oh, wait, why aren't we in Discord? Don't listen to these retards. Oh, milkers.
Yeah, it's me. What's up?
Okay, I'm gonna buy Bitcoin with this money. I think Bitcoin is going back up, Dan.
It's the funniest thing. Like, I almost want to get a list of the names of the people who said Oh no, Destiny, don't go to Coinbase. Not the most reputable, publicly traded crypto exchange in the United States. Please, anywhere but there. Instead, you need to go to the deep web and get the MetaMask 3.0 with the Monero exchange bot. It's like, bro, chill. Okay? Coinbase is fine.
Damn. Dan coming out with the heavy hitters. Okay, hold on. Fuck, I have to do my Authy shit. Wait, Coinbase will recognize it's coming from ACR and ban your funds because it's gambling.
What? Who said that?
Some rando, the Sassy Corey in YouTube chat.
That's got to be the most epic. I've never heard of that ever in the history of ever.
Okay, so if I want to withdraw in Bitcoin, I'm just.
But now he has me nervous.
No, you're gonna stake me, Dan. Okay?
No, because now
Dan,
I don't know.
Dan.
But it would be so easy for ACR to bypass that.
Or by making a ton of random wallets or whatever.
Or just every time they send it, they just transfer it to a brand new wallet first or something.
I feel like there'd be a huge warning on ACR if that was the case, right? Like I feel like ACR would say like, warning, don't cash out to Coinbase, the largest fucking exchange on the internet.
Well, now Rage Pope is saying
Rage Pope, 50% of what he types is like ultra high IQ, really intelligent shit, and the other 50% is him either shit posting or he has to use so much of his brain on some topics that he becomes a complete and utter retard on other topics. It's really hard to tell.
I'm very scared right now.
No, I'm doing it.
No, I'm scared. I'm scared. Don't do it. We need to go to the dark web.
No,
we need to use the MetaMask with the Monero extension and the tornado shifting. Okay, we got to do it.
Okay, you're paying me back for this.
No, I'm here.
No, you did it. You got on and like are making me do this now. So.
Okay, no, don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I am doing it. No,
don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Coinbase. Okay.
Listen, don't do it. Okay, do not.
Okay, there's a really easy way to check. Coinbase space. Gambling deposit wallet. I see nothing. I feel like if it was illegal or if they ban you for it, I feel like a million sites would be popping up saying, "Don't do this." I don't see it.
I mean, I would feel like also like ACR would be like, "Hey, just FYI, if you use Coinbase, do not do this." But then again, like,
okay, so I clicked Coinbase. Okay, I clicked Coinbase. Then I click Receive.
Yeah.
And I click I understand. And now I've got a Bitcoin address here. And I'm going to paste this into the enter your withdraw address and then click and then it's going to work, right?
I hope so. Oh God.
I'm not. Wait, what is this warning? Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash are not the same. You're about to request a Bitcoin address. Please double check if your crypto wallet to make sure your funds are also originating as Bitcoin. That's okay. So verify withdraw.
Well, we're about to see it live. I mean, it's not like they can just take the money forever, you know?
Well, what if it just...
I mean, worst case scenario, they'll have to refund it to... You don't use your Coinbase account for anything, right?
I can withdraw 10K at a time? Hold on, verify. Seems kind of dumb.
Well...
Okay, your request was sent. It could take up 24 hours to be completed. Okay.
All right, boys. Well, we're about to find out here. Good thing that Steven's based in Toronto, so he's not subject to the United States. Yeah.
Okay, good luck.
Good luck indeed. So you didn't want to just request a paper check for some reason?
Well, my wonder would be, is that going to take like 6 months to mail out or some stupid shit?
I don't know. Or maybe they don't send it to the United States.
Oh, actually, that's true too. I feel like the worst case scenario is your your Coinbase account would be banned, but they wouldn't be able to keep the money, right?
No shot. They'd have to refund it.
They'd probably send it back. Yeah.
And then you would have to go through that support nightmare with ACR. And they're like, that address is not monitored. Sorry, we can't get that. Like,
fuck, I should have just gotten a check. I have a $96 balance right now on Coinbase. Dude, I got 0.00251 Bitcoins. Damn.
Yeah, some good money.
Okay. Well, now I'm nervous about losing money I didn't even know I had, so thanks.
Well.
How's life going today, Dan? What are you up to?
I fixed my scooter today. I have 2 scooters. So the smaller one, which is a 50cc, I noticed that the speed was kind of not what it used to be. So it's only 50cc, so it's not really... You can't go fast. It can go like 40 max. But lately, it's only been able to hit 25. So I had a feeling that it was the variator and the rollers. So I just went ahead and ordered rollers. And I was right. And I fixed it. And you know what? It feels good to fix stuff with your own paws. You know what I mean? Not bringing it in somewhere else, but just getting out there. You know, I had my son with me there too. Father-son working on the hog. You know, taking off the valve covers, and you know, it's good. You know, it's a good day.
Wow. Well, that's good. Have you ever thought about getting a motorcycle?
Yes. Oh, I'm trying to find. There's so many sick motorcycles I want to get. So I want to get something, like I either want to get like a cafe racer, with a BMW like K100 type engine. I think that looks really pretty cool. And then there's these also, like, let me see if I can show you an image of some that I like here. Hold on.
Holding.
Yeah, well, hold on. You're gonna have to keep holding.
I am holding. Yeah, I'm just letting you know I'm holding.
Let me scrolling. So I'm gonna show you some sick fucking motorcycles right now, and you're gonna be like, "Damn, these are all sick looking." Behold. Scrolling. So, where are you? You're here. Here's one. I think that's super cool.
Post it in chat so everybody can see, Dan.
Ooh. Okay, here's one. And then they have... Hold on. And then,
what?
And then look at this one, too.
Have you played this fucking V Rising game or whatever?
Oh.
Fuck you, Dan.
Well, here's an image of the...
Didn't say Simon Says.
Why does my internet not load shit sometimes? What the fuck?
Well, no, it's the site. It's getting fucking murdered right now.
Oh.
It's not like they can take the money forever, Pepelath. Famous final words, mister. Dan, negative net worth confirmed, rip.
Oh yeah, are you guys ready for when Coinbase goes under in 2 weeks and then all the clips are played of Dan being like, "You don't trust the most reputable, most well-known"? Oh no.
So, like, look how fucking sick that looks.
Yeah, damn, nice.
No, seriously, like, look how... I mean,
I think they look hideous, but...
You don't like either of those?
No. But we just have
Really?
different... Yeah, I'm probably like a... I played a lot of video game you might have heard of
So
growing
what?
up.
You want to get like a fucking Hayabusa or something?
Yeah, like the bikes in like Road Rash or whatever, like the little
Oh
sports
my
bikes are the
God.
ones that look cute to me. Or if I wasn't gonna get that, I'd want like just get like a fucking Harley, like some long distance rider bike or whatever. These look like some shit you would see in like some fucking steampunk movie, no?
Dude, the second one is fucking. It's got this. It's got a fat ass too. Hold on, look at this shit.
Damn. Jesus Christ, Dan. You're looking for like
Yeah,
the bat roller thing.
Yeah, dude, look at the fucking booty on that thing. Come on, bro. Ah, God.
A lot of people are posting Reddit threads, Dan.
About what? Coinbase ain't going anywhere. That much I'm not concerned
Well,
about.
they're saying they don't like gambling withdrawals.
Well, I told you not to do it multiple times. You said, no, Dan, you're paying me 10K if it goes
Dan,
under.
you came on here and you screamed at me to do it. If they ban your account, you just make another one, right? What?
Oh, you know, I saw one. Let me see if I have a photo of it. I took a picture of it when I was in Paris. I like this one too.
Did you know?
My wife had a car birth because we couldn't make it to the hospital in time. We were behind a middle-aged man on a scooter.
Cool, thanks, dude.
Do you like that?
No, I'm not gonna like any of these bikes, but I understand what you're going for, what your aesthetic is, okay? But it's just not, that's not me, Dan. It's not for me. Guys, it's too late to cancel it, I think.
I told you not to do it. I don't know why. Now I'm making... Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's a lot of money, but, you know, technically it's like free money, so... I don't know.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that I muted my thing. Is it possible to cancel a pending withdrawal, guys? Withdrawal.
Dan is such a fucking idiot. Okay, Oren Smythe claims to know more about memes than me, but little does he know that I don't care.
Okay.
What?
Let's see. I'm just now looking at my Coinbase account to see if I got any money in it, Dan. Getting kind of worried.
Hey, speaking of 12K memes, have you ever heard from Doug, or did he just go in 07 into the universe?
Doug just, you know, went and did his thing. He became one with the ethereal and left. Wait, talk to me about technology. Why does Redact take so long to delete messages on like Discord?
Because Discord doesn't let you go faster than that.
Oh, it's like an actual software limit of the...
It's a server limit. If you try to go faster, it'll just error out.
Oh. Okay, interesting. Gotcha.
You want to know a cool trick for Discord?
What?
So, this is something you trick someone else into doing. You don't do this yourself, okay?
Okay, thanks.
So if you can find a post and then add a reaction to it, like, you know, it doesn't matter what it is. And then you have to get one of your friends. You tell them, hey, bro, there's a special Discord Easter egg. If you rapid click this reaction thing, so it's like on, off, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And if they do that for 45 seconds, you get this special Easter egg. So people will do it.
And they get
okay?
rate limited or something? What
Oh, no,
happens?
they don't get rate limited. You get flat out, you can't access Discord at all for a fucking solid hour. Like, not even a little bit. Not on your phone, not on the computer, nothing. It's like your account doesn't exist.
Damn. You think it's okay to just troll people like that, Dan?
I think it's interesting. Like, no one knows about that. It's like the ultimate, like, Le Ruse meme. And it's like believable also. Someone be like, oh yeah, there's an Easter egg in Discord if I like rapid click this like as fast as I can for 45 seconds. Also, I completely discovered that on my own because I banned myself. So yeah.
Oh, cool. Did you know about cleaning the Discord logo? The top left 16 times rapidly. What does that do?
I don't know, and I'm not clicking.
That sounds like an Easter egg thing or something. 93%. Holy shit. Is it just complete luck on who has like high quality blood or not, guys? Yes, no, yes. Higher level areas have higher percentages. Okay.
So are you still doing your manifesto thing, or did you just give up on it?
I'm working on it, Dan. Okay.
I don't care if you give up. Be honest with me.
I'm not. I haven't given up.
Mm-hmm. Just mute and tell me the truth. Oh, I'm getting type 2. Hold on.
Can I delete this message?
Oh.
Okay.
That's fair. Just say that.
Yeah?
Well, modify it.
Okay. Just, it'll be there. Before July, 100%. It's coming within the next, I think, 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah. Okay, when do you unlock like computers to auto sort your shit in this game, guys? Why is it that every game, I feel like every game should have some sort of like auto sorter shit, because I feel like inventory management is just a nightmare in every single type of game like this. No?
Oh.
What?
You know that Rust completely changed the recoil.
Yeah, I saw that. It's a huge thing.
Not even a little bit. I'm talking about, it's like COD style now.
What do you mean by that?
Like before the AK was like impossible to shoot for like new gens.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's not.
Cool. Oh yeah, I saw the video and the spray patterns. It's just like basically now it's just like pull down kind of, right?
It's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
All you people who are being rude, okay? Jesus isn't gonna love you for being rude, okay? You gotta be nicer.
She's definitely not gonna love you, so I don't know why you'd use that one on chat.
Jesus was a Jew.
Yeah, it was. Then he became Christian.
Uh-uh.
His name is literally Christ, dude. That's where Christian comes from.
Still Jewish.
Not the risen Lord. How long does it take for this fucking loser to respawn? Oh, let's see. Will every bandit camp have a civilian in it? Yes, okay. Any money or Coinbase? I'll check tonight, okay?
I mean, you won't have to check. You'll get an email.
Will I? Wait, hold on. I got an email from... Hello, Steven. Hope this email finds you well. In order to move forward with your Cash App request, please email us.
Oh, that's good. They haven't done it then.
Should I just cancel this and just request a check then?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like I want to put the money in Bitcoin now, though, no?
Just get a check and then buy Bitcoin later if you want to.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be too lazy to do all that shit. It's got to hit 60K again, Dan.
Why?
Because it keeps going up and up and up and up and up over and over and over and over and over again, right? It's got to get back to where it was before. Do you think it won't?
I don't know. I think the problem is that too much of the wealth in Bitcoin is tied up in no names. Like maybe if like huge financial institutions like Goldman Sachs and shit like that were controlling it, maybe they'd allow it to be that big, but I don't know, when like half the fucking coins are owned by like fucking Crypto Slayer 9000 and just random degenerates there early on, I don't know.
You're wrong, Dan. Okay, I'm gonna let this cancel and wait for a check. I hate you. You're making me pussy out, Dan. Because you're a little punk bitch. Just use an intermediary wallet on your phone or bro, I don't know all that shit, okay? That's too complicated. Fuck you. I don't have time for that bullshit. Why do I keep... What have you been... Do you want a Warzone today, Dan?
Nah, maybe.
What are you up to right now? What are you doing? Fill us in. Tell us what's going on in Dan's land.
Well, I'm having lunch, some chicken. And
what kind of chicken?
Just actually chopped chicken, nothing else.
Jesus. Oh my god, you're starting the gym arc dieting. Nice.
They're scallions, actually. I take that back.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay.
But we have to lose 15 calories. 15 pounds, sorry.
No, you don't. That's mass you've cultivated for your fucking bulk session, Dan. Where the fuck is the... I thought you guys said there was a prisoner in every bandit camp. There's not a prisoner here, you motherfuckers. You can charm bandits. Oh. Should I try to charm one of these guys? Can I charm thugs? Okay, I have to lower them to Control or Shift 4. come to me. Cool. Now I take him to my coffin. Wait, do you remember Alicia the streamer?
Barely. She was on stream like a few times a few years ago, yeah.
She like hid being pregnant for 9 months and she just came out with like a kid. How wild is that?
What, she only do face shots for the last year or what?
For like the last few weeks, she only had her upper body in the camera, yeah.
I feel like it'd be more than the last few weeks.
Okay, I need a higher quality blood. I'll find a better one, guys. Hold on. Oh, we've got a Vouch manifesto. Oh, and then this.
Hey, you know what? You were playing illegally. We're just going to return your original deposit and call it a day. That's what they do.
You know what? I want to add a thing that wasn't very clear in that video there. I was actually able to deposit money without using a VPN. And then when I went to gamble it in Sweden, they denied me to gamble. So essentially, the money was locked there until I could go to a VPN.
That's nuts.
That's sick. That's a good. That's
crazy.
This seems like a good business.
They don't check the geolocation on the deposit. They'll take money from anywhere.
I wonder why. Well, technically, because it's not illegal to like put your cryptocurrency into a website in Sweden, but it's illegal to gamble with it, right? So obviously that's the reason.
We should try where I want to. Love, I'd be interested to see if we put in like $10 or whatever, and then try to withdraw it. How easy is it?
I know for a fact withdrawals are very difficult, especially with like super large quantities of money. If you want to ever like take it out, like it becomes more of a chore, especially if you want to like cash it out. I don't think you can even do. I mean, you need to like switch it over to a crypto wallet.
Well, Stakes, their marketing budget's insane. I mean, they're basically taking over Drake's whole social process.
Yeah.
The Nelk Boys. These are the new sugar daddies of unscrupulous influencers, basically.
Here's my thing, okay? As content creators, as Twitch streamers, we are incredibly fortunate, okay? At a time when like a lot of people were suffering financially, a lot of people were unable to get work, we were able to make more money than we ever did before. Yep. And I would say the same for a lot of Hollywood celebrities as well. They kept working throughout the pandemic. Or Drake, you know what I mean? You already are like a multi-millionaire. You're about to have like $1 billion. Why are you still like, how much money do you need to make off of like getting other people to gamble in your community, in your fan base, that you know it's still justifiable despite being like 100 millionaire? You know what I mean? It's wild. I don't understand it. That's why I never understood like the crypto rug pulls either, which this is reminiscent of. This is similar to. But somehow I would go so far as to say that it's even worse than crypto rug pulls because this is a lifelong addiction that you are basically subjecting people to. It's the most suicidal addiction out there.
The deadliest addiction, they say.
Yeah, it's the most suicidal addiction. I don't know if it's the deadliest, but
that's what they. I mean, that's like I think that's like a trope about it.
It's like you don't need this money. You don't. I'm not asking people to like not take sponsorships from like shitty companies or whatever that like everyone else is taking sponsorship money from. But this is definitely where I draw the line. Especially because one, you already have a lot of money. Two, this filthy addiction is what you are basically promoting to your audience.
Wait, can I make a boss my follower? Would that work, guys, or would that not work? No? Oh, fuck. Okay. Do you think I've killed that guy yet?
Three, here's how this works. Here's how these massive casinos operate, okay? If you don't know, they are trying to cast as wide a net as possible because they know that some people are going to gamble for free for the first time. They even give you money for your first trial. You know, the first hit is always free, like fucking, cocaine dealers. Knowing full well that there is going to be a whale in that large...
That's literally their business.
Yeah, that's their business model. They look for whales. What are whales?
They look at lifetime earnings.
Exactly.
Right?
Lifelong gambling addicts.
And they milk them dry. They ruin their life without any... Because that's their whole business model, right?
Yeah.
Here, this is from StopPredatoryGambling.com. Gambling is the deadliest addiction. Below is one of the best analysis explaining why gambling addiction has the highest rate of unaliving of any addiction. The psychological effects of problems gambling can be extremely harmful, and the feelings of despair that come with gambling.
Did he say unaliving? Is that to avoid like the YouTube algorithms or some shit, maybe?
away one's money is so toxic. So the thing about gambling is that, you know, like back when it's the thing is like this is so it's unregulated. So I'm just thinking there was a time briefly I remember when I was young where gambling and poker rooms were allowed, and you could write them and say, hey, I have an addiction. You need to ban my IP and all my accounts and my ID.
Yeah.
And they will never let you open an account again. And they can actually enforce that because they have your ID and you need to show your ID to play. These places have no such obligation and they make no effort to have services like that where they're actually, you know, giving people an out to save their lives. You can never, if you get truly addicted to gambling, which you're very susceptible to at a young age especially, horrible for a young developing mind, they will suck you dry until you're dead, basically.
Yeah. And there are already so many anecdotes from his community. I don't know if they're like being honest or not, but there's plenty of people in his actual subreddit like posting their own personal experiences with gambling and how they started and how much money they lost so far. And look, ultimately, this is what I always say. These companies want to make money, right? If they weren't getting a return on their investment when they're dropping $2 million into someone's bank account every month, just doing this kind of sponsorship, if they weren't getting more than $2 million, they wouldn't drop $2 million. It's not like they're, you know, paying XQC however much amount of money that they're paying because they love losing money or they're just like big fucking juicers. They're big juicer fans. Like, no, they're doing it because they know that when XQC's slot gambling with 100,000 kids watching, okay, and adults as well, especially, but like 100,000 fans watching, out of that group of people, a certain percentage of those guys are going to convert to what is known as whales, lifelong gambling addicts, okay? And that number is going to be significant enough that however many millions that he will get paid for this is going to be nothing in comparison.
Okay, this is boring. Okay. All right. Somebody wrote... We do a lot of Vosh content, guys. I just realized. Somebody wrote a Vosh manifesto, and Stale decided to read it. I don't know why, but... I could put Vosh manifesto in my title. It's a huge bait, but... I don't think so. Okay, I'm gonna get a red wall and then we're gonna do it. Destiny oh, my super followers have already read and vetted the entire manifesto, okay? They love it. They've enjoyed it a ton, so. Let me get a red ball. 1 sec.
Goon, I love more Benagoon, 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 I love more Bena for Sen.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Get IT twisted, or police, start morbing. Morbius is an investment, and an investment only will profit. You will morb out. You will do all of that. You understand.
All right, I got you.
You will become a morbillionaire and rebuild your fucking life, Michael.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Askers, did anyone ask? Why are you typing in chat? It's embarrassing. Destiny will never read you. If he does, he will ban you. Honestly, give up. Nobody wants your opinion. Nobody cares about you. Nobody loves you. Give up. Stop trying. L. L. L.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Oh!
I love gambling. Oh, 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 bam, oh, oh, bam, bam. Banana tilde L. Spend all my money on slots. Tilde. Ooh. Open me wall. Kekobama. Banana. Tilde. Open I spend all my money on slots. Tilde. You.
True. Okay, good luck.
The following video is a transformative narration of a DGG effort post entitled The Vosh Manifesto We Deserve. In the recent Rose Wrist versus Vosh debate, Vosh repeatedly dodged the question of whether or not it would be morally justified for LGBT people to take up arms against Republican lawmakers. Rose Wrist is unable to pin him down on whether or not he's making a call to violence. It's easy to write off Vosh as a moral nihilist, a crazy, or a grifter, but I think there's something else going on here. I have recently unearthed an old transcript from the Dalavan libraries that may shed light on the situation. Dan versus Vosh, the landlord question. So Vosh, I heard you think that tenants are morally justified in killing landlords. That's a straw man. I never said that, and I don't think violence like that usually produces good outcomes. That's very sussy of you. Let me break down your argument. In the past, you've said that 1, feudal peasants would be justified in taking up arms against lords. Of course, feudalism was inherently undemocratic and a violent system of oppression. Peasants had no way for them to just vote for more freedoms. Unless the lords granted them freedoms out of the goodness of their hearts, their only option was violent revolution. You've also said that 2, if you knew somebody was going to enact violence on you, you would be justified in preparing for that or even engaging in a preemptive strike of violence against them. Yes, if you knew somebody was going to come to your house and kill you, it would be absurd to sit around.
Administrative processing. My fiance and I have been waiting for over 7 months since our visa interview.
What? We're past that point. We're married and waiting for the green card, I think. So I don't know. But that shit takes a while, my dude. Good luck.
To do nothing. Not only would you be justified in obtaining a gun to defend yourself, you would also be justified in preemptively attacking them before they made an attempt on your life. For example, if somebody breaks into your house with a gun, you would of course be justified to act in self-defense. I don't think any reasonable person would argue otherwise. I suppose so. And 3, you've also said that current situations bear some resemblances to feudalism and also risk slipping further down in that direction. Are you really going to claim that there's no analogy to the conditions of feudalism and there's no way that things could get worse? Housing is expensive, and statistically, people are unlikely to become landlords. And of course, it is possible that a fascist could attain power and rapidly increase the damages that they could cause as a landlord. I can't argue that there's no analogies, only that it's unlikely. But doesn't the combination of those 3 premises imply that tenants are justified in taking violent action against landlords right now? Of course. It's easy to know when violence was justified with the benefit of hindsight. It's difficult to know that in the present day. But you think that there's some landlords for which violence could be justified? Hypothetically, that's true, but that's true for anything. It's impossible to make perfect predictions for the present day. Do you think I'm trying to bait you into a TOS violation for a call to violence? No, and I'm not trying to dodge making one. I genuinely don't think that we can make judgments for the present day, and I'm not advocating for violence. I don't think that taking up arms against landlords would be justified, as it would be unlikely to lead to a good outcome. To summarize Vosh's beliefs, we have 1. Feudal peasants would be justified in taking up violence against lords. 2. If you know somebody is going to enact violence on you, you would be justified in taking up arms or even enacting—
Wait, real quick. Was this a real conversation they had, or was this a, did the guy just make this up? Read the thread. Fictional. Okay, it's a fictional conversation. Gotcha. Okay.
Preemptive violence against them. 3. Current conditions bear some resemblances to feudalism, and we risk sliding further down in that direction. And 4. We must withhold judgment on if violence is justified in the current day because we lack future information. It seems like Dan has lost the debate. Vosh's logic is internally inconsistent, and there's no obvious attacks against it. Dan can pitch more and more hypotheticals, but Vosh can reject them out of hand. The lack of future knowledge in the present day makes him withholding of judgment consistent and reasonable. Of course, this is analogous to Rose Risk trying to force Vosh to admit that he's calling for violence against Republican lawmakers. Every hypothetical is dismissed out of hand. Hindsight is 20/20, but there's never enough evidence in the current day to strictly advocate for violence. And as a utilitarian, Vosh can't possibly be endorsing violence because it so often leads to retaliation against oppressed people. It appears to be logically consistent to point to historical examples analogous today where violence was justified while simultaneously choosing to withhold judgment on whether or not violence is justified today. Next segment, defining utilitarian realism. Destiny enters the debate. What's going on, guys? I'm pretty sure Vosh is making a call to violence, but I can't pin him down on it. Every time I try to get a straight answer out of him, he dodges. Nothing I've said is inconsistent. You just want to force me to make a judgment on the present day when there's not enough information to make a judgment. It seems like you're kind of an anything goes moral nihilist. Anything that I say, you can just pick the good action and then dodge the hypothetical. That's bad faith and a reductive characterization of my views. I may have misdescribed my opinions in the past, but you can't just reject my arguments out of hand because I'm the one who said it. That's just a character attack. You have to specifically describe what is wrong with the argument that I'm making right now. Vosh has rejected Dan's criticism of him as a moral nihilist. If Dan can't find an inconsistency in the current argument, then his objection amounts to nothing more than rejecting an argument based on who said it. Thus, Dan seems to be in a position where despite potential disagreements about meta-ethical frameworks, he must accept Vosh's arguments at face value. This is my answer to people who point to Vosh's past statements on moral nihilism. We can rant all day about how such a system would lead to terrible outcomes, but for actual individual arguments, we need to have actual specific counterattacks. It is not logically consistent to reject an argument just because Vosh said it. Furthermore, I will argue that Vosh is not functionally a moral nihilist and has instead mischaracterized the way he functionally acts. Let's flesh out your beliefs a bit more, Vosh. How do you ground your
Why do I
moral
sound
ethical
like this?
system? I'm a utilitarian. I believe that we should achieve the most good for the greatest amount of people. Okay,
Have you given
suppose
any
there
thought
was a
to the
situation.
email I sent you about going on a ride-along with Miami cops then streaming the body cam footage when the trial is done, if there is any.
Yeah, actually, I read your email and it's interesting. I just need to, I need to, like, email or go talk to a police department to see. I feel like they'd probably, if I was pro-cop, they'd probably let me, but I'm not sure, yeah.
Situation where killing 10% of the population would massively improve the lives of 90%, more so than the harm caused to the 10%. You would be justified in doing so if you were truly a pure utilitarian, right? Don't you need some sort of rule-based, dynatological framework to reject this scenario? Actually, no. I'm a utilitarian, and dynatological ethical frameworks are ultimately an exercise in abstraction. Your hypothetical is rather unrealistic in any case. Normally, I could just use a heuristic. We shouldn't allow people to kill other people to improve ourselves. Any such heuristic is flexible and context-dependent. Having strict definitions of such rules is supererogatory. So politically, you believe in some form of realism. That means that all your beliefs are contingent upon the world you currently live in. For example, in a situation where violence is normalized, violence may become acceptable. Exactly. There would be no point in attaching yourself to a holier-than-thou ethical system if you live in a lawless society. At the end of the day, you have to be able to look out for yourself. We must always make individual decisions in context and take the best action. To summarize Vosh's framework for ethical decisions, we have 1. Look at a situation in isolation. 2. Determine the likely outcome of each action in context. And 3. Pick the action with the best outcome. In my opinion, Vosh's functional moral system is closest to this kind of utilitarian realism. He wants to maximize good outcomes for people. He rejects political idealism and the sanctity of institutions, instead arguing that one's actions must match the reality of the world and one's political opponents. He rejects deontological frameworks because of their inflexibility, so he instead relies on pure pragmatism. This is distinct from moral nihilism. He doesn't operate as though he's allowed to do whatever he's able to do. Vosh clearly has some underlying notion of good outcomes, however inconsistently this may be expressed. Vosh is not necessarily an insane grifter or a moral nihilist. Utilitarian and realism adequately explains his perspective. Next segment. Minor objection. Collective action problems. Dan, does Vosh's ethical framework make sense to you? Yes, but I still don't think it's an accurate description of his views. You still think I'm acting in bad faith? No, I just think that you're missing something. You believe we need to do something about man-made climate change, right? Of course. It's an existential threat to our society. And as a leftist, you believe that workers should form unions and fight the influence of capital, right? Yes. Class solidarity is the only path to victory in asymmetric power dynamics of the current society. Then you must admit that it's not enough for individuals to optimize their actions in isolation. Both union organization and climate change are situations where action requires cooperation among parties. You've failed to account for this in your ethical framework. I see your objection, but there's an easy fix. When choosing the correct action in context, people must optimize their actions in coordination with others. This way, all good faith actors will always pick the best action in every situation. Dan has described the collective action problem. Rational actors picking optimal solutions independent of those of others will not always lead to globally optimal results. For example, one can argue that it is not rational for an individual to reduce their global carbon footprint. The utility gain to the individual is far higher than the minor cost to everybody else, but in aggregate, this leads to climate change, which has large costs. In response, Vosh has given us a modified version of his moral framework. 1, look at a situation in isolation. 2, determine the likelihood of each action in coordination with others in context. 3, pick the action with the best outcome. It would seem that this new moral framework will always give an optimal outcome in every context. We are always giving our rules the optimal scope by restricting them to the present context. Therefore, we get an ethical free lunch. As stated, there are no apparent trade-offs. Utilitarian realism faces the problem of collective action. Accounting for this gives an apparently foolproof ethical framework with no drawback. Next segment. Major objection, the black hole. Any more objections? I've got nothing. But it's still sus that you're able to define an ethical framework with no apparent drawback. Maybe I can jump in here. Vosh, what is your opinion on mass surveillance? It's a dangerous breach of privacy and individual liberty. A government's ability to surveil the population directly infringes on people's ability to organize and fight oppression. However, it seems inevitable that mass surveillance is developed in the future. The capitalist system incentivizes corporations to develop it. Given that someone will develop mass surveillance, would you rather that person share your ethical frameworks and political beliefs? Of course, somebody with a utilitarian and anti-capitalist framework could temper the worst of that technology. Someone who is self-interested will have no such considerations for the betterment of society. You also believe in first mover advantage, right? The first person to develop a technology often guides its use. Yes, this is basic economics. Then by your belief system, it's morally good for somebody with your beliefs to develop mass surveillance. Your argument checks out, but I fail to see its relevance to the current debate. Generalizing this argument shows the fundamental flaw in your worldview. We can justify any action by the perceived certainty of future situations. Destiny has just described what I call the utilitarian realism black hole. By individualizing each situation, we can justify any action by arguing that somebody is bound to do it, therefore it may as well be us. Another example of this regards escalatory actions in competitive situations. Consider the following premises. 1. Hypersonic ICBMs are a dangerous escalation of nuclear proliferation. 2. Some enemy is bound to create such a system. 3. It would be dangerous to be beaten to such a system due to preemptive strike capabilities. 4. Therefore, I should develop hypersonic ICBMs despite the dangers of nuclear proliferation. Each argument is consistent and reasonable in isolation. The problem is, we are not running consistency checks on our reasoning across scenarios. If we apply this process to every situation in isolation, we can justify any action. This leads us to being able to justify rapid acceleration of destructive technologies because we always need to be in control of the worst developments of society. In game theory, this difference is shown in the difference between the Nash equilibriums in a single round prisoner's dilemma as opposed to the multi-round prisoner's dilemma. Next section, forcing consistency, admission to stochastic terrorism. Aha, Vosh, you need to define exactly what your standard is for justifying violence against landlords. I already told you, we don't have future knowledge, therefore we have to withhold judgment. But according to that standard, tenants would not be justified in uprising in a feudal society, since in their own present time, they did not have future knowledge. Yet you believe that feudal peasants were justified in uprising in their present time. Your beliefs about withholding judgment are fundamentally incompatible with your beliefs regarding historical examples. Fine then, I may not know the exact criteria for which violence may be justified. I suppose each individual has to decide that for themselves. So you've argued that 1. Tenants have enacted justified violence in the past. 2. If violence is imminent, then one is justified in preparing for it. 3. The current situation may devolve into violence against tenants. And 4. Each individual must come to a conclusion about whether or not violence is justified on their own. This is a direct admission to stochastic terrorism! Oh no, I have been mutilated! Well, I think that's covered everything. Apogino, Macabino, Apollino, my Dinoritos. Dan has correctly pointed out that Bosch's beliefs have failed a consistency check. For historical examples, Bosch has allowed future knowledge as a justification for violence. For the present day, Bosch disallows future knowledge and requires us to withhold judgment. In an attempt to salvage his argument, Bosch admits that he must let each individual decide themselves on if violence is justified. This is effectively an admission to stochastic terrorism. The utilitarian realist black hole is precisely how Bosch can argue the following 4 premises simultaneously and still be consistent. Consider the following 4 premises. 1. People would be justified in violently uprising before the Holocaust happened. 2. Arming oneself is an important preparation for violent acts. 3. Republican lawmakers are taking actions similar to German politicians before the Holocaust happened. But 4, we must also withhold judgment on whether or not violence is accepted against any individual Republican lawmaker. No amount of asking questions about the situation can prove that Vosh's withholding of judgment or advocacy for violence is inconsistent. This is because the black hole allows Vosh to isolate the scenarios. The only way to counter this is to demand that Vosh give a consistent evidentiary standard for justifying violence.
Yeah.
We must ask, under what situations is an individual justified in preparing for violence, and in what situations must an individual withhold judgment? Dodging this question is equivalent to saying, people must make their own decisions about whether or not violence is justified in an individual scenario. And admitting to that premise would be a direct admission to stochastic terrorism. Or in other words, it is saying that we are in a social situation where individuals could be justified in making up their own mind about whether or not violence is justified. Or in other words, if you force Vosh to be consistent in his standard between historical versus present-day justifications for violence, it would either force him to abandon this belief of his justifications for violence or admit to stochastic terrorism. And this can be done entirely within his own functional ethical system. Next section, conclusion. On stream, Destiny has attacked Voss's position on institutional grounds. If people fundamentally believe in the government and believe it can make things better, they won't resort to violence, and society will be better off. While this could be compelling, it gives the impression of needing a deontological framework. We need to directly define a rule that we should respect institutions. In everyday life, we want to keep the pragmatism of utilitarian realism while escaping the black hole. This can be done by iteratively applying consistency checks to our reasoning. We don't need to appeal to abstract metaethical systems. We can recover the institutional critique by pointing to the black hole and demanding consistency, lest people be enabled to enact arbitrary violence. Final summary. We can attack Vosh's position by appealing to pragmatic reality without appealing to insanity or grifting. His functional ethical system is utilitarian realism, not moral nihilism. Black hole problem is what allows him to have apparently consistent beliefs while also justifying abhorrent actions. Or in other words, someone will do a bad thing, therefore I may as well do it first. We do not need deontology or a prior trust in institutions to attack his arguments. We can simply force him to adopt a consistent standard for the justification of violence. Thanks for watching this video. This was just a fun narration of like a schizo effort post that I found on r/Destiny. And you know what? I didn't really learn anything at all from this. And this is why philosophy is a waste of time and you shouldn't bother doing any of it. And why did I spend 5 hours on this video? I didn't learn anything. Help, escape, turn off the video, go away now, never watch philosophy again. Bye.
Okay. Based, true. Well, what should we talk about? What do you want to do?
I got 1 felony. I got 2 felonies. I got 3 felonies. I got 4 felonies. I got 5 felonies. I got 6 felonies. I got 7 felonies. Bitch, I'm Bill Bellamy. I got 8 felonies. I got 9 felonies. I got 10 felonies. Bitch, I'm Bill B.
Why do you never use the new Contra video? Yeah, that's another. You responded to this clip, chimp. Remember when Destiny called for violence on conservatives?
You genuinely do hate conservatives, don't you?
Very much so. Like I've moved full on.
Damn, was this when I think I was like a full Bernie or Buster at this point. I don't know if I was like Bernie or Bust in 2016. No, I don't think I couldn't have been. I voted for Hillary.
to like the political violence level or the real violence level when it comes to conservative people. Yeah, I think they need to be like excised from my fucking country. I think they are
Jesus
demonstrably fucking
Christ.
evil people by any moral system that most
He
people
wins.
would use. And then I just hate them because they tend to destroy the outcomes related to this country, which is what I'm concerned with. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, fuck. It's heavy, dude. Even this is heavy for me. Oh, God. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would disagree with myself here quite a bit. Am I supposed to be locked into things that I said in 2016? Yeah, I would disagree with this a lot, obviously. What, was this 2016 or 2017? I wonder how far along we were into politics when I was at this point. (2018) (2017, 2018) since Devin was hanging around your house. I'm trying to think of when I moved to LA or Glendale technically. I think it was either end of 2018 or end of 2019. And he's just like, how about Discord and finish my questions from yesterday? If there's somebody to drag you in. I don't know if anybody can drag people right now. End of 2018 is when I moved? Okay, so that would have been in 2018.
What's your opinion on flight sims like Harden?
I don't know. I don't have any. I don't play flight sims. Okay, wait, real quick. What, is it bad to build my castle all the way down here? Is there going to be an easier way to teleport later on? Because, like, having to run all the way up here and all the way down here, it seems really obnoxious. What the fuck, really? There's horses.
So, again, do you know why you're here?
In today's video, we're going to see how when someone believes they will be able to easily fool the police, they end up telling unbelievable stories. These stories are so poorly thought out that sometimes they even have difficulty keeping track of the details. On July 12, 2020, a 911 call was made by Candace Jimdar, saying that she had just run away from her husband after he had beaten her. Responders found her with various wounds all over her body, and Jimdar said that at one point she had lost consciousness. When asked who had injured her, she said it was her husband, actor Brashear Gray. Police were able to locate Gray the next day and bring him in for questioning.
Yes, so Candace is my best friend.
Oh, no.
She lives with me. She goes through things, you know, some mental issues.
Right away, Gray tries to set up an altered reality. Jimdar isn't just a friend, she is his wife. While some married couples choose not to use such terms, Jimdar very specifically refers to him as her husband. So this is a little odd. The second point of interest is that he is trying to establish that she is mentally ill. By doing this, he's hoping to invalidate anything she might say.
Is this like, are we
Since
discount
it is a
JCS
favorite
or?
tactic of abusers, it only makes him more suspicious when coupled with her physical injuries.
Emotional issues that I look over. Sometimes I say she can stay in the house. Sometimes she goes to her friend Laura's house that she stays in Phoenix. So she's been staying with me for a while. She tried to commit suicide twice. And we have an open relationship as well. So, you know, I allow her to have like a boyfriend because I'm really busy. So Mark, the guy that I allow her to talk to because she allows me to talk to other girls.
The open relationship is also a lie. Evidence was found on his phone that he was seeing other women, which Jimdar had confronted him with, causing their fight. In an open relationship, she would have known about the other women, and it wouldn't have been an issue.
You know, I guess they got into an argument or whatever. I was at my friend's house playing football, and then I get a call that there's cops outside of my house, and I'm like, this is not gonna work. This open relationship can't work then. It's a couple days prior, she was trying to kill herself. You know, a girl texted my phone, and she's like, I thought you wasn't gonna text me with girls and blah blah blah. And I videotaped her. She had sharp scissors and she was about to kill herself. And she had about 2 episodes this week. And I think, you know, the first time she had the scissors, I had to grab the scissors from her.
Wait, how do I get to my ability menu?
You know, she had a bruise on her leg. That's all that, you know, from the situation when I took the scissors. That's all she had was a bruise. She might have bit her lip. Her lip was busted, and that was it. So she had injuries for about, she had old injuries for about like 2 to 3 days.
Here you go, sir.
So today she's been with Mark, and I've been with my friends. I don't know what they got into. When I got back, it was...
Okay, I'm trying to, I don't know.
I don't.
But I'm trying to understand because, well, you gave him a different bottle?
Yeah.
You didn't open this? Oh, okay. I'm trying to understand the big picture here, and like I said, I don't know who all are involved, you know, but you're mentioning some other folks.
Yeah.
You're mentioning Mark.
Yeah.
So let me see if I understand this.
Yeah.
What's the young lady's name?
Candice.
Spell that.
CANDIC.
So let me see if and just to bring my partner up to speed. So you're saying Candice is your friend?
Best friend.
Your best friend.
Mm-hmm.
Are you married?
Yeah. In a way.
Lawfully married?
In a way? What does that mean?
We didn't go down the aisle. We just got legally married in Miami.
So you're married?
Legally married, yeah.
You're legally married. So it's your wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like marriage.
Well, we don't say that. We young. We like, that's my girl.
Right.
Yeah.
But you have a marriage certificate with her.
I don't have it.
When pressed, Gray admits that she is her wife, but he still prefers to call her things like my girl.
She is
Doing
her
so
wife?
makes the relationship
Wait, what?
seem less
Missed me.
serious and probably makes it easier for him to justify cheating on her.
You got one at some point.
No.
So legally, you're not married.
Maybe not.
Okay.
But
okay.
said I
It
do.
doesn't matter. I'm just okay. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we're just trying to understand the picture.
Yeah.
You know, so, but you mentioned that you both have an open relationship. Explain that.
We have an open relationship. She allows me to talk to other girls. You
Talk
know,
to?
these girls that we want to talk to me. She say, you know, you can talk to them. And I say, okay, you meet somebody, if I trust them and I meet him, you can talk to him. So she's been talking to this guy named Mark. And I don't know what happened tonight, but I know a couple days prior she had a bruise on her leg. She bit her lip because she was trying to kill herself. That I videotaped her on my phone. My phone's dead, but one of you guys got it. I wanted to show you that. And then after that, tonight was just, I got calls from my friends, say, cops outside your house. I thought about not coming to the house, but I was like, it's my house, why? You know, so I just showed up and tried to tell them what went on.
So
you guys already go through?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you so you're saying Mark was at the house?
Yes.
Okay. Mark lived in that area?
I'm not sure.
So she would know where Mark lives. Is that right?
She
would know. She would be able to tell us who Mark is.
I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why I'm here. So I'm saying, like, what was she saying? What did she say to you guys?
Well, I haven't spoken to her. That's why I'm trying to talk to you.
Did she go to the hospital and say, Bashir Gray, my husband? I don't think she did that. I think she went to the
Well,
hospital.
the information that I have is somewhat limited, but I was told that she's your wife. So that's what I'm trying to clarify.
This is what happened. It's like, this is my T-shirt,
Yeah.
but that's not my crime. You know, I think I don't want to get her in trouble because I don't want to get her deported. She doesn't have a green card, and that's my best friend. So whatever our relationship is, it's my fault why it even happened. So that's kind of why, you know. But what she would say is she needs to get treatment. So whoever asked her that question, who did that to you? I don't know what she said.
Okay.
But that guy doesn't have a phone. You know, he just shows up. You know, she hits him up on IG.
Mark seems pretty convenient. He's supposedly there around the time of the assault. and Gray has no idea who he really is or where to find him. This sets the tone for Gray's whole interview. He supposedly has facts and is willing to be forthcoming, but when asked about any details, he slides away from giving a straight, coherent answer.
Instagram, he comes over, that's it.
The smart person.
Smart person.
Have you ever met Mark?
I met him about twice.
What does he look like?
Brown skin, he like mixed with white a little bit, black, more so black.
I've never met you before. You have never met me before.
No.
But
Never.
one of the things I give credit to individuals who are honest.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I'm not trying to judge you in any way, but then if I had to make judgment of who you are, it's going to be based on my interactions with you.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Right?
But I haven't ate either. So my body, my head connected to the body.
Right.
This is only one head. I'm trying to have a baby. There's a lot going on internally, so it's just, you know. I know you're trying to eat through it. You're sharking through, but I'm just letting you know what really happened. And you know, I have a career. I'm an artist. I have a lot of things to lose to be putting myself in situations like that. I would separate myself before we fight. We have plenty of arguments, you know, verbal. And I talked to her mom on the phone. Her mom was saying, you know, just talk to the cops. I was like, well, you know, George Floyd, and you know what's going on. I don't know if I'm gonna go back to the house because what if they put a knee and arrest me? But it wasn't like that.
Right.
So,
that's good.
Her mom was like, she loves you. Whatever she's going through, I just need to fix it, stop the arguments, and that's it. But I believe whatever happened that night with Mark, she needed to get treatment. She didn't want to tell me. She didn't want to talk to me about it. She just went somewhere, and she's from Trinidad, so she really don't speak clear English. So you really don't understand her sometimes. So it's like, she could say something, you be like, huh? Hospital? Okay, hospital. You take her to the hospital, and then she's like, who did this? Who did this? Somebody screaming at her, who did this? And you know, I don't know what she said because she doesn't want to get in trouble. So she feel like I can save her.
Just so I
which
understand.
I can, which I will.
Just so I understand.
Which
Because
I
I
will.
know I missed some, so forgive me.
No, you was here the whole time.
Okay. So this thing with Mark happened what night?
Last night.
Last night. Okay. And I'm to understand that you were involved in any incident situation she got into last night.
No. We were all good. She cooked. Let me tell you, she cooked chicken, rice, and mashed potatoes. I ate 2 plates of that.
Okay, what time was this ish?
This was about 2 o'clock. 4, and then around 4, she like, let's have sex.
So around what time?
4 o'clock.
In the evening?
Evening. She's like, you know, I'm in the pool. She's like, let's have sex. I'm like, okay. Let me.
Who else was at the house?
Let me get in the shower. Blah blah blah. I gotta take a poop.
Okay.
And we had sex. Went to my friend's house. Then she called Mark over. He didn't see something he liked. That's why I got that.
How can someone live a life of lies and seemingly be so shit at telling convincing lies? Is it just because he's probably never actually faced scrutiny from someone that gave a shit about what he had to say before? Does this guy live a life of lies? I wouldn't know enough about this particular person to say. I will know that, I will say that usually when people lie, people are very non-confrontational generally. If somebody lies, it's very rare that people are going to be calling them out on their lies. So people can get through life lying a lot or acting like a shitty person, or nobody will ever say anything. They just kind of lose friends, or people don't talk to them as much, or people whatever, it's that guy. So I mean, that's it, yeah. It's just that it is what it is.
F1 Savannah cat in there, but he's still a kitten. And I don't know what happened.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand you, because in your mind it's making sense. I wasn't there, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. I don't want to misunderstand you.
Right.
So you guys, around 2 or 4, ate dinner. She wanted to have sex.
Okay.
Who else was at the house with you two?
Just us two, maybe. But a friend popped in just to give me some CBD. Left right up.
One of your friends or her friends?
My friends.
Okay, just he showed up for a second and left?
Yeah.
What time was this ish?
Right before I left, 4:35.
Okay. And then you left the house. Mm-hmm. You guys had sex.
Mm-hmm.
You left the house.
Yeah.
And you went to a friend's house.
Yeah.
With did you walk to a friend's house?
I walked like to the park where the theater, the school right there, around there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to disclose his location, but
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were there with your friend. Did you guys go anywhere, or did you stay at his house?
I kind of just passed out at his house, and then once like 5 o'clock, my phone was dead. We would start working out.
5 o'clock yesterday evening?
Morning.
5 o'clock this morning?
5 o'clock this morning. My phone was dead, and I was just, what was I doing? We started playing football.
Okay.
We started playing catch, you know, running around, and my phone turned on. They like, cops at your house, cops at your house. What happened? What happened? I'm like, oh,
who was that from?
Neighbors.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh my gosh. I didn't call anybody. You guys, I didn't call my mom, nobody.
Okay.
I just handled it on my own and say, whatever it is, I need to stop the relationship like that.
Okay, so you left around, I think you said it, probably around 4:30 or something from your house, where we were.
Bro!
That same house, okay.
4:30 p.m.
About 4:30 p.m. And you left your friend's house. And then you said you took your phone because you were getting text messages. How many phones do you have?
One. And she has one, but she left that phone, I guess.
Okay, so you took your phone. Is that the one that the officer, when you walked up to the house, you had and that we have, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where I had a video of her like this in the living room. She got scissors. She's just like this. I'm like, don't do it. It's not that serious. We love each other.
Okay.
She dropped it once I had to tussle with her. But
okay.
I don't think I can kill this thing yet.
So I want to clear the air so you understand.
Gray's claimed that he was out playing football with a friend for that long, and the text message from a neighbor don't really add up. Why would someone text him that the police were at his house? Why wouldn't they assume he was there too? And Gray can't resist bringing up the supposed precarious state of Jimdar's mental health.
Quick commercial break. Wow, he's got merch and everything, guys.
We're not here to say what you did or didn't do. Our goal and our only goal is to find out what happened. Whether that is truthful from what you're telling us, or truthful from what she's saying, or Mark, or whoever else. That's our goal, is just to find out what happened, right?
Right.
So we're going to do our best to line this out chronologically, like then this, then this, then this, and see kind of how the night went on. But just like you, I'm sure you hear something, if it doesn't make sense in your head, you're going to say, if it doesn't make sense in my head, it's probably because it doesn't make sense.
Right, that's what I'm throwing up in the car, because I'm like,
sure.
Everybody throws up when they don't have clarity about what's going on. It's just like, what the heck?
Okay. Yeah, and that's all we're gonna do, and we're gonna do it with. We're gonna treat you.
Can I come back to talk in 1.5 hours? Okay, here, I can drag you in. Where are you at? Are you in like a channel or? Oh, I don't even see you. Oh, join general lobby. Priority pass, Lanak. Oh, you use different names and everything. Okay, hold on. Alright, what do you want?
Hey, so I had quite a few questions yesterday. I didn't get to ask all of them, so I thought I'd finish up today.
Yeah, go for it. What do you got?
Okay, so just a very quick preamble. So I went on the Katarana rant yesterday, and I just wanted to add that I love women, and so should you. We love women in this community. All right. So my next question is about assault rifles. So as you might have guessed, I'm not from the US. I'm from Europe, Denmark specifically, and we don't really have guns over here. And so most people find specifically assault rifles ridiculous. So I'll just lay out the central argument as I see it, and then I essentially don't want to argue pro and against guns. I just want your perspective, because I understand that you are pro guns in general. So we all recognize that there's some level of force that shouldn't be available to people in the name of self-defense. So you don't want citizens with access to nuclear weapons. You don't want them with access to hand grenades or bazookas or whatever it might be. So it's a question of how much force is actually necessary in order to feel secure. And you might say, well, assault rifles doesn't actually account for many of the deaths in the US. And I think that's a fine argument, but still it doesn't seem reasonable for most Europeans, as I take it, to allow assault rifles, because then you run into situations like the school shootings we've been seeing, right, where you have police officers essentially armed with guns, right, going up against a teenager with a fucking semi-automatic, and you can easily modify them to be fully automatic, many of them, right, assault rifles. And that's just a really, really unfair situation. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is, as you say, it's actually really, really hard to kill a lot of people if you just have a handgun, right? Whereas if, you said it yourself, right? If you have Melina and you train with her for like half an hour, she can actually be pretty proficient and kill a lot of people if she wanted to with an assault rifle. And that just seems insanely stupid to have a girl like Melina or just the average citizen being able to fucking go on a rampage after 30 minutes, right? That seems completely not reasonable. So that's most of my friends' perspective as Europeans. So what's your sort of response to that? I don't know, one more thing actually. So one thing that you could do in order to keep having fun with assault rifles is just lock them down, right? So you have some kind of impound at the range where you can have your gun, but it's locked down, and then you could go to the range, access it, use it at the range, and then it's locked up again, right? That seems like it could solve some of those problems. Okay, so that's my ramble.
Wouldn't people just go withdraw their guns before committing a mass shooting? Or are you saying you can never even leave with them?
Yeah, you cannot leave with the gun, right? You can use it at the range, and that's it.
I mean, that would be a thing, but that would suck. But I mean, that could be a rule.
Why would that suck? Where are you?
Well, because like if you own like a thing, you like to be able to have it, right? Like, it's like your thing, right? You have like a collection of guns, collectibles, whatever you have. Like, I imagine you'd like to have it in your house or something, right?
Okay, is that really your argument? But I mean, if you have school shootings, wouldn't you say that's more important than you having your gun at home for no reason?
Well, hold on. Just to be clear, it's not for no reason. Like, if I said that you could collect a certain thing, but those collectibles had to be locked up, like, in some external place, it doesn't really feel like that's your thing anymore, right? I'm not saying that outweighs the school shooting. I'm just saying that there is a fundamental difference, right? I think you would even acknowledge there is a fundamental difference there, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying it. If there were no negative consequences of that being the case, obviously that would be preferable, right? I'm not saying that's ideal. I'm just saying, I mean, that seems more reasonable than having teenagers going on rampages in schools, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's just like it's just a matter of cost, right? Like, there's a weighing of costs here. Like, is it worth it to have school shootings for the rest of the country to be able to have rifles? And then it's up to us to determine that cost. I guess I'm describing it to you. Are you asking me, is it worth it? Or are you asking, like, why wouldn't the average person think it's worth it? Or what exactly is your question for me?
I thought that you were pro assault rifles.
I think rifles are fun. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking you if they're fun. You thought it's okay to have them at home, right?
You're asking me, is it worth the fact that there are school shootings sometimes for people to have assault rifles? Is what you're asking me, right?
Yeah, well, area mass shooting there. It's not just school shootings.
I guess my personal feelings right now are that there's such rare events in the United States that I think that the trade-off is worth it, but that would be my personal feeling on it.
Do you think the school kids agree?
I don't know. I haven't polled them to find out.
But what's your... I don't know. I don't live in the States, but
if you were a school kid that got mass shooted, you probably wouldn't feel that way. I imagine they wouldn't agree. But if you're a kid that isn't affected by gun violence, maybe you would. I'm not sure. It probably depends on your background, your family, and everything, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to get some weird gotcha. I'm just genuinely asking. It seems from the outside that many parents are really worried about sending their kids to school. And do you empathize with that as a parent? Don't you think that a lot of people, even though it's quite rare, just just the possibility of it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's
so
actually-
you're getting at a lot of different kinds of things here. So I just want to make sure that I'm addressing the right question. So like in terms of like a lot of parents worry about things to send their kids to school for, that is true. But I think we kind of need to ask a different question: is that like, is the worry justified? Like, should you be worried about your kids dying in a mass shooting event? I don't know. Like, a lot of parents probably have no trouble with their kids like walking home from school. And my guess, no, I don't know. But my guess is that if I look up the data, you're probably way more likely to have your kid die because they're crossing the street and they get hit by a car than shot by a mass shooter. But there's probably very few parents that are scared about their kids dying of a car accident compared to like a mass shooting. So there might be a lot of fear on the side of parents, but it might be irrational based on the numbers, you know?
Maybe, but even so, right? They're probably. I think it's a hard thing to change for them, right?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, like that's like getting hit by cars. That's a trade-off that we've decided is okay, right? Like we're gonna have cars in society, and some people are gonna die in car accidents, but that's just kind of the cost of having cars. Like we've made that trade-off already. So then the question is, are we willing to accept a similar trade-off with firearms that seem to only be really like a recreational thing in exchange for school shootings? You know.
I'm not sure that's a fair comparison, right? Because it's first-degree murder versus manslaughter, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really.
I'm just saying that like there are some
yeah,
freedoms we have in society, and there are costs for those freedoms, right? What like driving, like undoubtedly causes a lot more death than if we didn't have driving, but it also like unlocks like a huge amount of like economic and social potential for us as well, right? So that's a trade-off that most people agree is probably worthwhile.
Yeah, exactly. But the benefit is huge there, right?
That's what I just said. The benefit is huge. It's their economic and social benefits. That's why I said explicitly with firearms, it's really just recreational for having firearms. Yeah, that's just choices that you have to make in society, I guess. Personally, I don't think that like school shootings are such a huge event. But like I do think that it's a big enough event that there are definitely some policies that we could change to make them less likely to occur, or at least harder to like occur effectively.
It seems like to be a really big event in the sense that people talk a lot about it on a global scale, and it's a lot in the media as well, right? So it seems like it has big social impact.
For sure.
Okay, but okay, just to round this off then. So you think it's a fair trade-off to have assault rifles, and then you'll have whatever mass shootings you'll have?
In terms of like banning rifles, yeah, I think so.
Okay, and do you think some of it is? I know the Republicans are sort of nervous about giving up gun rights at all. Do you think? I have a hard time believing that most people find that reasonable, but maybe I'm just wrong because I don't.
Why wouldn't you find that reasonable? It seems like anytime you give somebody an inch, they'll take a mile for like literally every policy. I think it's probably reasonable to expect that like if you give up some rights, you'll lose more because people will keep pushing.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll leave that there. So I have a related question that I could probably just research myself, but I wanted to ask you. So there's a lot of guns in Mexico as well. But I don't think there's a lot of school shootings. Is that correct or not?
I don't know about that.
Okay. I guess I'll look into it then. Someone told me, but I haven't actually fact-checked it. So, because that would be kind of interesting to see why, because they have ready access to guns as well. All right. Next question, which is a smaller one. So you've said many times that you enjoy streaming. Do you have some macro plan with streaming, or will you just keep grinding? Is it just some Sigma grind set thing that you'll keep doing regardless of what money you make? Or, for instance, if I gave you like 50 million USD right now, would you be streaming tomorrow?
Yeah, I probably would. I just I enjoy streaming. I don't know.
How about 1 billion?
No, I like streaming. If you gave me 50 million or 1 billion, it's probably going to be pretty similar no matter what, right?
Okay, sure. Okay, so about voting and democracy, that's the next question. So when we vote in Denmark here, I've also often ran into people who enrage me quite a bit. So I often don't vote, and some people hate me for it. But I think that if I am to vote, I also owe it to the state and to the people in general to actually be informed on the issue, right? So if I feel like I don't have time for it, mostly because of work or whatever it might be, real life stuff, then I just don't work. Then I just don't vote.
Yeah.
And most people I run into, they seem to vote regardless of whatever information they have. So, for
Okay.
instance, many years ago, we voted for what currency to use in Denmark, to keep the national currency or to swap to euro, right? Which is many of the European countries, such as Germany, use that, right? And so most people I talk to, they're just like, I like the national currency, so I'll just vote to keep that. And I'll try to poke them, well, why? I don't know, I just like it, right? It's just the feeling I have. Okay, but do you know what economic consequences there'll be to voting yes or no for this swap? And I'll be like, no, I have no fucking idea, right? So I keep running into instances of that kind, and that fucking freaks me out. So I had an idea, and I'm not sure if it's stupid or not, but just because making voting harder is maybe not the best thing, but I kind of want a vote that people are required to have some basic level of information about whatever issue they're voting for, right? So if you can't answer this, you have no fucking idea what you're voting for, right? So
I mean, that's kind of like, that's the exchange you make in democracy. That's kind of like the deal, is that you need like an informed voter base. If they're not going to be informed, then I mean, that's on the voters, right? That's how democracy works, no?
Yeah, it's on the voters, but I guess it's a consequence. I mean, it can lead to bad consequences for the country, can it not? And can we not recognize that that's maybe not the best for the country as a whole?
Sure. Yeah, having a more informed voter base is always good, of course, right?
Okay, sure. So it sounds like you would be in favor of something like that, or?
Well, I never said I'd be in favor of something like that, because putting tests up introduces a whole other set of problems as well, right? Having a more informed voter base is good. Having tests to prevent votes are maybe not. That there's a whole other set of problems as well.
Yeah, sure. All right. So because it's just questions, I won't keep debating it. Okay, next question. I'm not sure if I'm actually allowed to ask this one. It's about it's about Voldemort, the girl that has a free letter
Voldemort.
name.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, are you sure?
Yeah,
Are you allowed to
depending on the question, and then I'll cut it or not. Yeah.
Okay. It's not an abrasive question. So so obviously that situation went on for a long time,
Yeah.
and she made clear quite a few times that she made it apparent quite a few times that she was seriously unwell, and also that she didn't really tell the whole story to anyone in her real life, her parents included. So I was kind of puzzled why you didn't reach out to her parents and say, hey, your daughter is actually not doing well at all. Can you sort of look into it?
So the issue that I have with things like this is that I've reached out once before to somebody's parents, and I think that parents by default, I hear this anecdotally and this happening anecdotally, parents will always just side with their kids over weird strangers on the internet. So when I talk to, how long have you been watching my stream?
XJ9.
Okay. A long time ago, like before anybody knew how to deal with like DDoS stuff or whatever, like my stream was getting DDoSed continuously for months, and I was losing a ton of shit, and I ended up like getting a full dox on the kid that was DDoSing me and everything, and I reached out to his parents to like, hey, let them know your kid is like ruining my fucking life, like I need you to do something. And his parents, his dad sided against me. He said, nope, my kid is a good kid, fuck you, my whole family's gonna fucking sue you if you don't leave my channel, and blah blah blah. And after that I was like, okay, this is like a waste of time. Like, so I don't know if I can like, if I were to reach out, especially because Voldemort's parents I think are quite old. Like if a stranger person on the internet calls them and says like, hey, I need you to do something, like I don't even know what they could do, or if they would care, or if they would just assume I'm crazy, and it's like, yeah, there's no point, you know. So I like never bothered.
Jesus Christ, you're so doomable, Destiny. It happened one time, and then you're just giving up on one.
Well, I think in general, I think that like you hear that too with like teachers will tell parents that their kids are fucked up, and you'll hear parents like, no, my kid is perfect, and blah, 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 blah. My mom lost her whole daycare, and arguably like our lives were fucked completely after she quit her daycare because the one parent tried to turn her to Child Protective Services because my mom told the parent that her son had been trying to like pull down pants of like little girls or whatever. This kid was only 7. It wasn't like rape or anything. But so yeah, I don't know. I think that parents like by default like will always side with their kids over strangers, so it's just not even worth like trying to win that battle, you know.
No. I don't know. I think I disagree, but I understand your perspective.
I mean, you could argue maybe there's nothing to lose, but I mean, at some point, it's like, fuck it, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, I guess. But as a parent, for instance, imagine if Nathan wasn't doing well at all and starting to lose his hair or whatever due to stress and shit. As a parent, I would want people to reach out and say, hey, maybe you should look into this.
Yeah, I mean,
anyway,
I would, but that's because I'm not a fucking moron. I know that my kid can fuck up and make mistakes and be dumb, but a lot of people treat their children like perfect, like little angels. And based on my interactions with V, it seems like they probably had very similar experiences growing up with nobody ever telling them that they were wrong or bad or doing anything incorrect. So their parents are probably very enabling, would be my guess, but who knows?
Yeah, I actually agree with that now that I think about it.
Mm-hmm.
She would. It would be very unlikely that she had well-adjusted parents. Okay, next question. So, you used to play a lot of StarCraft, and you were, as you put it yourself, semi-professional. So, what do you think held you back outside of liking Infestors too much from reaching the top level?
I think you always had a choice to make on like whether or not you could be like a professional player or a professional streamer, because a lot of the highest level people would only play and practice off stream and stuff, and there was like a dedicated thing to practicing and improving off stream, and I always wanted to maintain like the streamer route because I thought the income was more consistent. So
okay, but do you think you actually had this? Do you think you had the micro and the strategic knowledge to actually compete with players like MC or whatever?
I have no idea. I mean, at one point in time, I could take a game off any player in the world. I was able to. But winning series, probably not. If I had like quit streaming completely and only focused on pro play, maybe. But I mean, like, who's to say? Who knows? Maybe I never would have been. Maybe I would have been like competitive in the West, and that's it. And in any tournaments with Koreans, I would have lost. Like, I don't know. Who knows? It's impossible to say, right?
Yeah, I know. But it could be like for a long time you tried your very best and you felt like you reached your potential. Or it could be that you felt like, I didn't actually practice that well, and I think I had more in me, so I don't know what feeling you're sitting back with now.
It's really hard to like retroactively analyze it, you know? It might be that like the height of my career was just being decent at micro and like abusing infestors when they were probably overpowered and nobody knew it. So maybe like with a ton of practice afterwards, maybe post infestor nurse, maybe I never would have gotten any better. Who knows, you know? It's really hard to say. It's impossible to like retrospectively think, you know? I know I could have been better if I wouldn't have streamed as much, if I would have focused on like professional practicing more, but maybe it wouldn't have gotten that much better, you know, who knows?
Okay, random question thought of now. What are the top 3 StarCraft 2 players that you respect the most looking back?
I don't know. I never watched like pro gamers or any shit like that, so it's impossible to say.
No fucking way. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I just never, even for League and everything, I just don't watch pro play. Fuck that.
Hydra, I know you love that guy.
Yeah, he was a funny dude.
Oh, I was just joking, but okay.
Oh.
But yeah, he was insanely funny. Okay, next question. Build a Bear, your girlfriend. So obviously you and Melina are very, very different.
Mm-hmm.
You're like I can sit in front of the computer for 20 hours a day and do that for 20 years in a row. And Melina obviously likes to go hiking and meet new people and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So is that kind of person a necessity in your life to actually be happy in the long run? Or if you had a girlfriend that is essentially you as a girl, as a female, would that work for you as well in the long run? Or is that Melina component actually necessary? And I'm not trying to...
Yeah, it's always like a really hard question to answer because like on one end, having somebody that's very similar to me is like super nice because there are ways that we can get along with each other that I can't with Melina. But in other ways, having people that are way different than you is also nice because there's like aspects of life that you just don't get being with a person that is like the same as you. So I don't know. I like, maybe this is why I like open relationships or polyamorous because I have the ability to get different things from different people, which is really nice. So like right now, I would say that there's like 2 main people I'm interested in. One is Melina and the other is Teresa, Mr. Mooten's mom. And we fuck every night. And she's got that big fucking booty. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I love you, Teresa. But no, I like whether or not you have like, that's a hard one to answer. I don't know what other people say. I'm curious. For people that have like been in successful long-term relationships, I hear different types of stories. Like I think Dan, I don't want to speak for Dan, but I think Dan is quite different from his wife. Like they like different things, they do different things. But that seems to work for him. He seems to enjoy that a lot. I like the Melinas also quite a bit differently, but I also like women that are like really similar to me too. It depends. Like, yeah, I don't know if I would say like I 100% prefer one over the other.
Yeah, my take just through life experience is that you can't be completely the same. There has to be something different, but you have to be similar enough that she can understand your world, right? So if you had a complete normie that doesn't understand the streamer world, that would be a problem. Or if Melina was really into
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Painting.
Fucking idiot.
Right, and she
I
knew
used the
a fuck
emote
ton
before
about
the ad
painting
started
history or whatever,
spamming it
and
for
you
the
didn't give a
on-stream
fuck about that at
convo.
all.
Fuck
I
you
think
and
that
debating me
would-
about the filibuster and me
Wait,
saying
hold on,
I'm
sorry, one second.
eviscerate you.
Jesus Christ. Hold on, let me pause these. Okay. Can you repeat the
What?
last sentence again? But just, Dinico needed to donate because he's not posting on Reddit enough, so he had to put a huge message on. Okay, go.
Okay, I was like, was it really that bad what I was saying?
No.
Anyway, it was just I think you have to have one foot in the door, right? So you have to.
Yeah, there's to
understand
some
each other.
extent some shared experience is necessary there, right? Like I don't think I could ever date a normie because like how could I even begin to explain like, oh, like I read a lot of posts yesterday that like you are a pedophile, likes to fuck 14-year-olds. Why would everybody be saying that? I say, listen, you don't understand, okay? It would be impossible to explain that away to like normal human beings, especially given like so many combative interactions I have online. Like, yeah.
It's actually funny that you mentioned that. Many of the conversations I've tried to have them in real life as well, and you can actually do it. It's my experience that people actually do want to talk about taboo topics, but you just have to bring up the topic in a
there needs to be a level of trust.
You can't be a fucking weirdo about it.
Yeah. You have to get a buy-in first where they can trust you to have the conversations that they don't think you're weird or actually like, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. But my sense is essentially if someone forces me to go on a hike, I actually end up liking it, but I'll never actually do that on my own. I remember Rekful mentioning that quite a few times as well. He was also bound to his house in certain periods of his life. Anyway, that was a complete tangent.
Okay.
Next question. Okay, this is not really an interesting question, but I kind of have to ask it. So me and my friends have discussed this a few times, but so it's a kind of stupid thought experiment. So you're now transported back to your carpet cleaner days, and you're poor as fuck, and someone comes up to you and asks you, gives you the following possibility. So you have to stay 1 year in a white room without windows, and there's basic sanitary things, shower, toilet, and so on, and a bed, but there's nothing to do. And you have to stay in there for a year, and if you can stay in there for a year, you'll get some amount of money. That's something that will make you...
I could never, not for a whole year, I couldn't do this. If we're talking like a month, maybe a week, yeah, for sure. A year is a long time. I don't think I could do a year.
Yeah, okay. I thought maybe I could if I was truly desperate, like didn't have any money at all. But outside of that, I don't think I could. But I would be quite surprised if I couldn't do it for 3 months or something like that. You think 1 month would be near impossible?
1 month would be hard, but I think I could do a month. I could do a month, yeah.
Would you go insane after 2? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know how many exact days it would take, but like a year is a long time to do nothing, to be in an area doing nothing. I think a month would be challenging. I think a month would be very challenging, but...
Dan, Big Spender Dan, if you're here, you need to put up the money so we can test this for Destiny.
Yeah.
All right. So sometimes, my mood swings a little bit. I wouldn't say I have severe depression or anything like that, but I sometimes do get stressed and like depressive symptoms. And during those times, I experience, I don't know how to explain it, being really doomer-pilled on people in general. So I want to see if you ever feel something similar. So it feels like when I'm depressed that I'm not really depressed, but I'm actually just realistic in those moments about people, right? Because people are very, in general, malleable, right?
Wait, yeah, real quick. So this is depression and realistic. Like a realistic assessment of things is fundamentally different than being depressed or optimistic. Depression or optimism are perspectives, And like observations are just what they are. So we can make observations about the world, but how we feel about them and how we respond to them is going to depend on our perspective. An optimist and a like depressed person can both be making true observations, but how they engage with them, how they feel about them, that's a matter of perspective, I think.
That is true to some degree, but there is some kind of realism usually connected to depression as well. So there's been various experiences where people had to play this small shooter arcade game, and then they asked the depressed group how many they had killed or whatever in the game, and they asked a non-depressed group how many they killed, and the depressed people were really accurate on how many they had killed, whereas the non-depressed people usually like said they had killed like many times as much as they had actually killed in reality. So sure, there is a lot of perspective to it, but I think there is some realness to it as well.
Sure, there might be, but I'm just saying that like it's not like, oh, I've got an accurate view of the world, so now I must be depressed. Like I don't think it has to be that way.
No, obviously, because you can view the same fact through different lenses, right, and come out either happy or depressed depending on your mood. Okay, but it relates to people in general, and it's so people are very malleable, and you see this obviously through history. So in the Second World War, it's not that entire generation was just evil out of nowhere, right? It's like they were put into a really bad economic situation, and then they were seduced by this authoritarian strongman in Hitler, right? But so people are very malleable in those situations, and that goes in general, obviously as well. So it feels like when I have these moments that integrity isn't really a thing. It just feels like people are only as good as the situation allows them to be in the moment.
Isn't that
right?
like what the Joker says in the Batman, right?
Yeah, kind of, right. And that seems kind of depressing in general. So do you ever get doomer-pilled in that when you meet people like, what can we say, Bad Bunny or Vosh or something?
No, I mean,
like
that's just
like
reality. It is what it is. Like people are as good as their environments allow them to be. I mean, it just kind of is how it goes, right?
Yeah. I am happy most of the time, so I don't want to give the idea that I'm some depressed fuck that thinks about this all the time. But it just sometimes when I'm happy, I think back to it. Okay, so I like you now, but it feels fake somehow sometimes because you're only good or funny in this moment because it's an easy situation to be good or have integrity. And,
yeah, sure. That's why I always say like you don't really know the mettle of a person or the merit of a person unless they're like dealing with something like difficult. Then you can figure out like what is the merit, like how good is a person essentially.
Yeah. All right, moving on to the last question. So I wouldn't say always, but for most of my life I've liked democracy, and I still do.
Cool.
But when I studied at university, I had a Chinese roommate, and he was actually from China, which was a very interesting experience in general to meet someone who come from a profoundly different background and culture.
Okay.
And one of the things that we talked about was obviously politics and economics. And so I started many of those talks talking about democracy as though it was a given that everyone likes democracy. And he ended up making fun of me quite a bit for that, which was very interesting. Because, yeah, obviously they have a authoritarian regime and a socialist market economy in China. So it's profoundly different. And his main argument was that let's start another place. So in Denmark, democracy fits very well because we are a small country and we are very homogeneous population in general, right? People are almost the same, right? They have the same values and so on, and obviously immigration has changed that a little bit, but as a whole still we're pretty homogeneous, and so democracy works very well in that situation. So if we now transport ourselves to the United States, obviously every state is very, very different, but it's not different to the same degree, I'd say, as the different regions in China. They're really, really, really profoundly different. So I'd say it works well to have representative democracy in the states, but I'm not sure that would be the case in China. also. So have you ever had a thought that democracy wasn't the obvious answer for everything in all countries and regions of the world?
I mean, I don't think you need like. I mean, it depends on what kind of homogeneity you just need a homogeneity of some kind of values, basically. I don't think you need like the people all look the same or be like the same race or something. I think that there are multiple types of like homogeneity that would probably work, would be my guess.
I'm not sure I understand. So the situation is that if you have, let's say you have 10 different regions in China. I think you have 5 big ones, and they're profoundly different. To the extent that maybe you shouldn't have one state, right? It might as well just be 5 different countries, right?
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, in the United States, I mean, we have like 50 different states, right? Isn't that the kind of the point of?
Yeah, but my argument is they're still similar enough that representative democracy makes sense, but that there is, if you had a really small state, let's say of 100,000 people, right? I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't feel represented at all, right? And if
well, in the United States, they do because of our system. But there are people in my chat like Pisco that fucking hate that. But in the United States, we actually this problem is like really carefully addressed with the structure of our government.
That's representative democracy, right? And maybe
well,
that is
even more. Like what country are you from? You said Denmark.
Denmark, yeah.
So you guys have like a parliament, right?
Yep.
Okay, so and we have a parliament, but it's split into 2 separate bodies. And in one of the bodies of our parliament, every single state in our country gets 2 members that have equal voting power to 2 members of any other state, regardless of population size. So that's one of the ways that we try to control for that problem. It's kind of like how, are you familiar with how the European Union is structured?
To some degree, I'm not an expert.
So, you know, like you guys get different, our legislative body is structured like the European Union, where in the European Union, you guys have MEPs, you're members of European Parliament, and you get different numbers based on your population, right? But in the European Commission or Council, I think the EC, every single country has 1 person that sits on that thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so our thing is structured like that. So even in really small states in the United States, they have a lot of representation in our parliament. So that's how we try to like fix for that problem, I guess, in our democracy, in our country. Yeah.
Okay, that was actually what I was referring to, but it didn't really cover it with the representative democracy. But what is the word for that?
What is the word for what?
For having a fixed amount of members for each state.
I don't know, but technically it's non-representative because they technically, for the states with less populations, they have more representation per person than states with larger populations. So I don't know what you would call it, but
yeah. Okay. Anyway, but maybe it could work in China then. I'm not sure. But anyway, his main argument was then that it's so different and there's so many unique problems to each region because they're so insanely different that using some kind of democracy seems obscene. So he would much rather have an authoritarian state, right, that can make those decisions. And I kind of agree. If you could have a state like that wasn't corrupt, then I would agree. But the problem is it often ends up being corrupt in some sense, right? And it's really hard to keep it well informed in the long term, right?
It could
and
be,
that's
it's
you
difficult.
can easily see that being the problem in Russia, right? That's a really big part of why Putin hasn't made the greatest of decisions, right? Because people in his own state are actually afraid of him, right? And so they don't actually give him the correct information, so to speak. They give him
potentially
information, that will keep them in his favor. And so over the long haul, that can be really, really, really harmful. And I think China has some of the same problems there. But another compelling argument he gave was that companies aren't structured through democracies. So if you want to get shit done, democracy isn't really the way to go, right? And you can see that in the States as well, I should say, because you're sort of in a gridlock and have been for a long time. And you will argue, I know.
I mean, you just have to be you have to be really, really careful about what our goals are with everything. Like for a company, democratic structures don't work, but not everybody that works at a company has to stay there, right? Whereas in our country, we kind of want people to stay. We don't want, like, in a company, I'm comfortable saying, if you don't like it, then fucking leave. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. Just, like, leave. Go to another job. But I don't want to say to somebody like, oh, if you don't like the United States, just leave, right? We don't want to say that. Like, everybody has to be bought in for the project to work, you know? So I think that comparing a company to a country is a bit different because we want the buy-in to be higher. Like, everybody's going to be here whether we like it or not, so.
Yep. Okay, I think that was it.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
No problem, Barbara. I love you. Be careful, okay?
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Okay, bye. Nice one. Hold on, I'll be right back. 1 second. And then Pisco might want to fight, and then we're watching Eurodite and the other person. 1 sec.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Obama. Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Where I'm in my Discord, Pisco.
What's up, buddy? This is gonna be real gentle.
Why, you don't have to be, why do you think you have to be gentle? Go what?
Listen, it's just gonna be a simple set of questions, in and out, 2 seconds, not a problem, all right?
Okay, Rick.
What?
Go ahead. You're good.
What's that?
You ever watched Rick and Morty?
Oh yeah.
Do you remember one of the times he's at his school, he's like, in and out, Morty, real quick, 20 minutes or whatever. And it's obviously like a long ordeal.
Oh, yeah.
But okay,
like
what
show.
you got?
All right. Did you or did you not call Vosh a terrorist?
Probably, or a stochastic terrorist or something, I think is what we said.
I think you called him an actual terrorist and you distinguished it from a stochastic terrorist. Is that right?
Something like that, maybe. I might have said that, like, it's different because he's gone from implicit calls to violence for, like, explicit calls to violence or whatever, yeah.
So you agree that he's a terrorist?
I mean, I agree that he's doing, like, explicit calls to violence, sure.
Would you agree that he's engaged in terrorism?
He's encouraging acts of violence. I don't know what engage in terrorism.
Did you call him a terrorist?
Yeah, I did. If you heard me say that, I did, yeah.
Do you stand by that?
I stand by the talk I was having, yeah.
Do you stand by calling him a terrorist?
I probably would for me, yeah.
So you think he fits the definition of terrorist or conducting terrorism?
What do you want me to say instead, Pisco?
I want you to be consistent, buddy.
You don't want me to be consistent, okay? This is my issue with these conversations, okay? There needs to be a way to refer to people that are calling people to, like, violent acts. I think that's a bad thing. But you wanted to raise this to some level of, like, legal distinction where people can be charged with terrorism or something.
No. I'm talking about the political label of terrorist, which you used on Vosh.
Sure. I don't know what another word is for, like, explicitly or implicitly calling people to violence. I think even in our first conversation, I said, like, stochastic terrorism, because we talked about Vivian, is, like, a thing that I think is, like, okay to say, like, calling people to violence or implying that people are being called to violence. So if there's a different word you want me to use, that's fine. But
so if you're okay with having that definition of terrorism, are you okay with using terrorism to mean that stuff?
But I don't think that's how. I don't think that's normally what people mean when they say it, but sure.
Then why do you say it?
Because that's in the common parlance. That's what people understand.
People understand Vosh to be a terrorist?
People understand that if you're calling people to violent acts, that's a really bad thing. But I think terrorism.
That's not what I asked. I asked about terrorism.
What do you want it to be? Tell me what you want it to be.
I want you to either walk back the claim that Vosh is a terrorist, or I want you to acknowledge that a lot of people in January 6th were engaged in acts of terrorism, which you haven't done up until now.
Talk to me more, okay? So instead of because this is a difficult concept to define, instead of unbelievably needlessly nitpicking anything that I give, I want you to give me your coherent definition of terrorism, and I'll either accept it or reject it. Go.
Well, shouldn't you have a definition for terrorism when you're labeling?
I've already said I don't like when people. You're talking about engaged in acts of terrorism, blah blah blah. What I said was that I don't think that people should be calling people to acts of violence. And there's like two words that we use for this is basically stochastic terrorism is like the more formal one, and then I was usually stochastic terrorism implies some level of like implicit call to violence, and I think I said like Vosh is like an actual terrorist because he's moved from like an implicit call to violence to like an explicit call to violence. I don't know if I would define terrorism as like go.
I think terrorism requires an act of violence, don't you?
Probably generally, sure. Then are you a terrorist if you just tell other people? Sure, probably.
So then, by that if you agree with that, then Vosh is not a terrorist.
Probably not. I don't think if you were giving like a formal, like, define the things, he's probably not definitionally a terrorist. Sure.
Okay. All right.
Is every time I utter this word, are you going? Because like I've never said that like he should be charged with terrorism or he's committed the crime of terrorism, or like if I say something like ELO, like I'm playing League and there's an ELO terrorist, are you gonna be like, well, when you say ELO terrorist, is he engaged in acts of like domestic or international terrorism or whatever? Like if you can find a better word for me for when somebody calls somebody to explicit acts of violence or implicitly calls people acts of violence, I'll use that phrase instead. But like these are kind of like the common parlance phrases that we use. I just don't think there should be like a legal definition or some extra special.
Be careful with that because you were getting all mad at me for calling certain actors terrorists in January 6th, and you're like, be careful, this word has a lot of implications, a lot of connotations, you should be careful how you use it. People
because when we
you seem to have reckless abandon when you use the word and you don't want to be called out for it.
When we were having that conversation, you made it sound as though there should have been an extra set of legal prosecutions for people.
No, that's not the case.
Wait, okay, so for you, what's the difference between a call to violence versus engaging in like domestic terrorism for you? What is the difference to you?
I think to engage in terrorism, you need to, there needs to be an act of violence, right? And
sure.
Can you give me certain speech that equates that? Maybe you can give me some down the line speech, which is so proximate that it just becomes an act of violence itself. Whatever that is, if that exists, Vosh is not near that just yet. And also, there needs to be an underlying ideological, political, religious motive. That's the key thing that distinguishes
I
regular
remember
acts of
this. So
violence.
this is why I never agreed with you, and I will never agree with you on this, because you have this political bend, and I say that like literally everything can be political, so this is like a pointless distinction. And then I think you were saying you wanted to call the January 6th people terrorists because you wanted a charge of terrorism. You wanted that elevated.
No, never.
So you think that somebody that commits... Wait, okay. We don't have to say what you said. You can just tell me because I don't care. I'm not trying to get you on 3 years ago or 2 months ago. You said this. So if somebody that's fine. If somebody commits a quote unquote act of terrorism, you want the charges for that to be the exact same as for somebody that commits an act of violence?
Depends.
On what?
Depends. I think if the act itself...
No, wait. Actually, hold on. No, I don't care. I'm going to ask a more pointed question that you can tell me, and then talk around this.
Okay, good.
One guy goes into a restaurant and he shoots 5 people. Okay. Another guy goes into a restaurant, but before he publishes a manifesto saying, I believe that ecologically we need to eradicate humans from the planet, and then shoots and kills 5 people. Do you think the second guy should get a bigger charge because he's doing like terrorism versus the first guy who's just a random murderer?
I would be okay with if there's such a link with hatred towards a particular race. I think that it
I didn't
might
say
make
race.
sense. Oh, what'd you say?
Just ecological terrorism. He doesn't think humans should be on the planet because they're ruining everything. Doesn't have to be race-based. But that's political.
I wouldn't have a huge problem with there being an intensifier for that kind of thing, but I don't think it's needed because I don't think that it doesn't serve the purposes of punishment.
When you say there doesn't need to be but now it sounds like you are. So this is where our disagreement is, right? I don't think functionally you can have any sort of intensifier that has the word political in it, because like, does an incel shooting count as political or not?
That's why I think that like it's maybe even more acceptable to have it be like a race intensifier or something with respect to hatred of a particular protected class. That maybe I could see be more defensible, but I don't need it. I don't need it for a couple of reasons.
Well, okay, wait. Can I ask you on that? Because I'm so curious. Yeah. It feels good to say that, but I'm wondering, does it really make sense? Like, if you murder a black guy because you hate black people, should that be a worse crime than just murdering a black guy because you murder a black guy?
I'm about to explain why.
Yeah. Okay, go for it.
It might actually not make sense. It might actually not make sense because it doesn't serve the purposes of punishment. I don't think that it deters someone who's willing to commit murder for any reason, and the punishment for murder is already, lying in wait murder might be something like a capital offense, or it might be life imprisonment without parole. And so adding an intensifier to at least like murder or like homicide related offenses doesn't seem to serve the punishment of deterrence. And I don't understand really how it would serve any other interest other than merely vindicating like our approbation of that kind of purpose behind a crime. And so all else being equal, I don't know that I'm necessarily in favor of those kinds of intensifiers, but I wouldn't say that I'm per se against them.
Well, that's a pretty important thing, because if you're telling me that you're not in favor of those kinds of intensifiers, and it's functionally the same...
I'm ambivalent, I'm somewhat ambivalent.
Well, you're ambiguous, right? Or indifferent.
What do you mean?
I think ambivalent means negative feelings, right? You have an ambivalent feeling.
Contradictory, right? Or like they contradict themselves in some way. Like, okay, look it up. Maybe I'm doing it wrong.
Oh, have mixed feelings. What am I thinking of? Wait, what's someone where you feel negative about something? It's not ambivalence. It's.
Oh, I was right.
Yeah, there's another word I'm thinking of that's close to ambivalent. But okay, you're ambivalent towards it. So you're have contradictory things towards it. If you're gonna tell me that like I want to be able to call people terrorists, but that should basically be the same thing as. I want to call
things what they are. I want to call things what they are.
No, hold on. If you want to call somebody a terrorist, but it's the same thing as somebody that commits like a violent crime, then I'm gonna agree with you. But that doesn't seem like that's what you want. You want to be able to elevate terrorism to be something worse than just the crime itself.
I'm ambivalent. I'm not calling for new laws to be passed.
Well, you can't be ambivalent around because this is literally the central point of our disagreement. Your ambivalence here.
No, it's not.
It is. Because I'm okay if you're going to tell me that like if somebody goes and commits like a violent crime or whatever, like this is like a terrorist act because they committed a violent crime. It's like if that's even define terrorism, fine. We can say terrorism there. But it seemed like you wanted to bring an extra set of stuff, like more baggage along with it. No?
In fact, I've been on record saying that I think that I agree with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez that we have plenty of laws on the books that already criminalize what happened at January 6th, and we're fine with those laws. Thank you very much. I've said that. And
okay, then what is why do you want to do the terrorist thing so badly?
Because people come on your stream, like, I forget the name of that guy. Some like professor, hippie professor, I don't know if he's a hippie. Some guy came on and was like, oh, it's just a bunch of college kids in January 6th. Oh, it's not a big deal. Recently, Trump goes on and says it was a hoax, insurrection hoax. Everyone and their cat and their cat's dog is downplaying the severity of January 6th. And are saying that you're soy for bringing up January 6th when it was a criminal terrorist event. And
so you do want the terrorist thing to mean something more.
I want it to be a recognition of the severity of what occurred.
But you don't need to have like there was a school shooting that just happened, right? I don't need to call that guy a terrorist to feel like it's worse than 21 people got shot and killed. What is?
Why call anything, right? So you call.
No, I'm asking you that. No, hold on, wait.
You call something if it fits the definition of that thing.
Yeah, but I don't know if I like the idea of creating such a where I feel like we're reaching our argument. Where it's a highly politicized definition. Like, would you? I don't know if I asked you this question, but like, would you consider any of the BLM riots terrorist acts?
Because some of them. There are. We've had this conversation before, but I've said that if you grant that what was going on was not mere opportunism.
Okay.
Any given instance. And
sure.
It was, let's say that let's hone down on this, Dustin.
Yeah.
You would agree that someone burning down a courthouse or attempting to burn down a courthouse because they want to see racial justice, that would be an act of terrorism, yes or no?
Well, it depends on whose definition we're using.
Your definition.
I would probably call this person a terrorist, yeah. Like in a common parlance sense, sure.
If someone tried to bomb a courthouse for the same reason, it would be an act of terrorism, right? There shouldn't be a difference between bombing and burning it, right?
Sure.
Okay. In which case, like, you agree, you would call some act BLM.
But it's the context of these conversations is gonna be a lot different. If I was talking to you, I probably wouldn't, because I know how you take it. It's a lot different, right?
What do you mean you know how I take it?
So like, let's say we have your definition of terrorism, and like, let's say that we disseminate this throughout all of society. Now everybody's using this definition of terrorism. Nobody on the left would condemn BLM for committing terrorist acts. Nobody on the right would condemn January 6th for committing terrorist acts. No, nobody on the left condemns BLM. Are you serious? Half these motherfuckers stood next to Jesse Smollett or whatever.
Shouldn't they?
No, I don't.
Don't you think that those riots were really, really bad? Don't you think a lot of right wingers called it terrorist acts?
I think riots are really, really bad, and I think burning property is really, really bad. But I don't know if I need to call it terrorism to invoke the badness there.
What are you talking about? I need to. The question is it?
Well, no. Because we're talking about what the definition of terrorism should be. So, do we need that definition to call something a thing, right?
Well, then, do we figure out the definition first, or do we look at all the cases and then, like, our definition depends on, like, does it make, like, shouldn't our definition be tied, but, before we examine the thing? Shouldn't we, think about
of course. But I think at that point we need to, meaningfully define what terrorism is, though. But if you're going to give me a definition that has the word political in it, I'm almost always going to just outhandedly just reject the definition, because that's going to be so unbelievably subjective that either everything is going to count as terrorism or nothing is going to count as terrorism.
So is Al-Qaeda 9/11, that's not terrorism? Or are you comfortable calling that terrorism?
I think for international organizations, I think broadly speak, but even at that, it's hard.
Oklahoma City bombing.
So people
Was
will
that
say
an act of terrorism?
people will say that like in common parlance, I would say sure, but the problem is any act you give me. So like people will say that ISIS or Al Qaeda, these kind of terrorist organizations, sometimes they'll say it has to be non-state affiliated, which is, well, what if you don't recognize a state, right? Like fucking like Palestine or something, right? If you're you don't recognize these places as states, and then other people will say explicit acts of violence from other states or nations in another country in order to cause a change in people's like political opinions. It's an act of terror against like a civilian population.
There is disagreement in literature about what the definition ought to be.
Sure.
People who say
so then like are
indiscriminate acts of violence.
Yeah, but then like our NATO bombing campaigns would these be considered acts of terror if you're explicitly trying to
terrorism or something?
Yeah, so I don't know. Like it's like these are fun words to kind of like use to get across like a certain point. But if somebody wants to really get in the weeds and like, well, this is bad and it's even worse than normal because it's terrorism. Well, now I disagree. Terrorism is just a way to describe like what
if
Vosh
that's
is
your
doing.
opinion, then don't call Vosh a terrorist.
Okay, what words would you like me to use instead?
That he's inciting violence. But don't, if you're just accused me of saying like you're uncomfortable even calling the Oklahoma City bomber a terrorist, and that like you're
I'm not uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable when people like you want to bring extra stuff as a result of it. That's my issue. If you were just like, isn't this kind of like terrorism investigation? I'd probably be like, yeah, sure. And you're like, we should charge him more for it, huh? Well,
what if I explicitly say I don't want to charge him more for it? I do not want to charge the and I've said it. Now I'll say
yeah. If you don't want to
want to charge them more.
If you don't want to bring extra charges or make it an intensifier whatsoever, then yeah, I think we can use terrorism to describe more things. That's fine, sure, because it conveys a little bit more intensity to what's going on without it making like a legal thing.
In your opinion, do you think the Oklahoma City bombing was an act of terrorism?
I don't know enough about the guy's motivation. Is that the McVeigh guy? Timothy McVeigh? It probably was, right? Didn't he write a whole thing on like what I was dissatisfied with society? But then like January 6th probably was, BLM riots probably were, yeah, sure. People calling people to violence for political quote unquote actions or whatever, sure.
Great. So many of the January 6th participants were engaged in acts of terrorism, right?
I mean, they wouldn't have seen it that way, but arguably, I guess.
I didn't ask if they would have seen it that way. I'm asking.
Are we considering things like the Tea Party to be like an act of terrorism, or like
the Tea Party? Why would the Tea Party be an act of terrorism?
Because you're committing violence against a company to protest a government.
No, I don't.
Wait, why not?
The Tea Party? What do you mean, the Boston Tea Party or the Tea Party?
The Boston Tea Party.
In that case.
You're explicitly committing like revolutionary violent acts,
right? That's
no, that's not hard. That's obviously terrorism. No,
you can find hard cases, right? Is like mere vandalism for a political purpose, is that terrorism, right? Let's say that I spray paint your house, and because you're some big, I don't know, government official, and I say I hate government officials.
Oh, okay, hold on. So you're saying that this isn't terrorism because there's no like actual like violence against humans involved, right?
Right. Another one would be like, let's say that I throw a piece of paper at a police officer for a political reason.
Sure.
Is that an act of violence? There are some things that we would say are like,
well, that counts as assault, right?
Or just merely property related in a way that's not significant enough for us to label. I agree that when we say violence, there's a certain amount of like substantiality behind it.
Sure.
And so that's what you just gave me is a harder case where it's purely property damage, but it doesn't counteract the easy cases when there is a sufficient level of violence such that we can agree that any reasonable person would say that that would be sufficient. And so for like a bombing, let's say you just bomb a building and all it is property damage. And in fact, when you bomb it, you know that there's no people in there and you make sure that there's no one in there as soon as you bomb the building. We would still call that terrorism, even though no one died. But if you just spray tag it or you just throw a piece of paper at the building, maybe we wouldn't have that, sufficient level of significance of the violence, whatever that is.
I guess to back off, like I'm okay calling things terrorism if we're trying to convey like a little bit more. So if we go back to that other example I gave you, where a guy goes into a place and intentionally kills 5 black people versus a guy going in and just killing 5 people that happen to be black, right? I think it's okay to say like, damn, this is like some fucking terrorist shit right here. I think that's okay.
Yes.
The issue I have is when people like you will come on, and I'm almost positive you did. I'd have to go back and look at it. But if you don't do this now, then that's fine. Then I agree with you now because you come closer to me, okay? And I'll come to you as well. We can meet in the middle of a hug. If you don't want it to be like a criminal intensifier or like, well, these guys need to be charged with terrorism or something, then sure, then I'll probably agree with you. Yeah, we can use like the word terrorist to describe certain actions that seem to have a very big political bend and are trying to change people.
Why do you need me in this? Imagine that I'm not even in the conversation and Destiny's just talking to his stream. Why can't Destiny say, well, I don't think that they should be charged more. I think that what happened was terrorism. Why do I need to be involved in this?
It's not just
your opinion
you
at all.
My issue, because Honestly, because the world doesn't revolve around us, Pisco, okay? I love you. When we're talking, we're in our own little universe where we can have our own conversation. My issue is with how inconsistently all of these labels are applied across society. That's why I was saying before that, like, if we had a definition of terrorism like the one that you initially gave me, that it has to be like a politically motivated act, nobody would agree on who a terrorist was.
It's very broad. It's very
No. It wouldn't be broad. It would be selective. People that went out and killed cops wouldn't be considered terrorists by the left. They would be considered terrorists by the right. People that go out and commit other acts of violence, like the January 6th, what?
They're assholes. They're
no, they might be terrorists. If it's like a ideologically...
No, what I mean, I'm sorry, not the people who are killing cops are. I'm saying the people who are being inconsistent, they're the assholes. There's two ways to be consistent. Either you apply it, either you don't use terrorism whatsoever, which is what I thought that you were gonna say, in which case that's why I get mad, Destiny, when I see you using the word on like Bosch or like Vivian, that you seem to be having this approach where like the word itself is problematic to use, or you apply it wherever it fits, whatever your definition is. And I think that you apply terrorism, and that you would never, if someone like in real life, if someone on the street walk up to you, Destiny, and is like, I want you on the record, Destiny, was Oklahoma City bombing a terrorist act? You would not even hesitate to say
Yeah,
yes.
I'd probably say, yeah, of course it was.
Yeah, it's only in these like online places, online.
Yeah, because
stuff.
I just don't like I don't like it when people make it seem like only certain people are terrorists that ideologically disagree with me or do that just makes me uncomfortable. I don't like that. The differentiator there, or the inconsistency there. So like when I say something on my stream, like damn, like Vosh is like moved to full on fucking terrorism here. This shit is crazy. I don't think people hear that because of the context.
He's a terrorist.
Yeah, I don't think that people hear that on my stream like, wow, Destiny thinks that Vosh is like extra bad compared to normal people making calls to violence. Destiny probably doesn't like it when anybody makes calls to violence. Whereas when you get people online or people in certain communities, they'll say, well, these people are groups of terrorists or whatever. I know those labels are applied far less consistently across ideological grounds, and that's why, depending on the type of conversation, I'm not going to be as willing to say like, okay, well, I don't know if we should call these people terrorists.
So now, after having our initial conversation, do you stand by Vosh being a terrorist? No, right?
Well, I don't know. It depends on what the.
What do you mean? What do you mean it depends?
Well, it depends on what the if we're agreeing that like a quote unquote terrorist is just somebody that is like calling people explicitly to like violent acts, then yeah, I guess. But if you're gonna, if I'm using the Pisco definition, like, well, terrorism only applies when like ideologies are invoked or whatever, and then we have to pick. Like, I probably wouldn't.
I think Vosh fits the bill on ideology, right? He definitely fits the bill. Like,
yeah, but my issue wasn't whether people did fit the bill. It's that everybody fits the bill on ideology. Like, almost everything can theoretically, like, for questions of like for incels, is that a political ideology? Right?
It doesn't have to be political ideology. It can be a religious ideology. It can be,
okay, so then it literally is even so broad that like anything
greater purpose to put fear in society to fulfill some goal in the real world.
What about like school shootings? Do you think the school shootings count as like terrorism? If they got bullied and they want to go back? Yeah, but like...
right, so if it's personal, like, I want to kill the bullies who bullied me, I don't think that counts. But if you're saying something like, I want to start an incel war or a war against women, wouldn't that count? And I'm going to make you agree with this. If you wrote an ideological book about how you want to start a war with women, you want to like do whatever, and then you go out and you bomb a women's school, that would be terrorism, wouldn't it?
Yeah, under your definition, yeah, sure, probably.
No, under your definition.
I guess, yeah, but under my definition, like terrorism.
Where's this? I guess. Why not just yes?
I'm literally using terrorism as like just like a moral intensifier almost. Like that's basically it. Like. Okay, do you remember the?
What I just gave you doesn't fit the.
Do you remember the guy that ran people over in Canada? I think it was Swedish, right? He ran people over. He was, I think he was actually trying to start like the rise of the incels. Like that was his goal. I think he said in the interrogation and everything, right?
Okay.
Like literally was trying that. So that guy, we would probably agree like, oh, that's a terrorist. What about somebody like? Well, hold on. Elliot Rogers. I don't think he was trying to start any kind of uprising, right? He recorded his videos. He was mad. He killed like the people that specifically pissed him off.
That's a hard factual question.
Yeah, but no, I don't know if it's factual. That seems like it's going to be ideological. Like, is it? Does it count as terrorism or not?
The hard factual question is whether or not he actually had that intention, whether or not he actually had that subjective belief. That's what's hard about it. But let's just assume he did. Assume he had that belief. now you must agree that that's terrorism, right?
Yeah, I guess, but like, how do we ever even divine
Why do you
that?
say I guess?
Because it's like so amorphous at this point that almost every single violent act could become terrorism.
No. I can give you plenty of examples where they would not. If it's private revenge, if you're doing it because you're committing the act of violence.
Okay, so private revenge, a murder between one guy that wronged another, seems like it's probably not terrorism, right? What if the wronging was a guy goes into a gas station, bumps into a dude, and is super pissed off because the guy's black, calls him a racial slur, they get into a scuffle.
That's a harder case. There's going to be easy cases and there's going to be hard cases. Right?
Okay,
there's going to be mixed motive cases. There's going to be cases where it's unclear, but there are super clear cases. You'd agree, 9/11 is a super clear case. If terrorism means anything, it must include 9/11.
Sure. What about Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
That's, I think, a harder case. Right?
Well, but like, so what's the difference between that versus like if there are jihadist groups that consider themselves at war with the United States, like Bin Laden probably did, he just doesn't have a nation to identify with, right?
I think that, again, that's a harder case.
9/11 or Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
No. The nature of international war between states changes how most people view acts of violence.
So is it like, so the presence of the state there is what's making...
What is any definition, Destiny? What do definitions are getting at?
When I say terrorist, okay, I think that the understanding is like, wow, this is like really bad. That's basically it. Like this is like a bad call to... Yeah, I don't think people will hear me and they're like, wow, terrorist. Destiny thinks that Vosh is
someone
into like
cut
this.
you off on the road, you wouldn't be like, oh, that's, and it was really bad cutting you off the road. You wouldn't be like, oh, it's terrorism, or would you?
It depends on how many times he's done
You
it.
wouldn't,
okay?
dude.
No, I wouldn't. Sure, I wouldn't, because it's not like it's just like I'm just using it as like a moral intensifier.
Let's say that someone stole a bunch of money, like Bernie Madoff to you.
Sure.
Bernie Madoff to a bunch of people. You wouldn't call that terrorism.
Probably not.
No. There are specific things that people, when people have definitions, they're getting at like how people talk, how they communicate. What do most people understand this word to mean? Its use is helping us understand like how the word operates in real space.
Okay.
I think that under any definition of terrorism, 9/11 fits the bill. It's harder with interstate conflict. You're not wrong. It's harder when there's mixed motive cases, but on some stuff, it's super, super easy. And you just told me that you're like unsure about whether or not someone who's bombing a girls' school with the intention to start a gender war, you're unsure about whether or not that's an act of terrorism. Is that right?
Well, I mean, what terrorism is literally the subject of the debate. So of course, right?
But you identify certain things as being terrorism.
Yeah, but for me, terrorism just means like that's really bad. There's not like an extra set of things that like I'm calling in under that. I think if you want to say like terrorism is when like real people do really bad things, I'd probably agree with you.
No, you wouldn't.
I think I would.
Terrorism is when you do really bad things.
Yeah, when it's like super fucked, or if you
kill someone privately, no one ever knows about it, and there's no follow up, and you did it just because you liked it. I just love killing. That's Rick and Morty.
Sure. Well, that doesn't rise to the level of really badness, I guess.
What? Private murder? Okay. A serial killer of children who never gets caught?
Let me frame it this way. What is your goal in being able to use terrorist the way that you want it to be used? What is your goal there?
My goal is to use the word as people understand the word.
No, hold on. That's not because you're making a prescriptive argument. You want it to be seen a certain way. So what is your goal with the
I think
usage?
It fits so I think that terrorism has a definition that most people understand it to be, and that definition fits the phenomenon that I'm watching. And I'm also, in the particular case of the January 6th stuff, I'm noticing that people are downplaying it. And so I'm like, wait, guys, this isn't bad.
Yeah, so this
is bad.
Yeah, okay, so this is where, and I disagree with, I don't know how you cited AOC, because I think AOC would disagree with you here, in that January 6th was really bad. But it was really bad for a whole bunch of reasons that, like, we don't need to use the word terrorist to understand.
Not about need. It's about, does it fit that definition that we agree on?
Well, no, because it's not about whether something fits. It's about like whether we should make it fit or whether we should make it, because because we're not arguing right now whether it fits a definition. We're arguing about what the definition ought to be, right?
What is the definition in your mind
of terrorist?
What you're using the word.
When I'm talking about figures online, I'm usually trying to find ways to say like this person is calling implicitly or explicitly for violence. That's usually what I'm saying, like stochastic terrorist.
Terrorism to you? Oh no, sorry. We're just talking about terrorism.
Sure.
Terrorism to you means a call to violence.
It seems like it. Like people calling people to violence, maybe even for like certain reasons or explicit reasons, or whatever. Like a content creator doing it, I think was. So when I talked about
9/11 is not terrorism.
Well, 9/11 would qualify as terrorism, sure, but I'm not.
But that's not an explicit. I mean, the act of the planes going in. That's not an explicit call to action.
I don't think I normally describe. I probably do. I don't know. I'd have to think about it more. I don't know how often in real life I like describe things as like acts of terrorism, and because normally when I'm talking about like figures online that are having conversations or whatever. I don't know if I'm like describing like oh, we're gonna talk about like this attack in this place today or whatever, or like, but I would probably
was
still
9/11 terrorism. I'll ask again.
I mean, like that's the subject of our conversation. Yeah, it probably was. Sure.
It was, right?
Sure. Internationally, like non-state actors attacking a country for the explicit intent of like causing terror in citizens is probably like a terrorist attack. Sure.
Okay, so 9/11 wasn't an explicit call to violence. There were communications before and after that did make explicit calls to violence, but at least in isolation, those were not someone on stream saying you should go enact violence.
Sure. I don't think terrorism is only people on stream. I'm just saying when I'm talking about terrorists or like stochastic terrorists, it's generally what I'm talking about is like people online making statements.
Okay, so would you think that that's what most people say when they're talking about terrorism is explicit calls to violence? Or would you say that that's a very like unique and
I have no idea. Like everybody,
like
terrorism is such a meme term. There are literally quotes relating to the memery of terrorism, right? One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter because of how ambiguous this is. I'm pretty sure the FBI has different definitions of terrorism. I'm pretty sure in the United States, don't we even argue whether or not there is a such thing as a domestic terrorist? That like, I think, is it the FBI or is it the CIA or the NSA? Somebody like defines like terrorism are only like internationally funded organizations. Like all of these words are like incredibly amorphous. The idea that we can pin down some like super rigid definition of it, I don't think works anywhere, does it?
Okay, I agree that there are multiple definitions. There are reasons why something might fit one definition and not the other definition. And so under certain definitions, if you require, for instance, like violence, which is indiscriminate for your definition of terrorism, then a particular sniper shot assassination of someone for political reasons wouldn't fit that bill. It wouldn't be terrorism because it's not indiscriminate violence. And so different definitions of terrorism exist. There are disagreement about
why does it need? Can you help? Why does it need to be indiscriminate violence?
I'm just saying that one definition of terrorism is like it has to. The violence needs to be indiscriminate. It's not targeted to any particular agents. It's violence generally typically to civilians. Other definitions.
So like in your thing,
terrorism,
so like the Vegas thing wouldn't have been. That's not a terrorist attack.
The Vegas thing, I think that the act of violence itself, depending on what definition you use, you might call that indiscriminate. You're just shooting at random people.
So the Vegas shooting wasn't a terrorist attack. It was just, or it wasn't a terrorist.
I'm not embracing the discriminate distinction, and I'm just giving you an example of one definition which is more narrow than the broad definition which the FBI posts, which is like any violence influence for an ideological purpose. That is, I think, terrorism at its broadest. There are more narrow definitions of terrorism, and I think January 6th fits the bill on a lot of these things, and I think Vosh's comments fit, like, I don't know, no definition of terrorism that I've come across.
So calling people, hold on, do you think that like Great Replacement stuff fits definition of terrorists, like or stochastic terrorists?
You think that I think that Lauren Southern and all these people and Tucker Carlson is a terrorist,
or like stochastic terrorists, or like calling people to terrorism?
I think the word stochastic terrorism is even more dangerous than the word terrorism. At the very least,
I'll concede everything to you. Give me another term that I can use. Go ahead, and I'll just use that instead. It'll make you less triggered. Just give me some. What word or phrase can I use?
Why do you need a word, Destiny? Why do you need a word?
Because there's an extra. It's kind of like Uncle Tom or like token figure, or whatever. Like being able to convey an idea quickly, rapidly, and have people understand what you're talking about. I think there's value there. So what is the term when you have somebody that is creating a necessary set of conditions in a person's mind such that they need to take violent action? So my understanding of that term is like stochastic terrorism.
Incitement to violence.
But it's not incitement. It's the step before that. It's an implicit incitement, right?
That would be your stochastic terrorism. But you said that Vosh wasn't.
Sure, because he moved from like an implicit. So he moved from an implicit call to violence to an explicit call to violence. So would I call that like an extreme stochastic terrorist, or what would I call that?
I would say that would be incitement.
Okay, I'll say Vosh is an inciter.
Well, you want to use terrorism because it has a bite to it, and now you're upset you don't get to use it. And
No. Hold on. I want to use it because it does have a bigger bite to it, but I don't want there to be like extra legal things or extra whatever. Although you seem to have walked away from that now, so I'm more akin to agree with you. You absolutely. You said you wanted to charge the January 6ers with terrorism.
No.
You never said that in our initial.
Never said that. Zero. Check the logs.
Okay, fine. There are like 3 people in chat saying that in that conversation you wanted extra charges there, so I'm assuming. Okay, so maybe they're wrong. Okay, maybe they're wrong. Okay.
I'll look like a total idiot if they just post the clip, and they can find the clip and they can post it.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll call them insiders then instead. Okay.
Okay. That's great. Awesome. But you do.
Josh, link the clip if you think that. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. What?
Okay, that's awesome. Then you agree with me that Vosh is not a terrorist.
No, he's an inciter to terrorist acts, whatever that means, or inciter to violent acts. He's an inciter to violent acts for political motivations.
And the January 6th individuals in the Capitol are.
Why are we comparing individuals with people calling for violent acts? Or what's the comparison?
I want to just close a loop here. What are those people called? What would you call what they did? I'm inciting you to answer that.
I mean, it would depend on which ones we're talking about. So I think more information has come out since our last talk that I hate that I haven't verified this, but my understanding is that like 5-ish% of them were apparently organized with like weapons around the city or whatever. Is that true? Do you know that?
Yeah,
these people are being So those people, I would say that those people were. Is it sedition or what do you call like
seditious conspiracy?
Yeah,
but
I would say that 100% applies to those people for sure. But I wouldn't say every single person that protested there.
I wouldn't
every
either.
Sure, okay.
But the people who are committing violence to stop the steal, I think it's properly labeled as terrorism. Those individual actors. And let me give you another one. Let's say that someone was trying to hunt down Nancy Pelosi or one of the senators, and that attempt, you would be like, that would be a terrorism, right? If they were hunting down people to try to commit violence on them.
If you're hunting down people to try to commit violence on them, would that be a terrorism? I'm assuming we mean like explicitly for the purposes of like political purposes.
Of stopping the steal, yeah.
For those individuals, probably. I don't think I would fight. If somebody called them a terrorist, I don't think I would be like, that's an improper use of the word. I don't think I would do that.
Okay. Cool.
But I would have to go back and watch, but I'm pretty sure that my initial contingency was one. I think you wanted to call a lot of the people there terrorists, or everyone.
Yeah, no, not every single
Not everyone?
there.
Everyone that was inside the Capitol a terrorist?
No, not even that, because there are people in there who, first of all, reporters, media people,
sure.
right?
Not Steven Crowder, like Baked Alaska, right?
Oh, dude, you got to, whenever you're talking about like election theft stuff, why don't you tag me in?
Those guys were lost. Even Fuentes was lost in that conversation, so I don't think it would have made much of a difference. Like they started to loop hard, but yeah.
All right. On that stuff, yeah, no, I mean that I'm not going to actually comment on that case, but yeah, if you're a media person, if you're a genuine media person, I think that you wouldn't qualify as a terrorism in that regard. If we knew the particulars of your case, that you were just wandering in there because you thought you were like allowed in there and you didn't do anything, you just walked around. I think that there's some people in there who you would consider not having had the requisite violence or intent to qualify for the terrorism stuff. But people who are banging in the doors and trying to get to politicians, who are literally assaulting police officers and destroying the Capitol and just peeing and shitting everywhere, I think that those people are absolutely qualify for terrorism. They're trying to put the country and indeed our elected officials in fear that they better submit to the coup.
If there were people protesting outside of Alito's house and somebody threw like a glass or something to try to break a window, would you consider that a terrorist act?
That the ideological purpose would absolutely be there, correct?
Yeah.
The only question is, does it rise to the level of a substantial level of violence, such that it fits a definition? Now, I'm going to turn this around on you. If someone tried to burn down Alito's house for the purpose of messing with the Roe v. Wade overturning ruling, that's terrorism, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like it.
And if someone burned down his house knowing that he wasn't in it, but just to send a message, that's terrorism.
I think we heavily associate like fire shit with terrorism, so it seems like that would be the case, right?
If someone just randomly shot bullets in his house when they knew they weren't there, that would also be terrorism.
I don't know if we'd call that terrorism, like
Why
drive-by,
not?
because it just seems like emotionally, it seems like we associate fire and shit with terrorism more
So
than
now
like,
fire is a necessary component of terrorism.
it seems like it, yeah. Or
What?
I'm saying,
Come
I'm
on,
saying,
dude.
hold on. If I were to go to a person's house with a whole bunch of friends and we all had like fucking bats and shit, we started beating the shit out of all the walls, we broke it down. Would people say that's a terrorist attack? Maybe not. But if somebody threw a grenade at somebody's house, it seems like people are like, yeah, that's terrorism. I don't know. It seems like in terms of like
people are dumb because they're real.
Sure, I know, but I'm just saying you're asking like, well, what would seem like terrorism, right? What's the difference between like throwing like a firebomb at somebody's house? What?
What would be terror? If you threw like a nail bomb versus a fire bomb,
sure,
for the same thing, it's the same shit. You're trying to do something. It's a sufficient level of violence. I think you both and I agree. And there's an underlying ideological purpose that you're going to concede that is. It's not mixed motive. It's not like we don't know what it. But like we're assuming for the purpose of this hypothetical.
Sure, but like why would breaking somebody's windows? Like you're saying that wouldn't be terrorism, or that would be?
It could be. It could be, right? So I think the KKK is a perfect example of this. The KKK in the early 20th century, in the late 19th century, this was an organization that, if any organization fits a bill for domestic terrorist group, it's the KKK at that time. They were explicitly trying to put fear into people who wanted to get black people to vote, black people themselves, trying to essentially make black people in fear for their lives. That is absolutely terrorism. When they're going to black people's houses and throwing,
Would you extend that to say that like violent shows are forced by like the Black Panthers? Would you say that those existed as a terrorist group, or even today existed?
Depends on what they did, right? If a Black Panther, let's say the Black Panther person put a car bomb in some judge's
No.
car.
Let's not say car bomb. Let's say they're marching up and down streets with rifles and stuff because they want to scare some people and say like, hey, like black rights.
Can be. So
no, wait, hold on, wait. I don't want it can be. I want to give you a specific scenario. Let's say a bunch of Black Panthers get together and they're like, we're gonna march down these streets in San Francisco, LA, Compton, whatever the fuck, and we're gonna have rifles out and we want people to know that like we stand for, you know, like black rights and like we don't like white colonizers and like this shit needs to change, blah blah blah. Would you consider that terrorism? Because it's like
depends.
a show.
That's a harder case. That's a harder. The reason.
Talk me through it. Talk me through what part is harder.
The reason why it's a harder case is because in this country there has been widespread acknowledgement of that it's okay to have certain protests in numbers and even to have armed protests.
Well, but now, just because of your qualification there,
to accommodate that kind of thing, there were intended to be places where individuals go to show their grievances. If they're doing everything according to the law, and they're not hurting anybody, and they're engaging in conduct which generally has been assumed to be okay in this country and not been equated with violence, then I think that would be a different case than if someone trespassed on your property and with all of their guns just stood in the bedroom of some judge and they didn't shoot anything, they didn't even destroy any property, but they're just standing there in their presence and they're just menacingly looking at the judge. That's different than being out in the town square in these traditional public fora.
Okay.
Right? I mean, I think you would agree with that. I think that you would agree that people marching with guns and protesting in favor of the Second Amendment, and saying that, you know, you put your hand on our guns, you're going to find out what the Second Amendment is for. Mm-hmm. For those people, you wouldn't call those people terrorists, correct? I wouldn't call them terrorists either.
No, but like if somebody were to use that definition, I don't know how much it would. If somebody were to say like, oh, like, you know, like these people are walking around terrorizing neighborhoods or something like that, or maybe terrorizing to you is a lot different than the word terrorist. Maybe you would say it's significantly different. Or
let's just stick on this one. So you agree that those Second Amendment people, not terrorists, right?
I mean, if we're going by your definition, I think it would depend.
By your definition.
I don't even know. I don't have like a strong definition.
You don't have a definition?
I don't have a strong one I care about. No.
Oh, no.
Like I said, I use it as an intensifier. If somebody would have pushed me around it, I'd probably be like, okay, sure, I wouldn't complain, or I would. Like, it's just, I guess, if you're telling me now, I think I've said this like the 5th time, if you're telling me now that for you, terrorism doesn't imply any greater, like, judicial, or like, punishment-wise, like, legal, what am I thinking of? Prosecution charges or whatever. It's not like a conviction or whatever intensifier or charge intensifier or whatever. Then I'm like way more lenient with like who we call terrorists. Fine, whatever. Call people terrorists.
It can imply a concerted enforcement. It can imply us being aware of. So, like for instance, I think that you're aware that we've had a bunch of right-wing terrorist acts in this country, and
sure,
the DOJ has said like a focus of ours is making sure these domestic terror groups and like tracking them down and infiltrating them. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't call that a quote unquote intensifier on the actual substantive crime that they're charged with, but it is just an awareness by
Yeah, it's something
a
to be
government
aware of,
official.
for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
It's a condition that leads to crime that needs to be ameliorated somehow, right?
Well, lady.
Unironically.
All right. Cool. Okay, so then I think that it's something we should think about more. I think you should be careful about the terrorism label. If you're telling me to be careful
Yeah,
with
sorry,
the terrorism label,
I'll do
as
the
applied to-
stochastic terrorist is what I should have called them. That's my bad, okay.
I thought you were going to call them insiders.
Oh, yeah, the next level would be... You had a better adjective in front of insider. What was it?
I don't know. Direct incitement? Indirect incitement?
Direct incitement. I like that one. Okay.
It's directly inciting violence. You don't need one word. You can use 2 words.
Sure. Well, there's 3 words there, but sure. We're stockpiling them.
Directly inciting is 3 words?
Directly inciting violence.
Oh, okay. All right. But it could be okay. That's awesome.
But that's
Great.
okay. Yeah, that's fine. We got all.
So, to be clear, you would agree that Vosh is not a terrorist.
Yeah, no, he's probably not a terrorist.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You would agree that there were people in January 6th who were terrorists.
Jesus, people in January 6th who, the people that were actually committing, yeah, or at least potentially, yeah. Apparently they didn't follow through on any of their shit, but yeah, sure.
Okay.
Or yeah, sure.
And you agree that it was a coup in January 6th, a coup attempt.
It needs to be more specific. It seems like, based on what I've seen, that like 5% of the people there, if that is true, I will have to wait for the conviction of it. But if that is true, then yeah, it seems like there was a legitimate coup attempt. Yes, there was a group of people that were armed, organized, with an explicit purpose of like overthrowing the results of the election somehow. I think that would be a coup attempt in anybody's books, right?
Awesome.
That doesn't mean everybody there, or the majority of people there, or even a minority,
Correct.
were involved in attempting to coup. It doesn't mean everybody there was a terrorist. But now that
Correct.
new information has come out since our last conversation that shows that there was 5% of people that were organized, if there's an organized attempt, because I think initially I think our conversation revolved around a lot about the fact that like if there's a bunch of people in an area that are protesting and then it turns into a riot, I don't know if I would consider that necessarily like a coup. It doesn't seem like the organization was there necessary for whatever. But now that it's come out that there are people that were organized and had explicit plans to do things, yeah, I think that would probably rise to the level of coup, sure. Coup attempt at least.
Awesome. Great. How you been?
I've been great. How you doing?
Good.
How's life
real
been?
good.
Are you excited about living? Are
Yeah,
you gonna when you get
swear
your
in.
when you get
I
your
swear in on the 6th.
Nice. What does it mean to swear in?
So like I have to raise my hand
Uh-huh.
and swear that I'm going to be a good boy and I'm
Keep
not
hating
gonna
your
be a
life
bad
then,
boy
working class Andy.
when it comes to law. But like yeah, the 6th is the day that I can officially call myself a lawyer, which I haven't been able to do for the longest time, even though that
You're technically an attorney, right? Isn't there a difference?
No.
I thought attorney and lawyer meant 2 different things.
That's some redacted things.
Oh, okay. Because I thought Mike technically counted. I thought I looked this up because it seemed fake, but when I looked it up, that like if you've graduated from law school, or maybe it was only that you can say you have a JD. Maybe it's not that you can call yourself an attorney.
Yeah,
And then, like,
I think
once you
I can
pass
say I'm a
or whatever.
JD.
Okay.
My title at my firm is law clerk.
Oh, okay.
Clerk.
Well, there you go.
But it's all right. But yeah, life is good, man. New York is awesome. Summer's coming.
Mhm.
When are you moving out?
Well, I'll be there for the Mines event.
What event?
I don't know. Some big thing that a bunch of people got invited to.
Mines?
Mines. M-I-N-D-S. Is it on my calendar? It's on like the
Mines.
20th or 25th or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Of June?
Yeah, next month.
Awesome, bro. Let me know if you want some recommendations or anything.
Recommendations? You wouldn't come eat with me? You would just be like,
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
recommend you.
grab
No,
a
no,
slice.
that's fine. Yeah,
I don't
no,
want-
that's okay. You just
I didn't
recommend me
wanna-
shit. I'll message you, be
I
like,
didn't
yo, I'm
wanna-
in New York. And you'd be like, oh, cool, go there. I'm like, okay, thanks, dude. Yeah.
Listen, I would love to grab a piece of pizza with you.
Gotcha. Wow. Who has the best New York pizza in New York? Who do you think?
Different opinions. So in Manhattan, my favorite is John's on Bleecker Street. That's in like Greenwich Village area, more like West Village.
Okay.
I think it's so good. Another common one that people like, which is like I would say, it's not top tier, but it's good tier. It's called Joe's Pizza. I don't know if you ever watched Spider-Man 2.
No.
You've never watched Spider-Man 2?
I don't think so. Is that the one with Dr. Octopus?
Yeah.
Oh, then I did. Okay. I don't keep track of all these fucking movies, right? But okay.
Well, there's a Joe's Pizza in Spider-Man 2. That's the one he delivers for, and then he's late, and then he gets fired.
Damn. How is he late as Spider-Man?
Because there was a disturbance. I'm sorry. And then it's like, you got 23 minutes. Go. That's the quote.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Another good one that I mentioned before is Luke Hawley's in Brooklyn. Why does everyone feels weird in me?
I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay, Luke Hawley's in Brooklyn is really, really, really good too. But that one, I think you're not gonna want to do that because you have to get in line at like 4 o'clock or 4:30 to get a table at like 8.
True.
And you have to be in person to secure. I don't feel like you have the patience for that.
If I can't reserve it online, probably not. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's pretty much it. Listen, I know that you have to go watch a discussion between people, so I'll leave you to it.
Okay, I love you, buddy. Be careful. Stay safe. Okay.
All right, buddy. See you later.
Bye. How the fuck do I get iron? Can I mine iron ore with my copper mace? I can't kill that bear. It's too fast for me. Play donos.
I am no longer white. Angle from BTW Destiny, new huge Minecraft update coming later today. Any plans to play? No.
It's time to return to the ladder, Destiny. It is time to take back the swarm and climb. You will be unstoppable and no one will hold you back. Also, queens can't heal off Creepo Matilda.
Go for close combat to fight him. Dash towards input direction and elude nearby enemies.
I was banned less than an hour ago specifically because I'm a gay Latino, of course. But I am returning stronger as ever as a 3-month subscriber to participate in Chat Giga Chat. Love you, chat. And keep doing what you're doing, Destiny less than 3. L.
Ooh.
What does this look like? Oh, we have that, obviously.
The Rising. Molecular Rising. L.
Erudite and Brittany. Oh. Uh-oh.
I have a tummy ache. Sag frowny face.
Walk me through a brat. Like, what does that look like?
Sure. So a lot of contention in the community around brats because I think a lot of people don't understand what a brat is, and I think even brats don't understand what brats are. But brats are people who basically try to top from the bottom with the hope of losing.
You better look out DGG chat.
Usually
So they're very
YouTube chat, the
wrestly,
best chat,
at least
will soon reign supreme. Destiny will soon be banned from DGG, and we will be the last one standing with the better mugs to mine.
Said something like, "Are you a little?" I'd be like, "A little bored of you." And then he'd be like, "Oh, you're a brat." And I'm like, "Only for people worthy." And then it'd be like a back and forth of like jabbing each other to see how we mesh with our energies. And then we can negotiate for like, "Oh, I like your brat energy. I like your sadist energy. Let's hang out."
Okay.
So it depends on, but it depends on the interaction, the style of party you're at. If I'm at a high protocol party, my brat is completely subdued and I am in service submissive mode. Like I would never bring my brat to a high protocol party, but I would bring my brat to a regular dungeon.
What's a high protocol party?
A high protocol party happens where it's usually orchestrated in a house party or in a dungeon where everyone is dressed to the nines, very much like Academy Awards, like dressed very pretty, dressed very beautiful. There's usually servers and diners. So you have people who volunteer to be servers. They come out with towels. They come out with towels that also represent what kinks they have. So if it's yellow, it's like water sports. If it's like different colors, it means different things. So they'll walk out, they'll serve you your mocktails or your hors d'oeuvres or whatever they're doing for the night. Usually we have potluck parties, depending on the vibe. And then everything's very beautiful and it's very like, "Hello, Master da-da-da-da. Here is your mocktail. Oh, thank you. Good job." And you get a little reward and you get patted away. And so it's very much like you're high role playing. It's like role playing to the nth degree.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, we do like boot. Like, have you ever seen someone like boot black? Like, take the boots and like reshine them and recolor them and make them beautiful again. A lot of that happens. I usually go to cigar and whiskey high protocol parties. So we'll do whiskey in the beginning, play 4 or 5 hours later into the evening.
Okay.
And then that's really fun too. So we'll have like really fancy whiskey people. We'll even hire people in the community or ask them to volunteer who actually are professionals in their vanilla world with these jobs. And then they'll show up to the events and actually host, which is so fun. It's if you can go to a high protocol party with the right people, it is the best time.
Wow, guys.
Would you say that's like some of your favorite stuff? And then why would brat not be appropriate in that space?
It is some of my favorite things because it allows me to challenge myself in my discipline for not bratting. Bratting would be rude. So it would just be bad manners. You know, you're at a high protocol party, you hand someone a fork, you say, would you like anything else, sir or madam? Or if they have a different pronoun or way of being spoken to. And then, you know, you do what you do. And then if they went, could you take this trash for me? And I went, maybe if you blah, 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 blah. It'd be like, okay, you're ruining the mood, bro. Like, I'm supposed to say, of course I'll take the trash. My pleasure. It's my pleasure to serve you. It's giving them, it's a symbiotic thing. I want to feel like I'm serving. They want to feel served. If I was a brat, that would like be so exhausting.
Right, where you're like, why did I hire you? Get the fuck out of here. Like,
Yeah,
you'd be
like, why are
fired.
you even here?
Yeah.
Exactly.
True,
I'd have to
guys,
sit in a corner,
right?
not the fun way.
Yes, you'd be timed out in a not a fun way.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Interesting.
Do you ever want to go? Is there any part of you that's like, I kind of want to see that? In a
Oh,
real
for
way?
sure. Yeah.
We should go.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just
gotta
like
prove for the
experiencing
backs.
stuff.
I want to go. Oh,
Yeah.
we should go. We should go to Folsom. We should go to Kink Fest. We should go to all the public events. Like, Kink Fest would be the greatest, I think, because it is anything that does conferences that actually have real classes, I think are the greatest way to get involved in kink. And then at night, it turns into a big play party.
Right.
True.
Yeah.
So you learn, take a rest, come back and use that knowledge in a good way with your community.
Yeah, I like getting kind of inside understandings of communities in general, like even if I'm not interested in like necessarily participating. It's the same reason why like the Pride Center and stuff, it's still closed for COVID, but they often will run like monthly meetings and stuff like that, and I'm interested in going, not because I'm LGBTQ, but I'm just like kind of curious about that world and want to hear. Like, I'm very much like I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth, because I can read
Pop your
about
bubble,
it.
girl.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, do it.
The
No,
bubble,
I've
guys,
gotten
the
vanilla friends to
bubble.
the dungeon. I've definitely been like a bridge. I like to bring people to places. I like them to know, like, this is my life. This is the stuff I do. So you don't have to fill in any weird fantasy misinformation of my life. I'll just show you my life. So you can see that it's real. You know what I mean? It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn good. It's some of my favorite communities are queer BDSM communities.
Yeah, they can be super, super nice.
Yeah.
Really, especially if you're like seeking acceptance.
See, guys?
Yes.
You're
yes.
an erudite
And
like
look,
her.
I know infighting happens in all our communities, so don't pretend like that drama ain't gonna happen, girls. It's gonna happen. But it's just differently negotiated. I feel so comfortable
dead.
negotiating with people now that I even negotiate with my siblings and my family. Hey guys, I have boundaries. I've taught my siblings also like spoon theory and BDSM safe words. I'm like, red, I'm done. I'm gonna get triggered. Red, hard red, I'm out. And like I've taught my siblings this, and I think it helps with communication.
Right.
No.
Like explaining boundaries and how to do it well. It's really interesting. It's an interesting community because everyone will be very practiced at voicing boundaries and then probably to some extent being rejected. Because I imagine not everyone that you approach to do a play is going to say yes. And in a BDSM community, I imagine you need to take your L really well, or you might be very
It's
quickly
impossible.
exited from-
Bro, are you supposed to be able to kill the bear? I can't move fast enough. Do I need blood that helps me run faster? Or is it supposed to be done after like a certain set of equipment or what? Increases physical power and increases gear level. He's on paper that drops from bandits, or by killing random enemies, you can get recipes for merciless versions of weapons and armor that give you additional stats. Maybe try Rogue Blood.
Collaboration on this with Evie Lupine a while back, like a year or 2 years ago, I don't remember. We talked about this, how I think rejection is consent. Consent is rejection. Like, being rejected is somebody saying no thank you. And for you to be insecure about that is you being insecure about consent at the bottom of this. Like, at the very depth of this, it's like we need to make it a safe space for people to say no. So in BDSM, when I was brought in, this might have changed recently, but I hope not, no is a complete sentence. So my Dom taught me, like, you say no. Then if people go, well, why not? Be like, oh, I already said my complete sentence. No. because you shouldn't have to explain why you don't want to do something.
Right.
BDSM is the only space that's given me the permission to have no as a complete sentence.
What do you mean by if somebody's insecure about a rejection is because they're insecure about consent? What do you mean by that?
I think a better way of looking at consent is not they're rejecting you. They are saying their boundaries that have nothing most likely to do with you. Rarely do people like, look, okay, I was just saying this the other day. I have so many amazing like women and men in my life that I'm like, I fucking love their brains. I love their bodies. I love the way they look. Why am I not into them? Why do I not find myself attracted to them? Why do I not want to marry them? But I want to marry them. And I realize it's because whatever that thing is that we're all looking for in another person, it's not in every person we meet, no matter how fabulous you are.
Right.
So sometimes rejection is just the person who's rejecting you saying, you know what, for me, you don't seem to be that energy I like, more so than saying you are the problem.
Right.
You know, so I think if we looked at it that way, it could be better. Now, obviously, I'm not making a period at the end of my sentence like every situation is.
Right.
But I think insecurity often comes from misunderstanding.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay. This leads me, I really wanted, because we wanted to talk about neurodivergence. I'm going to use the washroom. This is a great like break point for me to use the washroom. Grab snacks if you want. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Wow. Me too. A silver resistance brew. Consumables. Bro, I just got fucking wrecked. I didn't want any of these garbage things. My servant won't like die to like random shit, right? Oh shit, the sun. Yeah, burn me. Resurrect. Oh, he did die. What? Does he have his spear still, or did he lose the thing I gave him?
There.
Oh, they came back.
I need you to get off that chair now.
Oh, he still has his bone spear. Good job.
Hello, I love you. I'm gonna grab some.
Hold on, I gotta see what Melina wants to eat. Play donos.
I love you. You need to move. I'm gonna sit on you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sit on you. I am. I'm gonna sit on you.
Is this
Okay,
terrorism?
Here I come. I poured my Cheetos. Here I come. Okay, ready? Okay, I'm gonna sit on you. You need to scoot, 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 scoot. Scoot, 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 scoot.
I keep getting banned in DGG chat when I'm not there. What's happening?
Do I sit on my black skirt?
Ban
You
me
go
without saying what
very-
happened every time. Am I doing something?
Great. Speaking of consent, Indiana Jones always trying to fucking take my chair. Oh, how are you guys doing? Oh my god.
Hey, Destiny, want to hear a joke?
Yeah.
How does a non-binary samurai kill people?
Excited.
They slash them.
Oh, Indiana. Mm. Keep Indiana in shot. That's up to her. She keeps changing her mind. Oh, hold on, girl. I have my earphones. What do you want to do, my mouse? You want to sit with me or not?
Is that a kitty? That's
yeah,
a kitty, right?
Yeah, Indiana Jones. She's amazing. Hi, my mouse. Make a decision. Do you want to sit down? I came back and she was sitting in my chair and I was like, this bitch.
Well, my dog joined me because I have food now, so all
FYI,
in.
The internet is telling me my stalker's in your chat. Just FYI, she's resurfacing now. I don't talk to her if I legally never say her name. She can't take me back to court. So FYI, sorry that's happening. She's just mentally unwell.
Oh. It's intense. Taking you back to court?
Yeah, she tried for defamation or some bullshit or a restraining order. It's confusing. Either way, it doesn't matter. If I never talk about her again, by name, because no one knows. Look, I describe my stalker and you feel like that's you, that's on you.
That's fair.
Okay? but I don't say no names.
That's fair. Wow, that is how long have you had this? How long have you been dealing with stalking issues in your life?
Good question. It's been so long now, and you know how it happened? It happened because I did meet viewers offline all the time, and she came. She was going through stuff and wanted help, and I talked to her, and I went home, and I was like, I don't trust this girl. She seems way off. And she found her way into the community anyways, the BDSM community. Eventually, she got also rejected from a lot of people too in the community because she was falsely accusing many members of our community. So became a parent. But since, like, I don't know, like, I don't even know anymore, girl. Like, honestly, 2016, 2014, 2015, 2016, I don't even remember. Too long. I'm tired. And honestly, that's why I don't tell anyone what state I live in anymore. I don't tell anyone where I live because I don't want to deal with her or anyone like her ever again.
Fair. That is.
It is the most exhausting thing in the world to, like, deal with somebody and, like,
I'm not going to win with the spear.
I hope she gets the help she needs. Leave me out of your recovery.
That's fair.
So exhausting.
Sorry, did you say she's in my chat?
Apparently, someone's saying she was also in Destiny's chat, but I warned him, so he should be safe. But when she's affected over 12 people. She's impacted so many families, so just like FYI. And we all have our ability to avoid her, but anyone who's new, like, they're just gonna. That's the problem. Is like you can't legally do anything about her.
She's a mogus.
You can't put her in jail because, like, what would that serve? I don't even believe in prisons. Like, she can't go to a mental health hospital because, like, no one's gonna help her. She won't consent to help. So, like, she's just gonna be a lost soul around the world who, like,
a level 1, if you will.
Victim, I guess.
Well,
I can send you information if you need to, but
yeah,
like, I don't want anyone hurt by her, but I can't. That's the problem. This is my biggest struggle. How do I protect people from people that just exist?
Right.
Like, I have no idea. It's such a struggle. Ugh, exhausting. Perfect segue into neurodivergent people.
I was gonna say, let's talk about neurodivergence branching off of that.
Yeah.
You were really interested in talking about that specifically.
Yes. Oh my gosh. You know what? It really hit me this last couple weeks dealing with, like, new audience people that weren't my people. And why my audience, I was trying to figure out, why does my audience understand me so well? Why can they take my work and repeat it to other people so with such accuracy that I'm like, damn, you should have written this. Like, you should have been the author of this. Like, they're really good at understanding me in the way that I talk. Even when they don't, which we see in voice chat a lot in Discord, is we talk it through so long, we go, oh, Brittany uses words this way, and you use words this way. And so when the conversation started to come up, I started to ask my audience, like, how many of us are neurodivergent?
Jesus.
It's a lot. It's not everybody, but it's a lot. And then I was like, okay, so maybe it's a neurodivergency thing where people are hearing the way I talk and the movements I make with my face and my need to always, like, self-soothe. I've noticed some communities make fun of me. They're like, oh, she's anxious. Oh, look at the way she's self-soothing. And I'm like, yeah, like, I self-soothe all the fucking time.
Right.
And so it's, for me, I'm used to it. Like, somebody the other day said, I just wish I could go to a community and say, I'm borderline, and have everyone not kill me for it, but also know what it means. I was like, you can. It's called borderline communities. Or even BDSM communities are self-aware of mental illness. Or there are communities you can go to and say, I have borderline, and people will be like, oh, I know what that means, without judging you. And I know what it means enough to consider your feelings.
True.
Yeah.
And so what I'm wondering is,
true, guys.
Why do you think it is that people on the internet say they want inclusion, want neurodivergent people around, but when the neurodivergent person shows up and is themselves, they're like, they're weird. Why aren't they normal? Why can't they be normal?
They're annoying a lot of the time is another one, right? It's because
Am I joining this convo? Nope, I'm listening to it to trigger you.
With, like, homelessness and
we can go back to this one if you want.
We need to make sure everything works out. It lines up and makes sense. Otherwise, we can only assume.
Are you normal, Nina? No, you're French.
Yeah, that something's not making sense and somebody's not telling us the truth, right?
I believe it. She's from Trinidad. So anybody, if she's really beaten, anybody looking at that is like, because this is U.S. They're gonna be like, what the hell? What happened to you? And she's just like, my husband or my boyfriend, she's hurt, you know? So she's trying to talk and she's trying to communicate.
What? So you think she told us that you did all that to her?
No.
Okay.
I don't know how it steered back to me. I don't know how, because I don't believe that she would say that to her mom.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
Okay. All right, so
as Detective Hertenstein was telling you, that we need to chronologically lay it out, meaning time-wise, make sure everything that makes sense, right?
Oh, I'm dead now. I
And,
can't get
you know,
away.
Mom
What am I supposed to
She seen the
do?
video. She didn't want the cops to know about it because she didn't want her daughter to get sent away.
Okay.
So I try to keep that video.
Also,
away.
why do I regain
didn't call
0
the
HP
cops.
for my attacks?
That happened like a couple days ago. I didn't call the cops on it because I didn't want her to go to a place.
So let me ask you this. You went to your friend's house. What's that friend's name again?
John. John.
Your friend's house that lives in, where does that person live? In Australia, next to the school, you said?
Australia, yeah.
His name is John?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were at John's house, you guys played football, right? And then
7 levels higher than you
someone
get better.
called
Yeah,
you
maybe. Okay.
And told you that police were at your house. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Who called you?
Neighbors, text, just like text messages.
Do you have that name saved anywhere?
No.
How do you
Oh,
know
wait,
it's your
actually.
neighbor?
Next door neighbor, I got a number one time for a battery for my golf cart.
Okay.
And she was saying the cops are outside.
Okay.
Called her. She's like, a lot of cops
Hold on.
outside.
We're winning now. I just figured it out. I'm a big brain.
Like, oh my god, I got a Savannah cat. If the Savannah cat run out the front door, I lost out on 15K.
Right. So you mentioned that while you were at your friend's house, you got this call, right?
Yeah.
But you also told us that you had a scuffle.
Yes. Couple days prior to that, she tried to kill herself.
Okay, but you said tell me about that.
Yeah. So she always that's what I said, she has like mental issues, like with girls texting me. We have an open relationship. A chick texts me on the phone, she might say, yes, I wanna give you that B. I wanna give you that. I might delete it and she still see it somehow.
Why are you
If they have
deleting
an
it?
open relationship, this interaction doesn't make sense. It does, however, tell us that Gray has a history of cheating, and it's something that has caused fighting in the past.
Uh-oh.
And then she starts, I thought you would stop cheating on me. I'm like, babe, I didn't even respond. I just looked at it like I'm a man. I should be able to watch porn. I should be able to text a chick and not want her to meet up with her. I'm a man. Let me be a man. Let me grow gracefully. So she was just really into it that day. Her heart tried to grab it. She was almost about to stab herself because she's pregnant. I'm like, no. So I'm trying to tussle with her so we both don't get stabbed.
And when was that tussle?
That was what's today's?
Tuesday,
Monday.
13th, yeah.
That was Friday.
Is my relationship fully polygamous? No, I'm polyamorous. I wish I was polygamous, dude. Imagine having 2 wives, 3 incomes, 1 household. Mormons had it figured out, bro. That's the way of the future, okay? It would be based.
Friday and Saturday she did that.
And you have videos on your phone of that, you said? Or
I have a video of it on front, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was Friday. How was your guys' weekend?
It was good. I mean, it was okay.
You spent the weekend together?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Mountain.
Every day trying to
These
make
memes
sure we
in
got
chat
a
are
good...
making me like 135791113.
What the fuck are you talking about, Peach?
I can't even.
Good one.
connection.
So you were home Saturday?
I was home Saturday.
Okay.
I was home Friday, I was home Saturday.
And those households, the wives don't work? What? If I had Melina's working. If I had multiple wives, you would have believed they'd all be working. What are you talking about?
Yesterday was Sunday. I wasn't home Sunday after 5:30.
Because you were at your friend's house. And then you showed up what time at this house today?
Today? I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
My phone died, so I just was like...
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Probably 8:45 or so.
I say we've been doing this deal for about since 6:30, 7-ish.
So you have videos in your phone of her trying to hurt herself and you trying to stop her from hurting herself? Okay. Can we? Is it okay with you if we look at those videos?
Yes, I have to show you where it's at. I have to show you the video.
I need to stop.
Yeah, sure.
And that video was from Friday?
Yes.
You have no new recordings on there?
I don't have, but that's her behavior. You see it and you don't see any bruises on her. You see a beautiful girl that don't have any bruises on her. That's, that's her behavior. Very recent. But that's not something for me to like try to get her in a place or anything like that. Whatever happened with this guy.
What's his name again?
Mark. Whatever happened with this guy, She just went to the hospital. She needed to.
No, Castle Thing!
She don't have any insurance. She don't have any ID.
dead.
She don't even have a green card.
How do you know Mark came over to the house?
I had a feeling. She said, you know, she might, you know, have him come over.
Okay.
Something like that.
So I want to tell you what's going to happen on our side, what we're going to do. Because we can listen to everyone talk, but we have to confirm for ourselves. We have to take steps to make sure that we're getting truthful information.
Yeah.
Right? So,
well, I
Okay, no more
videotaped it to
queuing.
make
It's
sure
not
you
worth it.
guys- if anything, that's why I videotaped her. And I was like, this is behavior not from a girl that I said I do. I need to videotape you what's going on in the world. I'm not going to call my mom. I'm not going to call my manager. Let me videotape it myself so I can show y'all her behavior. And then you'll see exactly in video.
And that's fair, and I'm not here to call you a liar. I get that.
Yeah.
Some of the things we do a lot, right? We don't. This usually takes time for us to do this, but one, cell phone information. Okay, so we have your cell phone, but one of the things we do is we go through where was this cell phone at this time, where did it go from there, right? Because cell phones nowadays, you could see where they went.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So in that case, we should see your phone go from your house to your friend's house, pretty much there until whatever time this morning, back over to your house, right?
Sure. Yeah, but we have two phones. The second phone was left in the house.
Well, I'm just talking about the phone you had.
Oh, the phone I had, yeah.
Okay.
That's, even if it's dead?
Yeah, absolutely. But you were also getting text messages this morning from your neighbors, so...
Yeah, but that phone just has the video.
That's fine.
That's not the phone.
That's fine. No, I'm just talking about seeing where it is, the location.
Oh, no, yeah, that
Tracking
phone.
the location.
Yeah, no, that phone is like, you know, it's kind of like I'll be honest, it's a cheap phone, so I didn't take that with me to John's house.
You can hear the concern in his voice when the detectives mention tracking the phone's location, as well as the hesitant way he speaks as he's rebuilding his story. It's not a very good one, and it only gets worse from here.
Oh, which phone did you take?
I hide this phone under the mailbox, like under the neighborhood.
So you didn't take it to John's house?
No, I
Did
didn't
you
take
take
it.
any phone?
No.
How did you get text message from your neighbor while you're at John's house?
She texted John.
Listen to me. We can have a good conversation. Maybe there's an explanation for things. Listen, hold on. Just listen for a moment. Just listen.
You never said what phone it was.
Okay, just listen.
You just said text message.
I
I'm
hear
listening
you.
to your brain.
I know. Just listen.
I'm not disrespecting.
I know, and I won't disrespect you either.
You
But
have a career, we have a career too.
I know.
You're good at what you do, whatever you do.
I'm
We're
artist.
also capable.
I'm
Okay,
artist.
we're also
Listen.
very capable of doing what we do too. Okay.
I'm trying to have a baby.
And I'm going to treat you with respect also. You've given me no reason to disrespect you, and I'm not going to.
Yes, sir.
But I can tell you that the truth will be known. It's not the first day the two of us have been here. I'm telling you right now.
I understand that.
I'm telling you.
But I'm trying to have a baby, sir.
Okay.
Trying to have a
I
baby.
don't think that way.
Okay.
I don't process things. I process my food. I'm nice to my wife.
I guess I don't understand what you mean.
What I mean by that is that I don't live in that regular world space. You know what I mean? Me and my wife, we pray together. We don't even use a phone. We hardly use a phone. I hardly talk to my mom.
That's fine. All we've asked is what happened physically with you.
But you didn't say what phone I use or nothing. You saying, okay, we can use the phone.
Yeah, I did. I said the phone that the officer has that you walked up to your house with in your pocket.
That's not the phone.
That's not the phone you
No,
had.
sir. I have got texts from John. They text me because I don't like anything that's people texting. I feel like that's cancerous. What are we texting about?
No.
Well, I don't want to hear the reasoning.
Right.
What phone did you have at John's house?
I didn't have a phone.
You didn't have a phone?
I left that phone in the neighborhood.
So what phone did you walk back to your house with when our
walk
officers
back.
contacted
I
you?
didn't walk back with a phone.
You didn't have a phone with you?
No.
So where'd that officer get that phone?
I gave it to him once I received it. I hide the phone.
Where?
I don't know which street that's on, but I hide the phone on the street and I bury it because it's energy. And I don't.
One can only hope that Gray is setting up some sort of temporary insanity plea. The idea that a grown man, a financially secure actor, routinely buries his spare phone is ludicrous.
I'm actually trying to escape from using that energy with other females.
So why not take it to John's house and throw it in a room somewhere where you're not going to be around it?
No,
why are you burying it?
because I need to be focused on what me and John doing. Me and John playing football. Me and John, we working on our hearts. We working on our health. It's not for me to bring that energy to his house, because I can get, you know, we could probably get into a, you know, an argument, or, you know, he talking about his girl, I'm talking about my girl. We just there to be friends and boys. That's all.
So
that's all. But I understand what you're saying. I respect what you guys do.
And I appreciate that. And in a person's mind, in any person, officer, anyone, an actor.
Doesn't this remind you of when you read a book looking up at the ceiling?
I'm done with
And the
that.
water in your head is
I
not dissimilar
apologize.
from the landscape.
Anybody,
and you think to
anybody in the
yourself,
world, any reasonable
why is
person,
it that the landscape
if
is
something in their head's not making
But the
sense,
boat is still-
that doesn't make sense. That doesn't line up. Well, you just told me that. You just told me this. Okay, there's an explanation.
Yeah.
Things just don't line up.
I just wanted you
It just means it don't line up, man.
Well, I just really wanted you to know about our open relationship.
I get it.
I was not there.
And that's not my business.
Yeah,
You know,
I was not there from about, you know, from 5:30. We have an open relationship. I'm able to talk to other girls. She's able to talk to other guys. And this guy, Mark, came over. And like I said, the phone was in the neighborhood. That's where it stays. I went to John's house, came back. You know, when I came back,
Did you call the police at all last night?
I didn't come straight, no. I didn't come straight back home. I parlayed on my phone for a little bit, and then I came home. And then my phone died. I parlayed on the phone for a little bit, you know, to see if she called me or anything of that nature, and then that was the phone that I videotaped her, so I had to take that back to the house because I said I cannot walk back to this house without no videotape. I could have went to Phoenix if I was trying to hide from you guys. I could have told John to take me to Phoenix. I had my lawyer send me.
Why did you bring the phone with the videotape?
Because it's my home. I don't like anything.
Oh, dumb.
And it's just, this is my wife, you know? I don't like these type of situations. I feel like as men, if, you know, there's a problem in your household and you have nothing to hide from, then show up. Or run, go to Phoenix. Don't tell nobody you're in Phoenix. And send a video, have your lawyer handle it. But I felt like you guys will understand me and listen to me.
We are listening to you. I'm willing to.
And that's all. The phone was in the neighborhood, so that's it with the phone.
I'm willing to, and I still want to, and we're having a good conversation. But,
Yeah.
but you're talking in circles, man. You're talking about things that don't make sense, that don't add up.
What, the open relationship?
No. I'm okay with that. I mean,
Okay.
that's your business.
Okay.
You know, I wouldn't tell you that's okay or not okay. I'm talking about.
No.
You know, you went
Burying
to
a phone?
well, that's one of the things. You went to John's. I know, but you already told me you had your phone there at John's house. I asked you if you took your phone, how many phones you had. You told me just one phone.
Yeah, because I'm looking at you and I'm realizing that you're a person just like me. You know?
Well, conveniently, after I told you we were going to find the location of the phone.
No. I'm realizing.
You gotta see what how I'm seeing it.
I know because I deal with different type of IQs and stuff like that. So when you ask me a question, I visualize that I did have a phone in hand to text my neighbor. My neighbor texts John. We're all in the same community.
Gary's story changes from 1 minute to the next. Earlier, he specifically said that his neighbor texted him, not John. His actions scream the fact that he doesn't want the police to see that particular phone. This is understandable, judging from the multiple pictures of women that were later found.
So I did have a phone. So when I look at you, I said, man, when you asked me, did you have a phone? I didn't get the chance to just breathe. I said, yes, I had a phone, but I didn't. I should have told you. That's what I should have did. I should have just broke
This guy
it up,
is so
but you was asking
fucked.
so many questions, back to back, and I'm just trying to answer them right. So what I'm saying to you is,
Okay, so let's start over.
Okay.
I know, I could feel you want to be honest. Are you a bit nervous at all right now?
I got asthma.
You got asthma?
That's all.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, trying to process food,
So-
unprocessed food as well.
Again, we're just trying to clarify the information here. Do you have a phone number for John?
No.
Uh-oh.
You don't have a phone number for John?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Well, we can get it from your neighbor, right?
We're
John
trying
even
to-
exists?
We're trying to figure out the situation. You need to help us.
I don't
Verify
have a
what
phone
you're
number on John.
verify what you're telling
But
us.
your neighbor does.
She has the number on there.
For John.
Yeah. She does. She does.
She does. So if we get that phone, you will be able to get that number for us.
Sure.
John's number. Right?
Sure.
Who does John live with?
He lives with his parents.
How old is John?
He's about, maybe just 19.
19. Lives with his parents. Do you know the address?
No, but Estrella, around that area.
Okay, so if I should show you a map on GPS from your house, you should be able to tell me exactly what house John lives in.
Nah, it's dark. I don't know. I just know that.
Oh no!
I'm from Chicago.
Yeah, but you walked there, and you walked home.
I did walk, but you know the sun starts setting around like 5 or 6.
How many times have you been to John's house?
This is probably my second time. I don't even know this neighborhood like that. And when it gets dark, it starts to look different. As soon as the sun go down, it starts looking different to me.
So you're not able to tell me, give me John's number?
I don't have his number. I just met him.
Not only are we expected to believe that he buries his phone like a dog hiding his favorite bone, but we're also expected to buy the fact that on the day he is accused of beating his wife, he, an actor, has gone to the house of a person he has only met once or twice to play football.
Where did he meet John?
I met him going to a CBD store, leaving out the CBD store. He was like, yo, you should try this CBD. I was like, yeah, cool. He was like, yo, we playing football at the park at this time. If you want to come through. I said, oh, this is cool. I like friends like that, you know? So I met him at the park. We walked around his block to his house. I don't know where I was at, but...
So you met him, you've only been to his house twice?
Well, like twice.
Twice you said, right? And yesterday was the second time.
What's John's last name?
I don't know him.
You don't know? Okay.
Yeah.
When was the first time you went to his house? How long ago was that?
Maybe like Monday. Like I just met him.
When?
Monday. It's like just me.
A week ago?
Yeah.
Because today's Monday.
Yeah, like a week ago.
And today was the second time you went?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been back over there.
What was the first experience like when you went to John's house last Monday? What did you guys do?
We smoked some CBD, we had a beer. Some of the ASU kids came over to play football. We played football, we worked out. And that was it. That was really it.
Do you consider him you trust him?
I don't trust him. He's kind of like, he said he was like a fan of what I do. I was like, you know.
But do you trust him?
I don't trust him. No,
you don't?
I don't trust anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you went to his house and passed out?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Stop right there.
Definitely.
Stop right there.
Definitely. I felt comfortable, really.
No. You need to stop this, what you're doing, right?
No,
I've seen Detective talk to you, right?
I felt
Steve talk to you, right? And I'm just paying attention to you and I'm listening to your argument. I'm listening to your conversation.
It's not an argument.
I'm listening to your
argument.
Information that you're providing to us.
It's not an argument.
Right? And every time we try to verify...
Health is health.
Every time we try to verify what you're telling us, you've been changing the story every single time.
That's life. You go to QT, do you know who's going to be at that QT gas station? Do you know how many people are going to be at that QT? If you go to Walmart, do you know who's going to... No, I'm asking you a real life question. We're real life black people. We're black, right? We're African American. That's number one. So if he's African American, and he's positive John is.
Okay.
So we're African American. Let's not forget that. So once we go into stores and we go to Walmart, we go to Target, we don't know who's going to attack us.
Okay.
We're just being positive civilians.
Okay.
Always. That's once you take that mask off and you go somewhere, baby arrest for your daughter, you have to be focused. You don't know what your brain is doing. All you want to do is just be good at what you do. So I'm saying I didn't trust him, but I felt that his parents are there. They gave us food. I just passed out. I passed out. I knew when I woke up. I'm like, she's gonna be mad at me. She's gonna be extremely mad. So after that, the cops.
Wait. It's the first.
Oh shit! I just realized what happened. Wait, have they said what happened? So this guy was out cheating on his wife. He got back home. She was mad at him for cheating on him, and then he beat the shit out of her. That's what happened. Have they said that? I understand now what is going on, and now he's trying to make some bullshit up about. Is that what actually happened, or that? I think that's what happened. That's what it sounds like was going on. Okay. I didn't know what we were watching, but now is that what he was charged with, or
We'll go with
The
that.
cops
About what?
at your door.
Hold on.
What do you mean?
About, I want to make sure I understand your story.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't want to
Yeah,
tell you your
come on,
story.
bro.
So what's the first thing you did when you wake up? You know what time it was? About when you woke up?
What do you mean?
When you woke up at John's house.
Oh, so when I
What
woke
time
up,
is it?
wake up. You know what I'm saying? We wake up.
how does he hit me? How can he
Playing
hit?
Fortnite, whatever he playing. You like, yo, you want to go work out? Yeah, I'm like, come on then.
What time was it? About.
Like around, 5 in the morning, 5:30. And we had Estrella. We're playing football until like 6 or 7, and he gets a text. He's saying the cops at your house, but they texting me through his phone. He's like, your neighbors are texting me saying that there are cops at the house. I don't know none of the neighbors like that. They know I'm in the neighborhood. I just don't know them like that. And that's kind of that's all that happened.
Okay. So when
Oh,
you
I just
woke
used my
up,
ability.
you
I'm
said
fucked.
You were kind of like,
Fuck me.
is she gonna be mad?
Yeah, I knew, because she's like, where was you at last night?
Okay.
I knew she's going to be like that. So first, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm like, you know what? Let me just play football, get in a good vibe. Because then I could bring that back home. We work out. As men, man, we work out, we sweat, we look good. We take that back home to our woman. It don't matter what we did. It's good after that.
Dude.
The detectives are trying to keep Gray on track and get straight answers out of him, but you can make out the frustration in their voices. They don't believe him, and they have to feel insulted by the poorly thought out lies.
That was really it. That was really it.
Okay.
I don't have John's number. None of that. He would call me from a blocked number because I don't have.
So where'd you meet
my
John?
phone is where it's like I don't allow people to call me. I turn it off.
Where'd you
It's
meet
called
John?
forwarding.
Where did you meet him?
It's called forwarding. I don't allow people to call.
Got it. Where'd you meet John?
CBD store.
Where's that? Ish.
CBD store is right there near Walmart. It's like near Happy Cats and Vape.
Tell me about the first time you met John.
I walked out the store. He was walking in. He's like, yo, bro. He looked at me. He seen health. He seen happiness. He was like, yo, man, what's up? He's like, yo, you should try this. It's like, you a football player or something? He's like, yeah. I think I had Candace in the car. And he was like, you know what? You should come work out with us. And that was it.
And then what happened that day?
Somebody
when you
said
first
this
met
guy
him?
was Jesse Smollett's co-star. Is that true? There's no way, right?
Nothing really. And then
So you met him at the CBD store, and then you guys parted ways.
we parted ways.
It's a
and
joke.
I
Okay, gotcha. All right.
linked up with him on Monday. I gave him my number.
He gave you your number.
Yeah, he called me from a block number.
He called you from a block number. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said, yo, we about to go play football. We about to
It's
go
not
do
a
this,
joke.
like, do that. I said, all right, cool.
Wait. He's an American actor and rapper. Oh, Empire. Oh, no, wait, it's not a joke. That's Empire was the show Jesse was on, right? Wait, why you guys... Wait, why is this show turning out such horrible people? What the fuck?
He said, all right, cool. I said, let me eat some food first. Let me put some food in my stomach, let my head process. It's on one head. It's only gonna process muscles and arms and legs.
Me and the actor homies heading out to commit crimes. What the fuck?
And that was on
I
Monday?
can do so much. Cool. I said, let me eat some food first. Let me put some food in my stomach, let my head process. It's on one head. It's only gonna process muscles and arms and legs.
And that was on
I
Monday?
can do so much. Huh?
That was on Monday?
No, that was about that weekend. I met him that weekend.
Okay.
We linked up Monday.
Okay.
And then
What phone did he call?
He called from. What phone did he call from? So he called from that phone.
The phone you
the
have?
burn phone that I buried. So I buried.
The phone that we have now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I leave that phone in the area. I meet him at Estrella. I see him. We start playing.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
I come back. It's a rhythm. And then, I look at the phone. I parlay with the phone. The phone dies. I'm like, damn, how I'm gonna show them the video? They ain't gonna take this. Well, I guess you guys can charge it and I'll show you.
So it's still dead?
It's dead. Once you let me charge it, I can show you the video. I can show you.
Well,
the video. I called her mom and said, do you want me to call the cops? This is supposed to be a wife. I said, I do too. She said, no. They'll put it on TMZ.
I don't have any problem believing you about this video, man. But
Yeah.
we're not talking about the video. We're talking about last night.
Yes.
So you keep going back to this video. I believe you have a video.
Oh, are you saying
Yeah,
action? You saying
yeah.
actions?
Yeah, you don't have
You're
to
asking
convince
my
me
brain
about the
about
video.
actions.
Sure,
You
okay.
don't trust the actions of what I've been doing. That's what you asking me, and I'm saying to you, these are the places I've been.
Okay.
That's all.
That's fair. I appreciate
Yes, sir.
it. Sorry, text bro.
When did you call her mom? That weekend. You know what I mean? Like, what is that, Friday?
Okay.
And I told her, you know, it's getting a little crazy, but we can work on it. And you know, first thing my manager said, yes, last thing we need is the cops coming to the house and they putting you in arrest and stuff like that. So when she do things like that, it just make me be a better man to her. So we have good days. We've been having amazing days together. And this guy that I allow her to talk to, I maybe should not have allowed it. You know what I'm saying? I should have just been like, babe, I don't really have the full energy. I don't have the, because she takes a lot of energy. She's beautiful, she's short, she takes a lot of energy to function. And I should have maybe said that to her.
One of the things I need to do is I need to speak to this John person, right? So that's why I'm really trying
Does
to,
John even exist? Oh, shit, I
speak
should
to this
have.
John person just to help you verify your own story. Does that make sense?
It's gonna be hard.
How so?
Because I don't know him like that. It's like meeting a girl at a club.
It's worth a shot, though, right? I mean, it's a pretty big deal. You're getting accused of something like that.
But bro, I ain't been accused. She never said nothing that I guarantee you she didn't say that.
She did.
She didn't say Brashear did that. She did not say that. The firefighters took her to the hospital. And
what do you mean? How do you know that?
Because I know. Of course, I know the law. The firefighters took her to the hospital. She said her husband, somebody called. Somebody used that phone and called or something. And
Used which phone?
I don't know. Whatever phone that was, Mark probably was still at the house or something like that. He used, because the phones are connected to each other. These are two phones connected to each other but different phone numbers. So who knows what Mark was doing in that house? You know what I'm saying? And after that, boom. I don't think she went to the hospital and said that. I think she went to the hospital and said that.
Unless she told our detective the statements.
I don't think that.
Until I'm telling you, I mean, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm telling you this.
I allow her to live with me.
Bro.
It's the only gas station close to Goodyear.
Last night you were there about 10ish?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you left John's house and went to the QT with what vehicle?
The vehicle, the rental, the Hemi rental.
Okay, that one that was in the driveway when we were there.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. The Hemi
Okay.
rental. Yes, sir.
Oh, I fucked up.
Who was with you?
Kill me.
No one. No one.
Okay. So initially, see, that's another part of the story I didn't hear about. So initially, you went to John's house last night at 4:30 or 5 or something like that. You walked there or you drove there?
I drove.
You drove there?
Yes, sir.
And you stayed there until you came back this morning?
Yes, sir.
But your vehicle was in the driveway before you got home?
Yes.
How'd it get there?
So you asking me how did the vehicle? So I left the vehicle there. I didn't go in the house. I didn't want to,
Yeah.
wake her up. I
Tell
went
us.
back to John's house.
Okay, why didn't you just drive it back to John's house?
Because it's
It ain't like that, man.
It's good to wake up, take a walk, force yourself to challenge yourself, to grow. There's nothing wrong with that.
The questioning has become a verbal tennis match. The detectives will send over a question that should have a straightforward answer, and Gray sends it back with a
Holy shit, it's
bizarre
Vouch!
spin. But each time he does, the detectives are able to counter with a question that points out the holes in Gray's story.
There's nothing wrong with
What time did you drive it back to the house, he said?
I got gas, and probably drove it back to the house like right
So you
after
went
I
to
got
the QT.
gas.
With what vehicle?
I'm actually, officer. I buried that car.
30
I try to keep away from that energy.
But you weren't with
Also,
her
we're
when you
black
did that,
men.
when you went out to
No
QT?
one was in the car. No one. I had the music blasting. I got in the car. Got my stuff. Got the gas. Parked the car. That was it.
So you got gas, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Credit card?
Do you remember what pump? The gas pump?
Do I remember what pump? gas pump could have been, but I used the card, so I didn't have to go into the cash register and say.
Oh, use a
"Pump
credit
five."
card? Okay.
It was, you know, this has been the first day with a lot of kids at this gas station. So
Oh, yeah, there.
yeah, it was busy, so it just threw me off. I would just get the gas and that was it. Hopped in the car.
Keep
went
hating
back
your
home.
life then, working
But then
class
walked
Andy.
to John House.
Because we saw that vehicle at the gas station, right?
We did.
Okay.
And that's why
See,
I asked
tell
you.
me the truth.
See? He's so happy that he told the truth about one thing. True.
Who else was with you?
No one. I got in the car and like I said, it was nobody. I didn't look back to check her. I just got in the car, turned the music up.
You didn't look back to what?
I didn't look to see if anybody was in the car or nothing like that.
Could there have been somebody else in the car?
What?
I don't know. When you just,
What?
you know, like I said, when you just being, you know, doing things and just, you know, I didn't know. I don't know.
True.
When
Based.
your wife, can I call her your wife?
My girl.
Your girl? Okay.
Candace, when Candace is in the, when she rides in the car with you, where does she ride?
She normally rides right next to me, like on the passenger seat.
Okay. When was the last time was she in that car?
Last time she was in that car, I took her to Ross. That was on Saturday. I took her to Ross. She begged me, I want to go to Ross. I need to get the cat some cat food, and I need to get some litter. So that's what she did. She got the cat food, she got the litter, and she put it in the back seat.
In the back seat.
Yeah.
Last night, you did get gas?
I did.
So do you have a credit card payment there last night?
I do.
For gas?
I should. Once you guys charge the phone, I should be able to go to my Wells Fargo account. And
Well, we can get that with your phone or not.
yeah.
But,
Yeah.
okay, so you used a credit card to pay for gas.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You filled the tank all the way?
No, I normally put like $10, $15. I'm not working.
Okay.
So I'll be like $15 in the gas, and that should last for a couple days.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're very familiar with that QT over there.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you go in the store or did you pay at the pump?
Man, I stopped the car and I went right into the store, and then.
Where'd you go in the
Wait, I thought he said he paid at the pump
I went in
before.
the store to get 2 burritos, and some backwoods. I don't smoke backwoods, but John do. Some backwoods.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you know he smoked backwood?
He said get him some backwoods. I got him some backwoods.
When did he tell you that?
He told me that. He called me blocked. Like I said, when
He called you again blocked.
Yeah, he always
Okay.
called me blocked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you went in the store. Where did you pay for the gas? At the pump or in the store?
At the pump.
At the pump. Okay.
There's a lot of things. Kids with dirt
Fuck.
bikes, kids with 4-wheelers. I was like, there's a lot of people outside
Yeah, it's
today.
busy. It's busy.
Yeah.
So you bought 2 transactions there. One for the food inside the store.
Yeah. One, I walked in the store, and then I came back, and then I put the gas there.
Okay.
I pumped the gas.
Okay. What kind of credit card? Like Visa, MasterCard? Is it debit card or credit card?
It's a temporary card.
Temporary card.
Yeah, because my other card was chipped.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
yeah.
So they sent you like a temporary one.
Yes, they did.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh my god, really?
Let me know if you
days-
need another water.
I do, please.
I'll get you water.
All right.
These days, you have, like Detective Hertenstein was explaining to you, technology.
Yeah.
With phones, GPS.
No, my dash was down.
Surveillance videos.
Yeah, so you should see me, at the gas station. You should definitely, that's what I'm telling the truth. You should definitely see me get gas, but I'll let you talk.
No, that's fine. It's a dialogue, so I don't mind you interjecting and saying what you need to say.
Yeah.
But what if we tell you that we saw someone else get out of the car on surveillance video?
Uh-oh.
On what surveillance video?
At the QT.
I would be like, that'd be
wild.
Gray is struggling to come up with an answer to this question. It's something he should have already considered because all major gas stations have security cameras these days.
When it's revealed that his girl is a white woman, you're going to believe this whole
I
story.
say that it'd be a surprise.
Okay. I'm gonna try and get a copy of that video. I don't have it here, obviously.
Yes, sir.
But I'm gonna try and get a copy of that video. And Mr. Gray, one of the things I'm trying to do, you know, like I said, is put the pieces
together.
I
respect you.
And everything that you tell me,
It's a fucking
it's
lie.
my job to verify it. Help me verify the information that you're providing to me, right?
Yeah. It's my home. I allow her to stay there.
No, hold on. Give me a second. The information that I want to verify is where you were yesterday. You mentioned you were at John's house.
Yes, sir. And but Stella like the playground.
Right. I need a phone number for John.
I don't have that phone number.
I need to know the neighbor who texted John.
One of the neighbors on the block, definitely.
Who did? Who specifically?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I know all of them. They all see me when I moved in. They all see me. They all know about John. John came over to the house, you know, probably like once. You know what I'm saying?
When was that?
The first time I met him, he came to the house to see the pool one time. You know, one of the neighbors seen him. I don't know which house she was at, but she was jogging with her daughter. And, oh, I know you. And that was it.
And how did she get John's number?
She had his number. She knows his parents.
She knows John's parents?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what house on the street she lived in?
No, she was just walking.
Just another random fucking person.
Coming out. She's like,
what a mysterious neighborhood.
Like, yeah, you know, this is my boy, it's my buddy. And
really, that hit me?
When this crime scene happened, she texted John because she knew I was with John. She just.
How did she know that?
I don't know. She just like there's a lot of
she just knows, dude.
House. I looked at it and it's coming to me because it's my house. And I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, I love her too.
Have you ever gotten into a physical altercation with Candace?
No.
In the past? Never.
But other than that, like I said, other than that day, your partner, he's not on. That's us. I could actually express it. That day, with Friday, I was trying to get the scissors out of her hand, so she bit her lip. It was getting bigger every day, and then she had a bruise on her leg because we both fell.
Oh, fuck me.
We both fell on that concrete floor. You see the floor in the house, it's concrete, and
so I just pretty much asked if he have ever had any physical altercations with Candace. So he was just reiterating experience on
really
Friday.
Yeah.
So yeah, you were telling us about the experience on Friday with her when it got physical.
Yes. Like I said, she had a knife in her hand, and I was trying to take the knife out of her hand, and kind of bit her lip, where her lip was swelling up for a couple of days, and then she had a bruise.
She kind of bit her lip. How did that happen?
But we both fell, because she's like this, just like this with the scissors. I'm like, you better not do it. We cannot be doing this. And I won't text no other female. I won't put you in this situation again, basically. And she's like, no, don't you come near me, because I'll cut you. But that don't need to be there, you know? She just said, don't come near me. I'm like, you're not going to just do this, and I'm not going to be able to save you. No. So
He's the good guy, actually, guys.
Of getting killed. And it was a tussle. Because we could have fell, and the knife would have went to me. But the knife went on this side. You know, she was trying to struggle with it. I finally got it out of her hand, and that was it.
You saying that was Friday?
Friday. That was it.
For someone that has been so vague about his movements, Gray is able to be amazingly descriptive of that particular altercation.
And?
Not only does his story cast doubt on her mental state, but he can also use it to account for any defensive injuries he might have on his body.
Are we able to get a copy of that surveillance video from QT?
Fuck this game.
I'm sure.
We should be.
I think we might already have it. I'm not sure about that, but we might already have it.
Yeah, I need to review that.
But I did learn a couple things.
Okay.
So that phone you have, that we have, that you came home with, what's that phone number?
That phone number.
So that's the same phone that called from the gas station last night at 10 something.
Really?
Wait. My food just got in. Oh, Trudeau is trying to ban and prevent people from buying and selling handguns anywhere in the country. Jeez. Okay.
To say she was trying to say she jumped out, she was missing or something like that. Ooh.
Stephen,
but that's the phone that
last
was buried,
month
right?
I lost my wife. I lost her to veganism. Today she made crusted coconut tofu lettuce cups. She said it would be mouth-watering. It was. The tears from my eyes dropped down into my mouth. I
Keep
miss my
hating your
chicken
life, then,
tendies.
working class Andy.
Sad.
Okay, thanks.
Could have been Mark calling because, like I said, when I leave that car there, I'll leave that phone there, you know, and the phone is in the car, and the car is, the phone, if you start the button in the car, the keys are in there already. So he's already open. So I don't know. Maybe
Where was the phone buried?
he's switching this, putting this on me.
Where was the phone buried?
The phone was in the car for a little bit, and then I buried it. I put it over there in where is it at? Near Estrella.
So the phone was in the car for a little bit. So that's a new thing too, right?
Yeah.
When was?
Yeah. I've been coming.
I don't understand.
The phone was in the car.
I ordered a chicken bacon ranch thing and they gave me fucking roast beef bacon ranch. Why? Why would you ever think that anybody would want roast beef on the sandwich? Did I fuck my order up? What happened?
What?
Wait, what kind of sandwich did you get?
Chicken.
What kind of, and what?
Chicken. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Nothing else.
Does it have onions and stuff on it? Is it teriyaki?
Yeah. Is that yours?
No, they fucked my shit up. They put roast beef instead of chicken on my sandwich. That's not funny. Fuck you.
When I drove back to QT, I left the car. I remember I went to John House, came back. Right? So
And that's it. And that was about the same time that phone called.
No, I got gas. I dropped the car back home. Right?
Yeah, but what
Dropped
time
the
did you
car.
get gas though?
Yeah, like 10-ish. About 10-ish.
That's about the right time, yeah.
Yeah, so I got gas around 10, dropped the car back off, left the phone. I forgot that I done left the phone in the car. I can't do that. She will go through the phone. So he got me halfway to John House, come back, get the phone, bury the phone. So around like 10:45-ish is when I buried the phone.
So basically, what you're relying on at this point is the idea that you
halfway to John's house, which is like
drove to John's house.
You know, walking distance to the Estrella Theater is probably only 20 minutes from the house.
The theater.
The theater. So that's where we were practicing at, like around there.
Where the high school is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's about distance. I'm halfway walking there. I gotta come back. I come back around 10, 15 minutes later. I don't see any lights on. I'm thinking she's asleep. I don't see anything in the house. So I'm like, cool. Let me hide the phone. Let me go have fun with John. Today is a brand new day. You know?
I know one thing's for sure. I don't have to run in circles to understand her story. I gotta run in circles to understand what you're trying to tell me.
Because I'm doing a lot. She's just being a girl, staying in one place. I'm going to get gas, going this place. I'm doing this.
When you went to get gas, you went to John's house. That's it.
Yeah, but I got gas and dropped the car back home. That's all. I just wanted to go to John's house and play some football.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea that you drove the car back to her house, or to your house. I'm sorry, where she was.
Of course.
Park it there.
I can get a copy of this.
Yeah.
You mind if I step out?
Yeah, go please. Walk back to John's house. But you buried your phone on the way.
I left the phone in the car.
Left the phone in the car.
So
Okay.
There for about 15 minutes. So I don't know if John used it to call to try to put things on me because it's all connected to my phone.
If who used it?
Yeah, Mark.
Mark. Okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, because like I said, if whatever happened, she would say.
And then at what point did you come back and get the phone out of the car?
She's Trinidad, so she doesn't speak English.
I get that.
Yeah.
So at what point did you get the phone out of the car and go bury it?
About 10:45, sir.
About 10:45.
Yes.
So 10:45 until this morning when you walked back and unburied it, the phone, the cell towers and stuff is going to show the phone there.
Yeah. Okay. But I have, you know, little friends and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
You know, like neighborhood kids.
Okay. What about them?
They see me bury it before.
So you think they unburied it?
As technology advances, it gets harder and harder to lie about. It is also harder to make people up out of thin air. Mark and John, if they exist, should be easy to track down. If John could corroborate Gray's story, you'd think he'd be more than willing to give the detectives the phone number or even a general street address.
It's always moving around.
Okay, and then
it's always like,
and then reburied it so that you could get it later.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the kids definitely see me bury it before.
Don't you hate it when you fucking go to bury your cell phone outside so that the energy stays away from you, and the fucking kids unbury it and rebury it in different spots? That's probably the worst thing about living in shitty neighborhoods.
Okay.
They always see, because they was out there too when I did it. It's like, y'all better not touch this phone. But she's just so tender. She's so tender-headed. She bruised easily. Even when we have sex, she bruised. So I know that if they got into a fight, it don't look cute.
Where does she bruise when you have sex?
Like if I grab her waist, you can see my fingers on her waist.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's from Trinidad, huh?
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to her myself. Does she speak good English?
She does.
Pretty clear?
She does.
And we established that the reason she would tell officers that you did this
is to slap in the face, to say, you know, stop it. You know, it's time for us to just be us. You know, no insiders, no outsiders. And
stop what? What do you think she's trying to tell you?
Stop the cheating, I guess. Stop.
Gray even refers to seeing other women as cheating, reinforcing the fact that he and Jim Dar do not have an open relationship, as he has tried to claim. Although they don't say anything about it, you can be sure that the detectives are picking up on these verbal slips.
The cheating, stop the texting, stop the
why don't she just tell
open
you
relationship.
Why don't she just talk to you about that?
Because, you know, she can talk to me about anything, but she just wants to be supportive. She don't want to.
This isn't very supportive, telling the cops that you did this stuff to her.
Yeah. That's not supportive, but at the same time, she don't have a green card, so she does not want to get deported, you know, and that's a big thing with her. She does not want to get deported, and I'm like, I'll take the fall, you know, but at the same time, if I take the fall, you have to see the video. And
well, I don't want you to take the fall for anything you ain't done. I don't want anyone doing that.
That's my wife. I just don't want her. I put myself in a situation. As a man, I just gotta. I don't know what's next with this.
Here's what I can tell you. I'll say this, and I don't know where my partner stands on this. Okay, I won't speak for him. I'm just gonna speak for me.
Uh-oh.
I don't believe you.
Oh.
And that's just me being honest and in a respectful way. I'm not being disrespectful. Okay. I don't believe you.
It's okay.
And
we're on the same page with that.
And we do,
because it's not. I'm trying to figure it out. It's not adding up.
You guys, you're detectives. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to help you put the story together.
This is going to line up for us. It's going to, because we're going to track the phone locations, right? Put the phone numbers together.
Remember the phone?
It doesn't matter. All the phones, you know.
Okay.
With the vehicle locations, surveillance, and everything like that.
Okay.
Because that stuff doesn't lie, right? It just doesn't lie. And I'm pretty sure there's ring cameras around your house too, to help us show you coming and going. You know, like neighbors have ring cameras.
Sure.
So that'll show, and obviously I haven't done that yet because it's still early, right? But that'll help us say, okay, yep, there he is. He parked right there. You know what I mean? He drove past.
All my neighbors, but my neighbors on my block. See, the neighbors like down the street may have them, but my neighbors on my block don't do surveillance like that.
This is a doorbell. A lot of people have them. Shoot, it costs like nothing nowadays. This is a doorbell.
Nobody. You see, the doorbells is like so it's like a harness, and then you go into the door. So my house is the only one that like kind of open.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll see
what's there,
shot.
Okay.
So what I'm telling you is this is gonna pan out. We don't throw something to the side until it makes sense. We don't put a bow on it until it makes sense.
That's why I want to show you the video.
Okay.
To show you.
And we'll get there. We'll get there at some point.
You know, a lot of girls go through.
We'll get there at some point. But right now, what I'm concerned about is last night's events.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe her mental issues. Like I said, she was trying to kill herself about 2 days.
He really wants that video to like vindicate everything he's done.
Issues. So
that may be true.
That's why I'm showing you the video, because
that may be true.
Her IQ is, you know, who Yaz texts, who I text, you know, what girl I seen that day. You know, she don't know if I ran into a girl and gave her my number that day when I went to Walmart or something like that. She's insecure because I can get any girl I want type of thing. So she's like, she don't know what I'm doing. I cheated on her before. She don't know if I walk away from you guys and I text Shorty and say, meet me here. Because I've done it plenty of times and came back home. And she never knew about it. So she's so, you know, in that mode too. You know? I really just want her to get looked at. And I want to talk to her about it when we get home. And just, we ain't gonna, you know, we ain't gonna have you guys coming to the house anymore. We should not have you guys coming to the house anymore. And that's just what it is. I'm sorry you guys gotta actually, like, you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
You know, like, put your all in this and...
Oh, shoot, don't be sorry. This is a voluntary job. I mean, if I don't like it, I can leave, but this is what we do, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's forcing me to do anything.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Like, if she's mentally going it, then maybe, yeah, she jumped in the car and didn't even tell me she was in the car, like, or she was already in the car. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Maybe she was hiding from him. She's in the car, I don't know, and I'm just going to get some backwoods. I'm all happy. She's all like, you know what I'm saying?
I would rather. I
know how she thinks.
I can't make you do anything. We're certainly not here to try. I would rather have a discussion. I was hoping. I would rather come in here and have a discussion with you about what happened and how, and maybe there's an explanation and how you can help me understand. But we're not there. We're not. We're just not getting.
I'm
there.
probably the most positive, motivating person. I motivate everybody I meet.
You seem like a motivated person.
I give them the chance to hear themselves. That's the talent I have. That's why people hire me, because I give them. I help that. At the end of the day, yes, sir.
as the detective is explaining to you, it will add up for us, right? So let's think forward a little bit.
Okay.
Right. Once we have all the information that we're currently working on right now, and it shows everything that you're telling us is not true. Think about that for a second, without even responding. Just think about that for a second.
So you're saying that I did. So if you go and look at the video at QT, and you don't see me get out the car, right?
Okay.
That's not true. I told you I went to QT.
Right, but there's other stuff.
Okay, so if you check the phone and you see that the phone was in one location, well, the neighborhood location, the whole time while I'm at John's house, that's not true, because I said that was true. I said that's what it was.
Gray doesn't seem to understand that just because his story is sprinkled with bits of truth doesn't make the whole thing true. Saying, look, I told the truth.
Well, of course
about
he
this one
understands.
thing
He's trying to
isn't
lie,
gonna
my
make the
dude.
detective suddenly stop asking questions and decide to let you go. His separation from basic reality is a little concerning.
Can you help us find John?
Like I said, bro, it's like me meeting you today. I don't know where you live. We got
Who knows,
like,
man?
I feel like we could be. If I met you out in person, I'd be like, "Yo, what's up, bro?"
Absolutely.
Yeah,
The thing is,
he's a good dude.
The thing is, you told me.
Yeah.
You met John.
And she's pregnant. That's one other thing.
Hold on. You told me you met John.
Mm-hmm.
You and John had a connection.
Mm-hmm.
John went to your house.
Mm-hmm.
You went to John's house.
Yes.
More than once.
Twice.
You felt so comfortable with John, with that connection, you passed out, slept at his house.
Yeah, CBD, good food.
No way,
we
dude.
catch the itis. You know how we get? We eat food, we get sleepy. We pass out. You know? We got in the pool. It was just relaxed. The body feel good. You feel good. You ain't feel like this yesterday.
But you can't tell me how to get in touch with John.
I don't know him like that. He has my number.
But the neighbor down the street knows him well enough and knows John.
The neighbor in the neighborhood.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You said down your street, right? I was walking with her daughter.
Yes, she's one
that
of these
neighbor
houses.
knows John well enough.
Yes, sir.
And knows you well enough to know that both you and John are friends. So she texts John that police were at your house, and John relayed that information to you. And you were at John's house this morning, but you can't tell me, with that relationship and that history and that tight circle that you have, there's no way you could tell me how to make contact with John. No way whatsoever.
No, because life ain't life is unexpected. You know.
Is there a way to contact that lady who you said text?
I don't know.
John.
If I seen her, I'll know her. If I seen her, I would know. Like, oh, that's the lady that said what's up to John that day. They only seen me outside probably like 2, 3, 4 times. So every time I come outside, there's nobody outside. It's too hot. So when I'm outside, and John, she's just luckily we ran into each other. That's all. John is about my height. He's loud.
So you're saying that did you go into anything that Candace said? Do you have any injuries on you or scratches or anything like that?
I have football injuries.
Do you mind if I take a look? Do you mind standing up and showing me?
Yeah.
You okay? Is that from football?
Yeah. So, my knee, man. Right here, man.
What's that from?
Trying to get me down.
And this was with who? With John?
John and some ASU guys. You know, I could compete with the football players.
Where do you get that from?
I'm wide receiver, so.
This one right here.
Oh, I'm wide receiver, so get off me. You know how they try to push on you? This dude got long nails. Like, get off me.
So where else? Do you have any injuries on your shirt? On your chest area? Where you get that one on your right side?
Oh, probably when I got tackled.
So all of that is from, you don't need to, you can sit down now. So all of that is from football?
Yes, sir.
Those injuries are not consistent with, scratches from playing football.
No, I mean, can I stand up again?
Because I've had those injuries before.
No, can I stand up?
Similar injuries. You know how I obtained some of those injuries that are very similar?
How?
Getting over a wall.
No. Hell no. Well, I do that too. Yeah, I do that.
You do that?
Yeah.
When was the last time you were over a wall?
I do that all the time.
When was the last time you were over a wall? Those scratches are fresh, like they happened today.
Well, last time I always do it, especially at night. Because it's like Gymnastics.
Okay. When was the last time you were over a wall? Those scratches look very fresh.
Maybe last night to come back.
To come back to the house last night?
Yes, sir.
What time?
Not sure. Not sure at all. So, but yes, I do it like.
So you came back. You didn't go through the front door. You went over the wall.
No. To get over to cut the distance. Sometimes that's what you do to cut the distance.
So you went over the wall. Which wall was that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what wall that was. But yeah, no, this is not from wall. This is not from wall.
But look at it.
Yeah, it definitely is. Look,
I see it right here.
If I'm like this, a wide receiver, a cornerback in ASU, it's like, okay, yes, you think you gonna catch this ball? We ain't got no equipment on, and he got long nails. So I'm like,
let's look
at the nails.
Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's
8.
nails. That's
8 nails.
No, but we all playing football.
8 nails. That's at least 8
nails, but different locations of. You see, this one is longer.
They're all consistent. They're going in the same direction.
Yes, but I always do the same thing.
Hold on a second. They're going in the same direction.
Yes, sir.
Right? And that's, as I explained to you before, I've sustained some of those injuries before. And it's by getting over a wall.
But you're a police officer.
But
that's just like football players. It's the same. You got big thighs. So your workout could be the same workout for an athlete. You gotta understand, we both moving, we're alive. You know what I mean? So if somebody is sticking me, somebody is on top of me, a cornerback, and he's like, you know what I mean? That's what it is. But yes, I do jump walls because it cuts the distance and it's funner.
So tell me, when was the last time you jumped over a wall?
I'm not sure.
But you did it last night. You said you did it last night to get back into the house.
Yes, I don't want to give you a false alarm. I just want to let you know, you are right. I do jump the wall, but this is from the wall. Not this.
Which one is from the wall?
This is from the wall.
Okay.
This is from the wall.
And that was last night?
Yes.
Okay. And that was to get back into the house?
Yes.
Okay.
When was that? Because I missed that part. You said
and I do that to go to John House too sometimes.
Yeah. Hold on. So you parked your car. We went through the whole night.
Yeah, no,
What is this guy suspected of again? It sounds like he beat the shit out of his wife because she found out he was cheating on her. That's what it sounds like, but I don't know what he's actually charged of.
He said, let me see your injuries. That's what he said. And I told him.
Oh, I'm talking about when you jumped the wall.
No, but he said these look like wall injuries.
Okay. I don't care. I'm just trying to figure out when this happened. We went through the whole night.
Okay. Yeah.
You parked your car after you got back from QT. You left.
Yeah.
You came back, got your phone.
Yeah.
About 15 minutes later.
I had to jump the walls to even get back that time.
That's when you jumped the walls.
I jump the walls all the time. Especially
last night. When did you jump the walls?
And I do it sometimes during the day. I ain't gonna hold you. Sometimes I swim in people's pools.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad thing, but
okay. So
yeah. I was like, hey, you know what I mean? This is a move.
Jump your wall to get. Okay. So when you came back, when you parked your car there, where did you walk? Down
Anybody
the
just
sidewalk?
randomly
You
swim in
jumped your
people's
wall?
pools?
Where did I walk? On the street. It's pitch black. Just go straight. You know.
So you didn't jump any walls that time?
Yeah, I jumped the walls to get closer to John.
The high progressive guy will never come on and chat with me. He's a fucking loser. Permanent Twitter guy.
Okay, like through backyards, you mean? Or
Backyards, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hopping over the backyard to get to the overside.
And then when you came back to get your phone, were you jumping walls then too?
Always, because it cuts distance.
Okay.
And it's hot outside. You will get a heat stroke.
If you're not jumping walls, you're gonna get a heat stroke, son.
Yeah.
True.
And then after you got your phone, you left again. You jumped some more walls.
Yeah, till I bury it.
You buried it. Okay.
Yeah, I jumped some more walls.
Jumped some more walls. You buried your phone.
Yeah.
You always bury it in the same place?
I do, but the kids, when I did bury it, I'm surprised. It is late outside, but they're outside.
I'd love to know where this was, because if I could go out there and find some fresh dirt where you buried this phone, that would help verify your story.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's always in the same place.
You know, the construction site where the construction workers are, right across, like around that area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you went to John's house and you stayed there until this morning.
Yes, sir.
We're getting a little bit more each time, right?
Why did you not tell us that you went back to the house and you had to jump the wall to get back into the house? Why did you not tell us that?
I don't know, man. I should have said that. But I'm thinking like,
what is the? You got some like a face mask?
Oh no, it's sunscreen. So I be playing football.
Gotcha.
You know, you get the sun. You want the sun to hit your face.
Oh no,
you
it's smart. It's smart.
You know, you leave work. You want to put on that outfit. You know.
Yeah. No, it's smart. I just didn't know. Okay.
That's all.
Because some people do like the skin. What is it? You know, skin.
Oh yeah, I should have been dried off though. I'm surprised.
Most of it's gone. There's just a little bit.
Oh okay. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm jumping walls. Sometimes I swim in people's pools.
So when you went back inside,
Me too, bro. Me too.
Candace, last night when you went back inside, what was she doing?
I didn't go back inside. When I came back, you guys are okay.
No, you said you jumped the wall and went back to the house, right?
To John's house.
No, you told me.
No, he just asked me. He just asked me about. So you've been jumping walls. You've been jumping walls. You jumped.
You
walls?
told me that you went back to your house last night and you jumped the wall to get in there.
Gray keeps adding to his story, but the problem when you do that
Can't keep
is
track of
it
it.
is harder to get things to line up correctly, and you have to fill those gaps with even more lies. His story was flimsy to begin with, but now it's practically in shreds.
Incomprehensible.
No, not to get in the house. I jumped the walls to get back to my house. I'm sorry to say, but to get to my house, I'm jumping the walls. So when I'm leaving John, I'm jumping the walls. It's about daylight now. I'm still jumping the walls to get back to my house.
True.
To talk to y'all.
Okay.
That's all.
You gotta run back.
I wasn't going to jump over my own fence and y'all think I'm Mark or something or whoever. I'm like, no, I'm going to go over and talk to y'all. I don't know what's going on. I ain't jumping over my neighbors and getting into my own land.
Did you?
That's all.
You said you did. You said you did.
Yeah.
And you said you've done it multiple times. Because it cuts the distance.
But yeah, but the thing is, you guys were there.
And you said you did that last night to go back to the house.
I didn't go back to the house last night. I came back when you guys found me. And I went to the house. That's when I came back. So that's why I'm jumping back. You get it? So I'm jumping back during that time. Any other time without the cops, yes, I'm getting back in the house from jumping over the walls. You know what I'm saying? It's what do you say? It's Arizona.
Okay.
It's a travel place. It's like you got the Grand Canyon.
So
does he ever read YouTube chat? Sometimes.
The officers were at the house. You didn't want to be jumping walls and looking like you were doing something.
Yes, yeah. I didn't want y'all, like, if the neighbors complained about it,
okay,
or if something happened,
I am killing this
want
bear.
to be
Okay.
that culprit, the one that was jumping the walls. So I just didn't.
So when your phone was buried between like 10, what would we say, like 10:30, 10:45, something like that. Until you went and got it this morning. You not worried about dirt getting in it and everything like that?
Nah.
Okay.
Because I got insurance, so I feel like I get a new phone every month.
Okay.
And it's like
it still seems easier to me just to like throw it in a cabinet or something, right? Like,
she'll find
your
it.
friend's house. No, like
She'll
at your
find
friend's
it.
house. At your friend's house.
Oh, your friend's house?
Yeah. Take it, throw it in the cabinet, sound like a time and turn it off. I'm not even messing with my phone until the
But
morning.
you don't trust them though. You want to be aware of where everything you're doing, and you trust them. There's nothing bad going on. It's still A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's just.
So it's the second time you've been to John's house.
Yeah.
But you bury your phone out there all the time.
Near the house. So that the phone is like near.
This is such a wacky story, bro.
Construction nets, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where else do you go that you buried out there so you don't take it with you?
Man, I mean, the kids see me bury it. The kids that be at the playground, they see me bury it. And
well, shoot, man.
Sometimes I bury it.
You were just worried that John might take your phone. You not worried about these kids taking your phone?
No, I trust the kids though, because I know that it's a burn phone. There's nothing on it. It's just like.
But you're worried about John taking your phone.
I don't know him. I'm not worried about.
So who cares if he takes it? You just told me it was a burner, man.
I'm saying that what I'm trying to say is, you don't need a phone. Because the phone is going to make you unaware. I'm from Philly, so if people getting killed for looking down at their phone and look around and get shot. So I'm saying,
look at the phone, you get killed where I'm from.
And one, I got to protect my image and protect what I do. So I need to be aware and conscious at all times.
Okay.
I don't need a phone. You my phone, John. What you want to talk about, John?
So would
Go over
anybody
here, John? Okay, come. All right.
Would anybody have used that phone? Between I was buried from
Yes,
time you
sir.
buried at 10 something.
Yes, sir.
Till you got it this morning.
Yes, sir.
would anybody have used that phone for any reason?
If they charged it.
Only so that phone should not have been used.
Well, what about the
Because
kids
if somebody used it, that means they went, unburied it, used it,
And that don't seem.
and then buried
that don't
it
seem
again
true.
for you to get.
That don't seem true. And the thing is, it was dead when I picked it
Because
back
when the
up.
officers were at your house before you got there,
Okay.
they called that number, that phone, and talked to presumably you inside your house about
I'm
coming
black,
out.
but that ain't me.
Well, what I'm
That
saying,
ain't me. I'm black though. I'm black
What
though.
I'm saying is somebody was using it. So the piece I'm trying to fill in here isn't whether or not the person that was using your phone was black, but the person that was using their phone was using the phone. Period. Anybody. It was buried. Right. So when they talked to somebody on the phone,
What did they say? What did they talk to?
well, I didn't have the phone conversation, but it was on that number, right? So after they talked to that person that was pretending to be you, they went back out there and buried it again, so that when you were walking home this morning, you could unbury it and bring it home with you.
Oh, that's pretty weird, huh?
I know.
Here, Gray is probably the most honest he has been during this entire interview. His story doesn't make sense, not from any angle. Jim Dar's story, on the other hand, lines up perfectly with corroborating facts.
I don't. That part of the story don't make sense.
I know.
I don't know if that's even true. How can somebody talk on that phone if it's dead?
Well, I suppose if it was dead, they couldn't. I'm not
Yeah.
telling you.
I know.
I'm not telling you how it works. I'm
I
just
understand.
telling you the steps that I know. I know a phone call was made on that phone to somebody while they were outside your house
Can
talking
you get
to
a
somebody.
recording of that? Did he record it?
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
bro. Of course they
We
did.
record everything.
If he recorded it, then maybe we can
record everything.
Maybe we can figure something out as far as find my iPhone.
So you and my partner talked to him. My partner mentioned a little bit before I stepped out about thinking ahead and looking forward.
Yeah.
And I talked to you a little bit about the steps that we on our side are going to take to help establish these facts, right? Or to
Yeah,
help.
you're not just gonna do that.
Yeah. So looking ahead, thinking forward,
Did she get treated yet?
knowing what we're gonna. That's the other half of our job, right? That's how we take care of things. So
I know she's been probably in the
knowing that that's
COVID.
where we're headed with this investigation,
Yeah.
and we sit down, we have another conversation with you later. Okay, let's imagine later we sit down, we have another conversation, and we tell you, listen, Mr. Gray, this is what we saw. This is what we found out between neighbor cameras or GPS on your phone. All that stuff we talked
Did the
about.
cops? So I was gone when probably the cops were there. Did the cops see the vehicle in the driveway? Because if they seen the vehicle in the driveway, that tells you that I'm telling the truth. Because, like I said, I dropped the vehicle back home and I went back to John's. But he was on the phone. You saying that he
Well,
was talking to
that
somebody.
doesn't tell me that you're telling the truth.
No!
It tells me that the vehicle was in the driveway and that wherever you were was
Because
either
he was
in the house or on
that
foot
phone,
somewhere.
Because that phone don't add up with what she's saying. If somebody called off that phone, he's saying that.
No, none of
conversation-
this, Mr. Gray. None of
No.
this adds up.
That's the only piece of the story
No, no.
that I feel like that doesn't add up.
For you, based on what you're laying out for us, but I can tell you right now, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest, on this side of the table, none of it adds up.
If you look at the video, I went to the QT. Let me just say this.
I got no problem with that.
Yeah, you'll see me at the QT. You'll see me pump gas. You ain't gonna see anything else. You see me walking out of my house. You may see that. You may see those videotapes of me walking out of my house because some people don't have those tapes.
Some people don't.
Yeah, and then you may not see that. And then what you may see is me hopping over fences or something like that to get to John's house. Maybe. What you may see.
Someone called, by the way. Someone called and said, hey, someone just jumped over my fence. I don't know who. Someone called.
What you may see is the video that I'm going to show you, which is going to support her mental health.
Do we ever get to see that video? I'm curious what he was so desperately trying to...
Have you ever used the name Mark before?
No.
Uh-oh.
Not at all. My name Brashir Gray.
Uh-oh.
You've never used the name Mark before. What if I tell you?
Uh-oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Potential, like we're thinking ahead again. right? Down the road. History to show that whenever you check into hotels, you use the name Mark before, and when you're ordering food, we have information.
I don't order food.
We have information that lead us to believe that you have used that name Mark.
The detective has let Gray bury himself up to the neck in lies before he dropped this particular nugget of information. It looks like Mark may not even exist, which calls John into question as well.
Before. Never. And it's consistent with...
I don't order food. My girl cooks food.
Mr. Gray, it's consistent with you using this name Mark again, making this phone call from that location.
Mark is a common name, sir. I don't use... If anything, when I did this TV show... You see, look, I'm from the TV show, Empire. I know you know. I would use aliases.
Okay.
I wouldn't use Mark. I would use other aliases so they don't know. You can hear my voice and you can tell it's me sometimes. You dig me? So I'm like, I would need to use a different name back then. Now that she cooks for me every day, I cook for her every day. We don't.
So you're saying,
in Chicago.
I'm trying to track the conversation about the phone call.
Yeah.
I wasn't in here.
Yeah, I'm saying.
But you're
Chicago.
saying when I came and I sat down, you're saying,
yeah.
So he's putting it on me. He's trying to put it on me.
Yeah.
Who are you making reference to trying to put this on?
Because if I found this out, I'm looking for him.
Now hold on.
He going down.
Why do I get hit?
Are you saying he's trying to put all of this on you? Because Mark.
Yes.
Because you're saying Mark dialed from your call the police from your number.
He had to when I left the phone in there, but I don't understand.
So Mark's fingerprint should be.
You
on
think
your
Mark
phone,
is
yes?
related to Clara?
Should be.
Fucking Mark, dude.
Should be.
Mark,
or at least somebody. At least somebody.
Right? Yeah. Or if he's smart, he wipe it down. I don't know what type of street smart he has. I don't know if he is street smart.
But you didn't wipe it down.
Hell no. I didn't wipe it down once I digged it up out the ground.
Still covered in dirt?
Still covered in dirt. But we don't know how street smart this guy is because you know why? He did all this and it's still, y'all still don't believe me. So I feel like he is smart. He'd been in this situation before. He knew how to manipulate the evidence. Because we talking about me. Somebody that showed up and tried to show y'all something of what's going on instead of somebody that's missing. That's just like, a murderer walking freely. A murderer walking freely.
But while you were out getting gas, but while you were out getting gas,
yeah,
you're telling me that Mark called from your phone to report her missing.
That phone was used only for YouTube at that time, to play music, and that was it.
Really?
Play songs. When I got back to the house, parked the car, left the phone in the car, went to John's house, came back, buried the phone. Yeah, somehow expensive, because it's not cheaper, but it's faster. That's all.
Okay. Well,
it's a long day.
I don't know, man.
It's gonna be a long day. I'm going my way.
Do you guys have rough sex?
Sometimes.
Last night, did you? Or yesterday?
We always do.
Okay, what's rough?
Anything. Because she's tender. She's tender.
Well, what do you mean? Like what? Just, you said sometimes. Describe your version of
Fuck, I
rough.
should have dashed him.
You want to really hear this?
Yeah, it's kind of important.
Alright, hitting it from the back.
I shouldn't have used that. Fuck.
That's really it.
Okay. But any rough stuff, like she wants you to slap her or hit her, she hits you.
Sometimes she like me to slap her up. She like that.
On her butt?
No.
So she's
Thank you.
Her face?
She likes that.
Okay.
Yeah. And
did you yesterday?
Every time she wants it. Did she want it yesterday? No.
Okay.
No.
She didn't ask you to. How do you know when she wants it?
She says slap me.
She tells you to. Okay. Anything else, like choking? I know there's a lot of that kind of stuff.
No, I don't do that.
Okay. What about her to you?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I might do this from the back. That's it.
Okay. What's that? Around the neck, shoulders? What are you talking about?
Shoulders, like the whole thing. Sometimes I might just grab a whole neck.
Okay.
Gray must have caught himself and remembered that she is going to have fresh bruising around her neck. What he doesn't realize is that it is possible to tell the hand position and if that is compatible with the situation he described.
Like that.
Okay. How do you know if you're squeezing too hard around her neck?
I don't get off on that. I just get off on, you know, her liking that person.
No, but I mean, how do you know, like, so that you know that it doesn't get to that point, like accidentally, I'm saying?
Oh, I never did it. I'm Tinder. That's supposed to be your wife.
Okay.
That's your wife.
Did you do that yesterday when you guys had sex?
Yes.
Okay.
But it wasn't like, you know, nothing crazy. You know, I never go like that.
Okay.
That's just crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she confront you about anything? Was she mad at you about anything?
She's always mad about a girl or mad about something, you know? It's never,
What was she mad about yesterday?
She's a smart female, man. She's very smart, you know?
What was she mad about yesterday?
She's just, you know, if she see me texting, she's like, what you doing? You're not texting girls, are you? I'm like, no, I ain't texting nobody. I'm not worried about that.
And that's what, yesterday?
That's like every day. That's our language.
No, I know, but I want to focus on what happened yesterday, man. What was yesterday? What was her deal yesterday?
That's our language. When I'm talking to you, it's because I'm getting here. When I'm free, I'm free. I get to say what I want. I get to do what I want. It's my world. So that's our language. That's how our health get down. If you're around somebody like this, and I'm looking at you, I'm giving you life when you look at me in the eye. You allowing me to be that vessel, because every man is like Jesus. You allowing my body to be used as a vessel.
I just want to know what she was mad about yesterday.
All right. I mean, she always mad about something, but like I said, she's a smart woman. She always want to keep my attention.
So what did she do yesterday? What did she tell you yesterday, physically, with her mouth? What did she say yesterday?
She's just like, you better not be texting those girls.
Okay, and then what did you say back?
I said, cool.
That was it? Was that before the sex or after the sex?
That's before and after sometimes.
Yesterday?
Yeah, I go in the bathroom, I got my phone in the bathroom, I come out the bathroom. What she says is, you texting them girls? You better be texting them girls. Okay, cool. I ain't texting nobody.
Okay. So you guys had this conversation before and after sex yesterday?
Yeah, I listened to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we do is shown on television through different movies, different mediums. You have cops, you have,
CSI,
CSI.
Right. Yeah. So you probably understand what fingerprints, the potential that fingerprints could bring to an investigation to show that a person touched an item. Same thing with DNA, to show that they were at this particular location. Can you explain to me,
yes, sir,
why your DNA would be on a chunk of hair that's under the bathroom in your house that belongs to her?
Yes.
How do you explain that?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
I'm in the bedroom. Now, you know the bedroom setup is the bathroom. It's the bedroom, it's the cats. I tell her all the time, stop combing your hair so much. You're breaking your hair off. I didn't marry you because you want to shorten your hair. I married you because you have long, beautiful hair. Yes, she's tender-headed as well. I try not to pull her hair while we have sex, but I just can't help it sometimes. But with that, she's combing her hair, and she's like, babe, look. I'm like, well, this ain't a lot this time. You know, she does that a lot. When she comb her hair and without wetting it, it comes out. So what I did was, I put it on the sink. When she gave it to me in my hand, I put it on the sink, and then I put it in the drawer. Because I want her to remember, you don't want to keep stressing your hair out. Stop. I told her, you take care of everything but your hair. Take care of your hair. I tell her that every day. I say, babe, take care of your hair.
How do I get to that cave? Can I?
Else, just take care of your hair. You worried about everything else, but taking care of your hair.
So whenever that hair would come out,
yes,
does it cause an irritation to her head, like it was yanked out?
Sometimes she's watching TV, which we just got cable. We didn't have cable. Let me say this.
Not for a while.
We didn't have cable our whole relationship. We don't watch cable. She didn't even have a phone until like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So. Yeah, that's something to think about. She's not having a phone. She's not having no phone for about 3 weeks. You know, I'm just giving her a phone because our connection, we had too many people involved in our life. We just needed to get away from that.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
And we got away from that. And so while she's watching TV, she's combing her hair. And just like the F1 Savannah cat, scratches her and bites her sometimes. She tells me, like, Simba just bit me in the butt. And I say, you know, Simba, you know, he's a wildlife animal. You know, I take him out the room, and that's what I do. I have 3 cats, or 2 cats, 1 dog. So she's combing her hair.
Been hating your life then, working class Andy?
Ask her.
No, I get it. I get it.
I was wondering if you'd be down to talk about the filibuster.
No.
I understand you turned off from debating it because of the usual sort of progressive arguments. I'm confident I'll give some new insights actually relevant to your position.
The insight is whether or not you think you should be able to pass legislation with 51 votes. That's it. I personally, I don't like that idea, but if you do, then the filibuster is trash. That's it. There's literally no other arguments for it. But okay, unless you have something you want to type.
After to comb her hair.
She combed the hair out, right?
Yes, sir. She combed the hair out.
So, which neighbor?
Lots of women shed heavily when they comb their hair, but very few actually pull it out by the roots when doing so. It's also hard to believe that he would put a wad of that hair in a drawer in an attempt to get her to take better care of her hair. But in this complicated fiction that he has woven, it is probably one of the easier points to overlook.
Which neighbor has John's phone number?
Bro, I literally would tell you if I knew. I would say, this house right here. This is, you know what I mean? Just like the dirt bikes.
Out your front
just
door.
like the dirt.
Wouldn't you, maybe not? Wouldn't you think for actors you'd be able to concoct a better fiction? Or maybe there's not necessarily a thing. I guess they're not like script writers, huh? But like a better story than how many fictional people did he invent to sell this lie? Like Jesus.
Bikes that ride around that's not street legal, they get on my nerves sometimes.
It's a simple question, man. You talk to this neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
She called John.
Mm-hmm.
What? No. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Neighbor is it?
I don't know. Like I said, I just moved around here. Is one Trump supporter across the street from me? I don't like Trump.
Okay.
That's the only one that I don't really be fond of.
It's not that neighbor then?
It's not.
Is it to the side of you?
I only noticed 2 people since I moved here.
I was wondering if you would be willing to talk about when I threatened
No.
to own a live view. Remember that. Extreme Dad here.
But she knows John.
Mm-mm.
How she got his number?
Oh, not Candace doesn't know John.
No, your
But
neighbor.
she did. She knows John.
Your neighbor.
Neighbor knows John.
How does she know John?
Her parents. Parents. His parents, not her parents. His parents.
You need to use the bathroom or anything?
I'm good.
You sure, dude?
So you said where she lost her hair from, there's no irritation there, no redness or anything like that when she combs her hair?
When she combs her hair,
you know, like the loss of hair that you're talking about, the loss of hair that's
she combs the edges.
the loss of hair that's in, like, where we just talked about.
Yes, it's for a regular person, that'd be a lot of hair, but for her, that's just every day. That's every day for her. And irritation, yes, when you pull on her hair when we having sex, she's like, babe, you gotta stop, you know what I mean?
So you think there's an irritation to her hair or head now?
Period. When I first met her, you know?
So there's irritation to her head now from her hair loss?
No. It's irritation from, like, you know, when we have sex and sometimes I pull her hair.
Did you pull her hair recently?
I always do when we have sex, but I don't, it's like she said, you gotta be lightly. So I do it lightly. I don't do it where her head is bleeding or something like that, but, you know, her...
Not to the point where we pull out.
No. She pulls, when she combs her hair, she'll give me the hair and I'll just put it up somewhere. I don't just throw it away. I'm like, you know, African-American women, they buy this type of hair. You know, you need to take care of your hair.
What the fuck is he saying?
That's all. I'm trying to answer all y'all questions that y'all want to know.
I know. I appreciate it. Let's,
Yeah, we're just trying to at least leave the room with some understanding, right? Of what you reported to us, because we have to
I didn't even get to make a report.
We have to keep going
Put
back
me in
and
handcuffs.
forth.
I didn't even get to make a report of anything. Y'all said, put the suit on him. Y'all didn't even get me the chance.
Some weaves are made out of real hair, I think, usually from any women. Okay, I don't know much about weaves, but I'm about to make an absolute statement that I'm like 99.999% sure is true. I seriously doubt that they make weaves from women who pull out small parts of their hair and save it over long periods of time to make a weave from. No fucking shot. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. Shut the fuck up if you're saving it. Oh, maybe you're saving it to make a weep. No way, dude. I don't believe that for a microsecond.
Hands too. You know, there's been people using the phone. You said allegedly. She knows where I buried the phone as well. Maybe she said something to him. He probably buried that phone over blah, blah, blah. He probably using that damn phone. I told her where I buried it.
Where, you told her?
Yeah, I told her.
Where did you tell her you buried it?
Right where I told you, near the
But you
park
didn't. You just
construction.
told me it's around there. How'd she find it?
There's a house right there, the first house.
So if you're sitting down and you're talking to her, telling her where you buried it.
I have to sit down and talk to her.
Well-
She's me. That's my wife.
In the final moments of the interview, Gray says that he told Jimdar where his phone is buried. Why? The whole point of burying it was supposedly so she couldn't go through it. If she knows where it is, she can just go dig it up, which means the whole process is pointless. Gray is a prime example of a person who is incapable of lying effectively. He may say that Jimbar isn't able to make herself understood very well in English, but she gets her story across more clearly and more accurately than Gray. Bashir Gray pleaded guilty to a charge of aggravated assault in February 2021. Other related charges against him, including aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and kidnapping, were dropped. Gray received 10 days in jail plus 3 years of probation. Terms of his probation included not being able to drink any alcohol and to not have any contact with the victim in any form unless approved by the Adult Probation Department in Arizona.
Damn, how badly did she get hit that he got 10 days probation?
Feelings about it.
Oh my god, Brittany's still on, guys. What is this? Hold on. Somebody asked if this was real.
Like I said, if I was Gordon Ramsay, I could be a multimillionaire and have multiple spinoffs. I'd be praised for it. If I was Simon Cowell, I would make American Idol.
Or Howard
Stern. We're not used to black men speaking passionately, directly, factually, and standing on their square. So the very same truths, you want to get there, honestly. If I were not a black man, I probably wouldn't be getting the pushback I'm getting because what I'm saying is not verifiable. And it's not observable. It's just that, how dare you say that?
Damn.
And I have shows where I've talked in the most nice, positive ways, and it's still never going to be enough for some people.
Well, you never seem angry. You never seem...
Wait, so did this guy die from, was it cocaine? Is that what happened, or?
Like, vile, or you know, even disrespectful. It's just direct
heart attack
opposition to the woman and kind of introducing her to the need to change things about her that she may feel someone should accept.
And here's the thing. What I tell people is, you don't have to do anything, but the world doesn't owe you understanding. You don't need to change a thing. You can do whatever you want, but you cannot expect people just to say, come as I am, because we wouldn't expect it from men.
Right. Well, you have to prepare yourself for what it is you say you're looking for.
And most women aren't even curious about men.
What do you mean?
Okay. Ask a woman what she wants from a man, and she'll give you a thesaurus, a list, an encyclopedia. Ask what she brings to the table, and you can't even write it on the back of a stamp.
God.
Because honestly,
hey, bro. Look, see what Single Dina bring to the table.
Thank you.
You see what Single Dina bring to the table. Single Dina brought a drink to the table.
Hi, Single Dina. See,
we'll be speaking to you a little later, Single Dina. Okay.
The rapper on the left brings his 18-year-old daughter to the doctor every year to get her hymen checked to make sure she's not pregnant. Or hymen? Not He-Man. He-Man. Why? That doesn't... There's so many things that don't make sense about that, but okay, Jesus.
Here's what is going on. Because of the lack of so many functional, happy relationships in the black community, we don't see it modeled. So we don't see... Last people we saw was Mama, Big Mama, and Pawpaw. Most of us didn't have mama and daddy.
Right. So
we see situationships and that kind of stuff. So we see rom-coms. We see, we grew up with 80s R&B,
90s R&B.
90s, yeah.
You know what I mean?
See, you know, when I'm gonna give you all this and I'm gonna give you the moon this, and it's like, all right, but what was the woman's part in all that? It was never.
Well, they had Superwoman, you know what I mean? Karen White.
But she said, "I'm not your Superwoman." She didn't. They said, "Ain't nothing going on but the rent." But I'm not. See, women have always been vocal about what they won't accept.
You know what, man? My good buddy's good Pastor Duval, Lil Duval. He said something earlier today.
Right.
Actually posted it, and it blew my mind. It was very simple. However, it was.
Yeah, why are we watching Incel Feel True?
We called the gauntlet, where I think like inflation. We called the gauntlet, where I think like if you dip below a certain approval rating in your state, like you pick up a champion, and a champion comes into the state and beats the doors off of you on the Senate floor.
Don't do that. Okay.
I think like that would be. I think that would be incredible legislation. I'm actually pushing for it. You would, C-SPAN, pay-per-view. I literally, actually, unironically think that this would be this is my legislative agenda. This is what I believe in. I think if you dip below a certain approval rating, okay, in your own state, in your own state, and Congress is always at like 30 across the board, right? Someone should be allowed.
I understand what Hassan is saying, but the problem is Hassan just doesn't understand. Hassan thinks Congress's approval rating should be based on national polling. But the reality is that most senators really do try to do what their constituents want. But him citing that what is Congress's approval rating isn't the relevant poll. What he should be citing is what do people think about their congressman? Because that's what's important. Because while Congress consistently gets shitty approval ratings as a whole, people tend to rate their own congressperson like 20, 30, 40, 50 points higher. Like,
to go to the floor of the Senate, okay, this is totally legal, totally above board, right? And absolutely beat you mercilessly, like in hand-to-hand combat.
That is definitely not legal.
What do you mean? Why?
You were saying you would make it legal, but
yeah, he stipulated in their state. Yeah, I know, but he cited like the Congress has a low approval rating. But the reality is that most congressmen really do try to adhere to the voters because they want to get elected again. Most Congress people want to get elected again. Believe it or not, however conservative you are, they really want to win their elections. So when you have but people, again, like to point to, we can talk about Manchin all day. People point to Manchin like that's an example of a guy that's not following the will of the voters. He is. He's the most popular senator in America, or he gained more popularity than any other senator in America. That dude is following his voters. You just don't like him because he doesn't follow the national polling. He's more concerned about what's happening in West Virginia because that's his constituency. Oh, why? Wait, who is? I don't understand. I'm a dumb fuck. Do you see Tim Pool saying that the Second Amendment grants the right to own nuclear weapons? Wait, really? Why does Hassan promote this weird macho ideas, but Duck's backing any of them up like boxing Sam Hyde? Hassan's probably not very athletic, my dude. Like, what do you mean? He's not gonna go box Sam Hyde. Also, I don't know if Hassan talks about like macho ideas much on stream. I don't think he does that too much. Or at least I haven't seen clips of it if he does.
Protects your right to own nuclear weapons. I believe the Second Amendment protects your right to own nuclear weapons. I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own a nuclear warhead.
But not a delivery device?
Oh, all of it, all of it. I think.
Well, Tim, what about biological weapons?
Absolutely. All of it. All of it.
What is the rest of their clip? Somebody's saying that he was talking about limitations of the Second Amendment and that he doesn't think we should do that. That was in this comment section. This seems like a clip, champ.
I'm not demanding, I'm asking nicely. I believe the Second Amendment protects your right to own nuclear weapons.
I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own a nuclear warhead. But not a delivery device? Oh, all of it. Simple things you should have nukes and anthrax. Take a look. The Second Amendment does not say the right to keep and bear arms will not be infringed unless it can kill a certain amount of people, unless it is a nuclear weapon, unless it's a biological weapon. No, it says arms, 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 arms. Nuclear arms, biological arms, it says arms. You got an issue with that, I can certainly understand why you have to amend the Constitution.
His show where he sat down with 2 sitting members of Congress.
Okay, I would disagree with his interpretation, but it's not. I don't think he's saying that people should own nuclear weapons, right? Okay. I killed the bear. What am I doing? I need iron. Bro, you have to do so much running in this game. It's a little bit insane. What do I get iron from? It's going to be like in one of these other lands? I need to go north more? Like, it just seems like a lot of running. So, while Destiny likes to talk to right-wing fucking crazies, but Vosh said, okay, it's time for 11 people to arm themselves. It's turning fascists by now. Destiny says we should stop calling them fascists. Destiny, get in the fuck together and stop getting crazy about fucking Twitter. I don't even know what you're coming from. Are you saying I'm too mean to people on the right or too mean to people on the left? Everybody's mad that I don't attack the other side enough. Bro, you need fucking 35 power level. I can't. I don't have... I'm not getting blueprints for the rest of the gear unless I'm just supposed to go farm paper for it. Use a teleporter. I don't know if I have a teleporter yet. Or are you talking about... Are you talking about the way gates? Because I can't bring resources through that. The big rectangle in the middle is the iron mine. I don't know what the fuck the big rectangle in the middle is. This thing? Is this a rectangle to you? Is that maze? Is that a rectangle to you? Is this a rectangle? This thing? Yes, this is a rectangle. Okay. Okay, I think I just need to go farm paper. We need some paper. Can I make paper anywhere? Do I have the ability to... No. So I just have to go farm it. Alright, that's what we'll do. Do we have anything else going on today, guys?
Among Zelda games, Link's
Among?
Awakening is one of the true bizarro oddities. There is no Hyrule, no Triforce, no Master Sword. In fact, there are no puzzles or dungeons either. At least that's how the game was for me when I was 10. I don't think I even made it past the raccoon part. So for me, the gameplay was mowing grass and hitting goblins in the forest. Revisiting this game 20 years later, I understood why I never beat this game. Because some of this shit does not make sense. There is an owl that tells you what to do. There are owl statues that tell you what to do. There are hint houses spread all over the map. And even with all this stuff telling you how to beat the game, you're probably gonna get stuck somewhere. And that is the downfall of the old school Zelda formula. You have this vast, expansive map to explore, but often only one very specific way to progress the game. Just like Metroid, it is easy to miss one subtle cue and spend 30 minutes wandering in circles, accomplishing nothing. People who love these games have played them so many times they can no longer see the unintuitive faults, which is probably why I enjoyed this game the most on the third playthrough. Above all else, it's the weirdness of this Zelda that makes it so special, and one of the weirdest things about it is how smooth the game plays. You compare Super Mario World to Super Mario Land 2 on the Game Boy. In terms of gameplay, they aren't even close, baby. Super Mario World is way more precise and smoother to control, with so many more power-ups and mechanical flourishes. Typically, Super Nintendo games had better graphics and smoother controls than their Game Boy counterparts. However, Link's Awakening plays more like a sequel to A Link to the Past, and that's because it was developed by the same team 2 years later. In Link to the Past, Link is like a fucking pinball. If you get hit, you get bounced. If you hit an enemy, you get bounced. Look at this thing in the middle. Guess what that does? It bounces you. Now combine that with dungeons littered with holes in the ground, spike traps, conveyor belts, and ice-covered floors. Link's Awakening incorporates all of the fun power-ups and twists from the Super Nintendo game into a more polished package, using smart design choices to make Link stronger, more stable, and more agile, all while operating under much heavier hardware constraints. On the Game Boy, this was a technical marvel, but for me, it's the Switch version where it really sings. 2D Zeldas have always been more focused and tighter paced than the 3D titles, but the remaster takes the most compact Zelda and squeezes it into a tiny, glossy gem. It makes for a game where every step you take feels like 10, and soaring across the map with your hookshot is pure magic. Once you've been indoctrinated by the goofy-ass video game logic of Zelda, this is maybe the most replayable game in the series. But it's not the gameplay that made me fall in love with this game. It's the story. Zelda Link's Awakening. It's a funny title, because first off, Zelda isn't even in this game. Secondly, you don't even play as Link. You play as a guy called Blanca, and there's Mario characters everywhere and evil Kirby, and get this, the entire game takes place inside of a fish's dream.
Wait, I thought you actually were Link that was like crashed on a ship or something. Are you not Link? I don't even remember. It's been a long time. Why does no one know how old Kevin Samuel was? He was a man shrouded in mystery, my dude. You should open your re-rising server to approve your friends, way better with people. Who do we have that would play though? How long do you think it takes you to clear 100% of the content of the game? Do you think you can do it in a week, or is it like... Okay, my dude. How many times have you linked this today? Bernie predicting 2020 elections. Okay.
Third, and it's been said that we won't know the results until days later. When do you think we'll know the results?
All right. Jimmy, you raise an important point, and I hope the American people understand it, because this is something I worry about. My view is every vote must be counted. For reasons which I don't have the time to get into tonight, you're going to have a situation, I suspect, in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Wait, literally, if he's going to talk about how we're going to know votes coming late, literally every single person knew this. This is like not, this isn't Bernie making a huge prediction. This is like everybody knew that this would happen. Yeah, I think we've watched this before. As a New Zealander, why the fuck didn't Bernie Sanders get in? His platform is making the rich pay taxes. So they came up with superdelegates and gave the Democratic nomination to Clinton. America's run by Wall Street. Oh my God. It's because his views and policies don't fall in line with special interest groups. He wanted to put the people first, but that would have made career politicians, and that wouldn't have made the career politicians any money. And God knows we can't have that now, can we? I lost all hope when it became clear he wouldn't be elected. He really could have helped us. He wanted to help us. Another cop planting evidence.
Man, come on, man, you serious? Man, I'm cracking that bag, man. I'll beat the fuck out of me for nothing. Man, what a crack at?
He just put it, yeah, I'm saying, I'm recording. No, she recorded. She recorded.
Why not the full video?
She recorded.
This is old, and apparently the dude admitted it was his drug. Why does this cop look like Sean Hannity?
Get out the way, bro!
The sheriff chief said he investigated and he was just setting the evidence down so he could search for other evidence. The cop's body language of getting upset that he was on video, tell another story. Wow. Allegedly. Oh, okay, guys. I think it's time that I get some work done on the manifesto. So, you know, we had a good 7 hours today. Proud of you guys. You guys done a great job at hanging out.
It just dawned on me.
Dumb. I wrote you an email, but don't know if you read it. I read it, dude. Don't worry. I read all emails, and I responded to my brain.
A mongoose.
True.
A mon-
Alright, I love you guys. Be careful. Do I have anything tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow we'll present the manifesto, guys. Who knows? Happy Memorial Day, my duders. Be careful. Okay, be careful, guys. Rip on. See you tomorrow. I love you all very much.